Today, there were many more hunters than usual gathered at the entrance to the demon realm, as if something special had happened on the other side of the portal. The raid organizer asked the group to carefully check their supplies before starting and not to stray far from the collection point. This time, the Flying Tiger sect was also here, so there was nothing to worry about. While everyone was happily discussing the mission, Maurice was preparing his equipment on the sidelines, recalling the events that no one was supposed to know about. Many had already noticed this guy and agreed to a dangerous raid just because he was here. Before awakening, they were all ordinary people, but 5 years ago, their abilities were determined by each person's past fate. Maurice did not believe in fate and believed that everyone chooses their own path. At this point, one of the guys decided to get to know the famous hunter, although he wanted to be alone for a while. It was his first time participating in a monster raid, so he was noticeably nervous today. However, the young man was laughing so merrily that he was most likely just looking for an excuse to talk to Morris. Suddenly, 3 guys in the distance called him over to warn the inexperienced newbie about one thing. The guy said that this gloomy loner was the most famous hunter who was better not to mess around with. He wasn't lying because Morris's name was known to many, and not only for his successful raids on monsters. At that moment, he realized that their eyes had met, and Morris seemed to suspect that he was being followed. It was better not to attract his attention because this guy's mood often changed. The main reason for Maurice's notoriety was that he once killed his teammates and stole their powers. The system window of fate was his main source of information, unavailable to others. He possessed a rare, sinister power that allowed him to take the fates of the dead, along with all their mana. The classes of fate were divided into 5 categories, and the highest of them was considered to be the divine class. Immediately behind them came the dragon class, which was almost as powerful as the divine class. The demonic class was also strong, but compared to the divine class, it was noticeably weaker. After him came the human class and the insect class, which were approximately equal in strength. Maurice belonged to the insect class, which was the worst possible rank. He simply didn't have the strength to kill another awakened one and take away their abilities. However, until now, no one believed that the guy was not involved in the murders of which he was suspected. But now was not the time to be upset, because a difficult raid awaited him, where he would have to show off all his accumulated experience. In front of him, he suddenly saw Olivia, who had been watching her lonely friend for a long time. There was to be a dinner party after the raid, and she hoped Maurice would be there. Stephen reminded them that the guy wasn't with them last time, so he had no right to refuse the dinner party a second time. However, this time too, Maurice asked not to wait for him, explaining that he was too lazy for such events. The girl even missed a school trip for this, which means Maurice must put his business on hold as well. He was 10 years older than her, and it was clear that she would understand Maurice much better when she reached his age. It was the stupidest answer one could ever hear, and Olivia didn't try to persuade her stubborn friend any further. Their friend was so funny that it was hard to restrain oneself after another stupid thing he said. Turning around sharply, Stephen noticed another member of their Flying Tiger sect nearby, who was one of its main representatives. It was Yakov, and he reminded them that they needed to return to their positions quickly, because their mission was about to begin. There was no point in arguing, although Stephen did remind him at the end that they would be waiting for him for dinner. With a smile, Maurice only promised to think about it, but he already knew his decision. Yakov asked the boy to take care of himself and not make everyone nervous if he wanted to attack a crowd of monsters alone again. Maurice wished him the same in return and always considered Jacob to be a person he could rely on. Fighting side by side was their destiny, but does fate decide everything in this life, or do people have a choice? A few minutes later, a loud command to begin a raid on the Demon Kingdom was heard over the loudspeaker. Each group was assigned its own task, and clan members had to strictly follow the orders of the leaders. The team approached a portal, behind which was a place where ordinary people were better off not going. To avoid harming his sect, Maurice had to take care of the stragglers and cover the group's rear. Upon entering the portal, he immediately saw hordes of mutants in front of him, which they had to deal with first. The groups responsible for the rear were to remain at the entrance and wait for the leader's command. Everyone else immediately rushed to attack, using their strongest abilities. And although the mutants have repelled hunters' attacks more than once, today's raid will seem like pure hell to them. This raid gathered the best thugs, and there were so many of them that it would have been enough to clear out half the demonic world. The battle began as soon as the first hunter crossed the portal's border, as the monsters had been waiting for them inside for a long time. The rear group had to immediately prepare for battle because the demons had already fallen for their bait and rushed to attack the rear. Maurice and the other hunters had their weapons ready, but it was clear that some of the boys had given in. The goblins who stood before them seemed not to be afraid of the hunters at all and considered them easy prey. For some reason, these demonic creatures remained in their positions even when the team's plan was revealed. Something had changed, and Maurice knew that this raid would not be an easy outing like so many others before today. It was as if all the evil spirits of this world had suddenly appeared in one spot and their powers were twice as strong as in previous years. The guys had to be more careful, and although the number of monsters was gradually decreasing and the number of their corpses was growing, they shouldn't relax. Yes, there were many more of them than the guy expected, and because of the demonic energy that reigned in this place, it was difficult for him to breathe. It was necessary to finish this raid as quickly as possible and get out of here, although mutants were approaching from all sides every second. One of them managed to get so close to Maurice that he dealt him a powerful blow from behind when the guy thought for only a moment. All the other creatures immediately understood which of the hunters was more vulnerable and where to strike next. Their demonic friend grabbed Maurice tightly, and all the rest of his relatives rushed to his aid from all sides. The boy realized that if help didn't arrive right now, he could remain in this damn demonic world forever. Suddenly, a bright white light flashed not far from him, and it became clear that help was already very close. Agatha kept a close eye not only on her goals, but also on the safety of her charges. This girl even took care of the rear groups, and everyone loudly thanked her for the help that was provided at the right time. Maurice also didn't forget to thank the head of the Flying Tiger sect for saving his life a minute ago. It was a normal thing for her, and she just waved her hand in response, hoping that everything was okay with them. However, the onslaught of mutants continued and only grew stronger with each passing minute. They still had a long way to go before reaching the boss, and it was too early to relax. The toothy jaws of these creatures could crush the bones of any hunter who was weak and vulnerable. It was an unusual monster, and judging by its size, many recognized it as the main boss. It's strange, but he came to this place himself because usually to get to it, you had to kill a bunch of mutants. It was a shame he didn't stay in his lair today, because just one blow could have decided his fate and put an end to it. Among the entire group, there was one man who, with a swing of his sword, cut the monster in two, leaving him no chance. The impact was so sharp that it raised whirlwinds of dust around, and we had to wait until the picture cleared up a bit. The monster was already dead, but who dared to attack this giant alone? In the thickening dust, the silhouette of the man who put the final point in the monster's life slowly began to appear. It was a girl named Sarah, but that was not why she came here. The monster simply stood in her way and prevented her from completing the main mission for which she was here. For some reason, she started calling Maurice's name loudly, as if this guy was her target. The woman who single-handedly killed the main monster was now looking for Maurice, but why did she need him? Without saying a word, Sarah continued to stand in the same place next to the giant's corpse and look around for this guy. And then she closed her eyes and seemed to mentally decide that she had no other choice, and she was ready to act. The very next second, Sarah swung her sword wide and cut down the entire group with one blow. The hands of the hunters, who had been fighting side by side just a minute ago, could no longer grasp the hilts of their swords. This bloodthirsty girl was ready to kill anyone who stood between her and the person who was her main target. However, there was still a man in this place who was ready to stop her. And that person was the head of the Agatha sect, who would not allow her entire group to be killed like insects. It was Maurice who became the reason why all these hunters lost their lives. But was the guy himself to blame for this? He should have stepped forward and shown himself before it was too late, and the girl killed everyone else. If he had even one chance and enough strength, he would avenge every member of his group killed by this stranger. The leader loudly commanded everyone to run away from here, and Stephen found himself in the front row, hoping to get to the portal faster. Sarah promised to leave everyone else alive if Agatha herself agreed to give up Morris. But the girl would not allow any of the members of her sect to be killed and was ready to cross blades with her. Sarah was not against the fight, and instead of words, she responded with a powerful wave of energy. The group leader was instantly thrown to the other side, and the girl hit the rocky mountain with all her might. Agatha had survived many raids in her life, but this one promised to be special. She had never met such strong opponents, and was not prepared for the fact that she would have to fight with the strongest warrior. Sarah, meanwhile, was ready to finish what she had started, as if not noticing that several hunters had already appeared behind her. These fools hoped in vain to deceive her with such a cheap trick. It was worth coming up with something more serious. The very next second, the first daredevil went to the next world, and his blood gushed in all directions. Yakov was still nearby and became the next target that this girl rushed towards. This devil really fought masterfully, although for Yakov it was more important now to simply survive. The leader of his group could not come to his senses for a long time, and it was difficult to understand whether the girl was even alive. Her rival was still standing on her feet and could fight the entire crowd of hunters, not letting anyone get close to her. Stephen was so close to her that he almost managed to deliver a great reception. But at the last second, she deftly grabbed his hand when Stephen's fist was centimeters from her face. The hunters loudly demanded that the entire group retreat and not continue this crazy fight. Even monsters were unable to go against this young woman with a sword, and the hunters were simply unlucky enough to meet her in the demonic world. All this time, Maurice was waiting for the right moment to gather all his strength into a fist and attack her. Sarah's screams could be heard throughout the area, calling for Maurice and demanding that he come out of hiding. There was still not enough energy for a lunge, and it was necessary to wait at least a few more seconds. Finally, the guy realized that with his current strength, he could try to stop this madness and go out for a one-on-one duel. The next moment, he rushed towards her at great speed, cutting through a thick tree trunk with his blade. Once there, he smelled nothing but the smell of blood that had flowed like a wide river in that place. He realized that he had arrived too late and all his efforts had been in vain. Maurice was confident that this short time would be enough and his friends would be able to hold off Sarah for some time. But she dealt with all the raid participants so quickly that there was nothing left in that place except bloody corpses. All these people died because of the guy who was hiding in ambush at the most difficult moment. The killer of all these people was moving straight towards him, hoping that now Maurice would no longer be able to escape. She had to step over the corpses of unfortunate people who were not her personal enemies and whose deaths could have been avoided. He arrived here too late because if he had arrived at this place even a minute earlier, everything could have been different. It was impossible to describe in words the pain that was tearing him apart from the inside, because it was Maurice who had brought death to them. From the very beginning, Sarah had no doubt that there would be no one among the hunters who could stop her. Swinging her sword, she realized that the moment had come for the final blow, the target of which would be this guy. But suddenly, the girl realized that she couldn't get rid of all the hunters, and there were still some left here. It was Agatha who stood up in front of her first, but for some time, she could not come to her senses. She was ready to tear this bitch to pieces, because of whom all her comrades in arms died. Agatha has been in many bloody battles before and is no stranger to facing death. At the very beginning, Sarah warned that she needed only one person and then the irreparable could have been avoided. With her decision, Agatha could have saved everyone, but now she herself had to go to the next world. The very next second, her loud scream echoed throughout the area after the final blow that decided her fate. From afar, Maurice saw how the sword pierced through the leader of the sect, who had failed to fulfill her main duty. She failed to protect her team and, by all laws, should have gone to the next world with them. The sword pierced Agatha through and through, and Maurice was as guilty of this death as he was of all the other deaths. The guy understood that he had no chance of defeating this warrior in a one-on-one duel. Now they will kill him too, because his murder was the main part of her mission. The deaths of all these people were simply an irreversible consequence for her, because they stupidly stood in her way. Maurice quickly opened the system window to examine the condition of the corpses in the area. The system immediately offered him to steal the fate of one of the unfortunate people, reminding him that using the power would accumulate his karma. There were 420 dead in this area, and the fate of any one of them could be stolen. Until the very end, Maurice did not want to take this step, but now there was no choice. But instead of one fate, he took over 420 fates at once in order to take all their strength down to the last drop. Right now, the system was scanning the entire environment around Maurice, trying to find a suitable fate. The guy never forgot for a second that all these unfortunate people died because of him, and it was scary to imagine how he would now wash away this blood. Meanwhile, the system announced that due to the influx of targets, fates would be selected randomly. The faces of those people who had offered Maurice their help that morning came to his mind. Now they were all dead, and it was he who caused their monstrous death. Raising his head, he realized that the main enemy was already standing in front of him, and this mortal battle was inevitable. By that time, he had already stolen the fates of 420 people, which should have been enough to fight Sarah. Only she was truly guilty of the death of these people because every hunter fell by her sword. After the unexpected blow, the girl suddenly realized that for the first time in a long time she had missed a dangerous move. Now there had to be only one left in this fight, because Maurice would never forgive her for killing her friends. He couldn't let things end like this, and as long as Sarah was alive, she remained his main target. Before his death, he hoped to take one more life to the next world, and the man standing in front of him was supposed to follow them. The system reported that the Hawkeye ability was activated, and that the guy had several other abilities besides it. Maurice's reflexes were so heightened that he felt his opponent's every move. Something had changed, and now he no longer looked like that frightened boy sitting in ambush. He launched attack after attack, and the girl realized that he had managed to increase his fighting strength tenfold. Maurice was not ready to give up, even while taking Sarah's treacherous sword blows that left him with deep wounds. And although he coped well and dodged every one of her attacks, the forces were still unequal. Maurice activated the 1,000-pound axe's ability, hoping it would help him turn the tide of the fight. At this moment, the girl was still below and he had an excellent chance to attack. But she wouldn't be herself if she couldn't control everything that was happening around her, and turned around abruptly. Now the jokes were over, and the icy, sharp blocks that burst out from under the ground became her main surprise. Maurice didn't expect this because no other hunter had ever possessed such magic. The guy was thrown far to the side again, and another similar blow could have cost him his life. And although he had many abilities granted by the stolen destinies, he did not know how to use them. Luckily, some of them activated automatically, but he couldn't use them with his weapon. Even after so many stolen destinies, the guy still couldn't properly take revenge on this girl. Her destructive magic would have long ago put an end to the life of any simple hunter, sending him to the next world. If only Maurice had realized that his skills were activated in a completely different way, he wouldn't have wasted his time. The same could not be said for Sarah, who threw her sharp frozen blade straight at the head of her main target. The guy managed to dodge in time, but one of those blades pierced his leg at full speed. It was good that his head was still intact, although not everyone could endure such pain. Looking sharply at Sarah, the guy realized that there was still a chance to hold out and finish this fight with victory. Looking at him, she still believed that this fight was pointless and that he should just accept his fate. However, the guy abruptly pulled her own blade out of his leg, which was deeply stuck, piercing his body to the very bones. It was this weapon that could help him right now, because the girl would not be able to find the necessary magical armor against it. This is exactly what Maurice took advantage of, and then activated the ability that had already helped him more than once in similar situations. The tree roots that rushed towards her opponent probably caught Sarah off guard and could have changed the outcome of the battle. It was clear from the girl's expression that she did not expect such tricks from Maurice and was not prepared for them. She thought she was seeing an ordinary swordsman in front of her, but this hunter was well versed in spells. Otherwise, there was no explanation for how he had managed to use that destructive magic that she now had to dodge with such difficulty. It wasn't too much of a problem, but it did make Sarah think back to the old days. He won't be able to maintain this level for long anyway, so he just needs to be patient for a little while. Maurice was more cunning and crept up behind her unnoticed, still holding the blade in his hands. That sharp piece of ice, which had recently almost killed Maurice himself, was now his main weapon. One swing of this blade was enough to quickly bring the girl to her senses and make her remember the pain. Blood gushed in all directions, and the boy understood that the forces of 420 destinies had done their job. It was only thanks to their fates that he was able to gain strength and cause all this commotion. It was easy to understand the smile on Maurice's face, who just a minute ago was on the brink of death and now could celebrate victory. By killing her, he achieved his main goal, which was revenge for the comrades who fell by her sword. Following her, the guy himself fell to the ground from a great height, and it was clear that this would not end well for him. He was bleeding profusely from a deep wound in his chest, but the smile was still on this strange guy's face. For him, everything could be considered over, and after such wounds, usually no one survived. Of course, there was another chance to prolong his life, but this time Maurice decided not to do it. The system automatically activated regeneration without his request, but he immediately refused help. He believed that there was no point in living on this land after the death of the hunters who died because of him. Nothing would change for him, and Maurice was ready to accept his death right now. Even as a child, he heard that terrible prophecy, which was now coming true. The prophet told the boy that his destiny was full of struggle and death, and that he would soon lose his parents. And so it happened, and even before the boy grew up, his parents died in a car accident. He often got into accidents, which always ended badly and only confirmed the words of the prophet. Everyone branded Maurice a loser, destined to be weak and doomed to misfortune. These people greatly influenced his fate, and now they all died on the same day due to his fault. Only Maurice remained alive and stood in the same place where the smell of the blood of his dead friends hung in the air. If only he had entered the realm of monsters first, and immediately fallen at Sarah's hand, he wouldn't have had to see this nightmare. Just think how he could change his fate if he had the opportunity to go back in time and fix everything. Suddenly, the system announced that Maurice could return to the past while retaining all his memories of the present. She immediately activated the ability to steal fate, giving the guy the ability to regress. It was difficult to understand where the system would throw him, although it was clear that he would see the faces of these people again. Even if this had happened right before his meeting with Sarah, he would have taken this step. But he would have done everything differently. That's why he took a risk and accepted the system's offer, starting the countdown and traveling into the past. The next moment he realized that there was no one nearby, and instead of bloody corpses, he was surrounded by silence. The guy was sitting at the table on the sofa as if today was a completely ordinary day. But for Maurice, this day certainly couldn't be called simple, and the boy realized with horror that the system hadn't lied. He actually saw in front of him the wall of a familiar room, where he often received visitors while working as a fortune teller. Suddenly, Maurice heard the voices of people who wanted to give him a paid session. His guest today wanted to conduct a fortune-telling session without delay, because he had a lot of things planned for the evening. For some time, the guy couldn't come to his senses and got used to his new life in the distant past. He had no doubt that in this version of the world his friends were alive, and now he was not guilty of their deaths. Yes, it was worth taking the risk and accepting the system's offer, because now he had a chance to change everything. Right in front of him, he saw Sarah, but in this version, she didn't have a bandage on her face and she looked a little different. The guy across from Maurice just wanted to check how well he and the girl were compatible. All this time, the girl just looked away, as if she was hiding something from the young man. The black bandage that had covered her beautiful eyes was now unnecessary, and for Maurice, this was the best news. Agatha, in this version of his life, did not die or lose her eye, but now he could make sure that the future had a different scenario. Young people had to write their names and dates of birth on a piece of paper. It seemed that of the two of them, only the guy felt comfortable, while the girl did everything by force. Now, thinking about it, Maurice remembered that in the past Agatha had talked about a strange guy whom she didn't like at all. Suddenly, Maurice announced that he could check their compatibility right now and already knew the answer to the young man's question. The horoscope showed that the guy belonged to the pure gold type, and such people were considered very rare. This beautiful lady was of a woody type and was very different in character from the young man. In the language of fortune tellers, such a connection was called gold that cut the tree, and this poor compatibility did not promise happiness. He tried to smile and cheerfully explain to them that fate itself would not allow them to be together. The young man clearly didn't expect such an answer, since he brought the girl here only for fun. Agatha herself seemed to be happy to hear these words and said that she believed every word. The young man became very angry after the scoundrel even dared to say these nasty things to him. However, Maurice did not want to offend him and only reminded him that he was doing his job by honestly talking about people's compatibility. The guy immediately jumped up from his seat, although the girl insisted on continuing the session and listening to the end. It seems that she simply did not want to be near this man, and deliberately chose this place to find a reason to break up with him. The girl's eyes spoke for themselves, and the guy said that if it was over between them, he knew where the exit was. Never before in his life had he found himself in a situation where someone wanted to throw him away like an unnecessary thing. The guy slammed the door loudly in anger, wishing his ex-lover good luck. Agatha sat silently in her place, realizing that she had taken an important step for herself. Maurice understood this too, and he invented the whole story about compatibility so that Agatha could enjoy her freedom. But the girl really didn't want to end the session, and Maurice was only too happy to predict something good for her. At that moment, there was a loud noise, as if something had exploded in the next room. The light in the room began to work intermittently, and one might think that its movement was changing this reality as well. In this life, Agatha also stood up for him, even when they barely knew each other. Although Maurice had expected something similar, he could do little about the intense ringing in his ears and dizziness. Agatha ordered him to immediately crawl under the table and wait for help, which was supposed to arrive soon. In his past life, she had extended a helping hand to him more than once, and in this version, history repeated itself. Right now, he had to gather his will into a fist and concentrate, otherwise he would never be able to change the future. The guy suddenly came out into the center of the room again and headed towards the front door. At the last second, Agatha heard a strange message from the system window and couldn't understand who had been communicating with the guy all this time. It would be better to leave her alone in the room now and not bring upon her the curse that haunted Maurice. When he entered the hall, he did not see any of the staff who were supposed to be there. This was for the best, because here one could look for items that would be useful in the future. One of these items was lying right in front of him, and it was not worth leaving it lying there unused. Having abruptly put the object into his inside pocket, he suddenly heard a female voice and realized that he was not alone here. Agatha grabbed him by the sleeve and suddenly pulled him towards herself, as had happened before. On the way, she explained that the two of them needed to evacuate the building and there was only one way to do it. But at the exit from the corridor, a male voice was heard in the distance, ordering everyone to get out of the way. It turned out that the guys saw a monster somewhere nearby and ran in panic to a safe place. One of them did not manage to escape, and the mutant grabbed hold of his leg. He had already managed to bite through his leg with his sharp fangs, so the guy couldn't run. The girl had to just watch as the unfortunate people became easy victims of the mutants. But it was this mysterious fortune teller next to her who became their main salvation. With one instant blow, he cut down the mutant, as if he fought monsters every day. Agatha couldn't believe her eyes, but this humble fortune teller turned out to be an excellent fighter. Maurice knew that other creatures would soon appear here, and the first monster he encountered was a giant worm. While he was fighting these creatures, everyone else had to immediately find a safe shelter. Only the last mutant remained in his hands, and his minutes were numbered. Turning his head sharply, he realized that there were more monsters in the next room, and that was where he should run. Bursting into the room, he loudly warned that the monsters were not strong enough to be feared. Everyone knew this perfectly well without him, especially since Agatha turned out to be not so simple. While all the office workers scattered in panic, the girl decided to find something heavier here. Holding a fire extinguisher in her hands, she cheerfully declared that she too had been able to defeat one mutant who turned out to be weaker than the others. Her abilities were still there, and it was funny to watch it from the outside. Now the stairs were clear and they had to go down before the other creatures came running. On the way to the exit, everyone loudly thanked those brave guys who took the full brunt of the blow. While there was still an opportunity, Maurice decided to collect all the soul spheres and claim them for himself. They were of a very low level, although there were more of these small spheres than he expected. It was strange that Agatha still remained in her place and hoped to continue wielding her fire extinguisher. She should have evacuated with everyone else and gone downstairs. Was she really ready to risk her life? The girl couldn't leave Maurice here alone, especially since there were still mutants in the building. It could have been very dangerous, but Agatha had not changed at all from the time when he remembered her alive. And now, seeing the girl come back to life in front of him, he understood that he had to tell her everything. It was impossible to repeat previous mistakes, and it was necessary to warn her as soon as possible about what awaited her. Agatha didn't understand why this guy was looking at her so seriously, as if this conversation had been brewing for a long time. Suddenly, the guy began to tell her about the abilities that had been hidden deep inside her all this time. Agatha's attribute was wood, and she had an ability that was stronger than any other skill. It was at that moment that the girl noticed that the ability Maurice had spoken of really existed. The announcement she had overheard 10 minutes ago was a system alert about the actual capabilities of each of them. Right now, the girl could activate these abilities because it was Maurice who knew about this better than anyone else. Surely this meeting was not accidental, and soon she would learn a lot more new things about herself. It would be better if they both kept the messages coming in the system window secret for a while. Maurice's window of fate looked the same as it had 5 years ago, but many of his abilities were gone. However, some things remained unchanged, and now the guy still had a huge amount of karma. Karma accumulates for serious crimes like murder, and Maurice had plenty of it. If too much karma accumulates, a person's true purpose becomes distorted and he is forever plunged into darkness. Anyone who had ever crossed such a line was doomed to suffer, and Maurice knew this better than anyone. Turning around sharply, he suddenly realized that there was someone else in the building with them, and suspicion fell on the monsters. There really was a creature wandering along the corridor that was clearly not in the mood for long conversations. This monster's only goal was murder, and anyone who found themselves here was in mortal danger. It was impossible to stay here for long, and the girl quickly rushed to the exit. Suddenly, a giant mutant appeared next to the creature, who was also not averse to feasting on his prey. However, Maurice had encountered similar creatures many times before, and, not wanting to simply watch from the sidelines, decided to attack first. They were lucky that the giant worm was here alone, without its relatives. Otherwise, the duel would have taken much longer. The ability to steal fate was the easiest way to find out whether a mutant was alive or dead. A few seconds later, Maurice realized that the mutant was already dead, which meant he could decide his fate at his own discretion. From the outside, it seemed like they had decent abilities and could have survived if they had only awakened. For the first time since waking up in this world, the boy was able to use the fire control skill. Such abilities can come in handy anywhere, especially in a place teeming with evil monsters. Suddenly, not far from them, someone's voice was heard again. Was there really another survivor? At the end of the corridor, a battle had already broken out, in which a winner and a loser were immediately determined. These monsters did not have any serious defense and died after the first blow. This guy decided to fight a whole group of mutants alone without worrying about his safety. He, too, was very surprised when he saw 2 travelers ahead of him who had fallen behind the group. All the staff had long since left the building, and only these 2 were still here with him. He has been fighting these creatures for a long time and will be glad if his new acquaintances join the team. Jimmy, as the guy was called, immediately extended his hand in introduction, promising to be friendlier with them than with the mutants. Maurice decided that the guy would want to meet him first and gave his name in response. But it was more important for him to know the name of the beautiful stranger with whom Jimmy had long dreamed of talking. This attention was a little strange, although Agatha also told him her name, continuing to study the restless guy. During the conversation, Jimmy never stopped smiling for a second and promised to remember the names of his friends forever. No one else dared to fight the mutants, which is why he was so happy about this meeting. He had no idea that Maurice knew perfectly well who he was talking to and who this guy would become in the future. Just think, Jimmy was able to kill those monsters single-handedly and he wasn't even awakened. He decided that right in the middle of the battle he had found true allies and considered these 2 to be them. He was ready to fight even the main boss of the mutants, although he could not know his true strength. However, he was soon to find out about this because the very next second a loud noise was heard behind him. One of the guys couldn't find a way out of the building and ran into another mutant. The giant worm was a monster made up of many insects and possessed their combined strength. Of course, the guy was very scared because he didn't have a single fighting ability. Instead of a quiet evening, he was faced with a meeting with a creature that saw him only as its prey. If it were in the future, Agatha would also rush to help using her skills. But now she was not yet ready to actually prove all the power hidden within her. But Jimmy would gladly do this, at the same time adding to his trophies and bringing someone back from the brink of death. However, his new acquaintance decided not to wait, and a magical projectile instantly ignited in his hand. The fireball flew straight towards the vile creature that had burst into the building. The monster had never encountered such resistance before, and was sure that all people were equally weak. This was great news for Jimmy, because this guy had real magic. He was able to set the giant worm on fire in a matter of seconds, although the fight was not over yet. He managed to quickly engulf the overgrown creature in flames, but the power of many other mutants could easily help him. Instead of burning to ashes, the mutant rushed in the direction from which the burning projectile came. Morris loudly ordered everyone to run away from there and hoped to deal with this himself. He still had enough strength to hold back the giant's onslaught, although he still couldn't kill him. The surest way was to run away, but from time to time it was worth activating magic and attacking the mutant. If he manages to leave this place in time, the guy will be able to fully restore his abilities. The mutants were everywhere, and Agatha had already lost count of how many exit doors were blocked by them. Another giant lay right in the middle of the corridor and even broke through the wall with his huge body. At this point, the young people had to split up, and Jimmy suggested that she look for another way out. The worm found itself right in front of the man who dared to throw a fiery projectile at it. Like all other monsters, he saw a pathetic human in front of him and did not know who he was about to face. And yet the worm might have had enough strength to overcome this man who did not show his main abilities. But instead, he suddenly turned to the prey, which seemed even more interesting to him. Morris immediately sent another fireball at him to completely divert attention to himself. In response, he received an equally powerful attack from the monster and only at the last second managed to jump to the side. It was at that moment that Jimmy realized that all three of them could not be saved and that someone had to become a sacrifice for the sake of the others. He saw this victim as the guy who was left alone with the giant mutant. He didn't expect that his projectile would cause such minor damage that the giant worm didn't even feel it. Instead of burning to ashes, its open, toothy mouth slowly approached Maurice's head. And yet the guy decided that another fireball would suit the worm much better than human flesh. The last shot turned out to be the most painful for the mutant, and he froze for a long time. The worm clearly didn't like the treat from the man, who continued to attack him with cursed fireballs. Looking up at the monster, the boy only hoped that this would be enough to stop him. But the last word in this fight remained with the one who had already saved Morris's life many times. Agatha was once again the last hope and wanted to help her friend with the help of ordinary wooden sticks. The giant worm could have responded with something more interesting, because 3 new mutants instantly appeared from its body. It was the first time Agatha had seen such a rare ability in a monster, and she was not prepared for it. Maurice reminded her loudly that the tree ability was still within her control, and she could activate it right now. She still didn't understand what the guy was telling her, but it wasn't the first time he had said those strange words. Believing in her powers, Agatha was indeed able to activate her ability, and rhizomes began to grow right in the stone floor. Her natural gift was always ready to help, but she didn't know it. Today, it was the worm that was to be the first to learn about this, since it became the target towards which the rhizomes were directed. Her attack was so powerful that the girl could hardly believe her eyes. However, time was much more valuable now, and it was not worth staying in this place for long. But what they saw in front of them immediately made it clear that they would not leave here just like that. There were so many worms around them that even a few hunters would not have been able to cope with this crowd of mutants. Agatha could do nothing against this rare ability and only pressed herself against the wall, waiting for a miracle. The girl decided that everything was already over for them, and she was seeing the last seconds of her life. She only came here to save Maurice, but instead she will have to say goodbye to her life. Suddenly, opening her eyes, she realized that her wood power had helped Maurice's fire element, which had become 10 times more powerful. Now he could not just shoot fire, but burn to ashes everything within a 10-meter radius. Flame control has temporarily become an ability typically used against powerful bosses. Each person's abilities were based on their destiny, and the most difficult destiny gave the greatest strength. This was the fate that Maurice had, and so his fire was as strong as the flames of hell itself. Just a second ago, the girl was ready to say goodbye to life, and now they were saved. For defeating an opponent stronger than himself, the system rewarded Maurice with new artifacts. Due to the lack of mana, the guy had difficulty navigating this place, but Agatha knew perfectly well where the exit was. Finally, they could get out of here, and the girl grabbed the door handle tightly. When she opened the heavy door, she realized that what she saw was not quite what she expected. Instead of a staircase, she saw in front of her another empty room, much wider than all the others. The place looked more like a huge meeting hall of the local city building. Yes, This building was definitely located in the city center, which meant that help should arrive soon. There was a totem pole on the stage, as if someone had actually been waiting for them there all this time. Maurice didn't expect that the first floor was also connected to this place, and the totem pole seemed too strange to him. They didn't notice how a bright white glow flashed at the entrance door through which they entered the hall. Agatha suggested looking for another way out, but the guy decided that they would stay here for now. Opposite them, they saw the familiar face of the guy who had been pretending to be a daredevil all this time. Agatha couldn't help but be angry, because he was brave until the moment he saw the giant worm, and now he was acting so thoughtfully, as if it hadn't been him who had left Maurice alone just 10 minutes ago. She immediately accused him of being a real traitor and not the ally he claimed to be. All this time, Jimmy was just trying to save her and didn't expect to hear this instead of gratitude. He swore that he had no other choice, and the three of them would definitely not leave this place. It seems that this guy has become much worse than he was before, although his character was always bad. Just recently, this place was teeming with monsters, so where are they all hiding now? Looking at his hands, Jimmy realized that something was happening to his wounds and that they, following the blood, seemed to slowly evaporate into the air. He won't be able to call anyone either because the phone suddenly broke, right on command. And the next moment, the figure of the man who had been watching them from afar suddenly appeared next to the totem pole. All the participants in this zone were already here, and the little performance could begin. This girl named Emma, a representative of the central branch of the Fate Protection Agency, now met them at the training base. From that moment on, he intended to control everyone in that room, and soon they would understand how he intended to do it. They were being watched all this time, but what was the purpose of this whole circus? Agatha hated being experimented on and wanted to hear an explanation immediately. The same was wanted by everyone else, who demanded that they be released and threatened to sue the agency. This was the real beginning of Maurice's main story, which he still had to live. In his past life, he had always been a loser, but now he was determined to change his destiny. Emma explained that their agency works to protect citizens who are in great danger. None of them believed these words, and people continued to demand that they be released right now. Jimmy began to suspect that these damned monsters had been sent here by the very agency that this joker on stage represented. To the surprise of many, instead of supporting the crowd, he suddenly demanded that everyone shut up and listen. This guy always stood out from the crowd, and now Maurice realized that Jimmy's character remained the same. The guy seriously believed that this was a great opportunity for them, and partly what he said was true. It was a great privilege to be selected as a participant and undergo testing under the agency's close supervision. Emma had something else for them, and she could easily show them what was going on outside. He held the remote control in his hands and was ready to turn on a live broadcast of what was happening in the city. It turned out that while they were in this building, giant monsters had already spread throughout the country. These mutated individuals were the very disaster that the agency had been able to predict. Several years ago, the members of this agency were able to awaken their abilities, doing so much earlier than everyone else. They began preparing for this day in advance, although the government refused to believe it for a long time. Chaos had long reigned throughout the world, and now it was necessary to awaken as many people as possible to fight the mutants. He warned that the participants would be able to leave the building at any time, but first they needed to know something. He was determined to show everyone their true abilities, which without his help, no one would ever have known about. After all, after testing their abilities, they might have changed their minds, but isn't it interesting to know what element you control? This guy on stage repeated word for word the truth that Maurice knew very well from his past life. He said that each of them had to see their true skills, which are usually called supernatural abilities. Those who awakened could use them in battle with monsters, because this was the only way to defeat the aliens. After that, the agency wanted to lead a raid on the demon realm to get rid of the threat from within. He warned that at the end of such a raid, any participant could die, and they needed to know about this before agreeing. Today's event could simply be called an introduction to the real world, which had been carefully hidden from their eyes all this time. If they want to avoid danger and be completely protected, they must first get rid of their abilities. Emma explained that a person without the will to fight had no need for abilities, but she could tell those who had not yet given their consent more. The young people had exactly 1 hour to think everything through, after which the remaining participants would be given instructions. Suddenly, magic spread throughout the hall, which immediately caused a stir among those people who had never seen anything like it. Emma had to leave the room for exactly 1 hour, promising that they would meet again soon. Those who remained in the room were considered to have agreed to the training and joined the agency. The first gates that cut through the space of the hall were opened only for new participants. No more than 3 participants could enter the gate at a time, if, of course, they decided to join the agency. If the young men succeed in the raid and return through this gate, they will find themselves in this same hall. A strict count of killed monsters was kept, for which participants received experience points and other privileges. There was no limit on the number of visits to the first room, but the mission that had been started had to be completed. The box he was holding in his hand will be given out to anyone who wants one right in front of the entrance to the equipment store. In case of injury, everyone will be able to use healing items, which can also be purchased in this store. Finally, Emma promised that the agency would do its best to support them and, no matter what happened, would not leave them in trouble. At this point, it was time to say goodbye, and the young man wished each new recruit good luck. Having said these words, he disappeared into thin air, and only a huge totem pole remained in front of the hall. In the hall, the young man who wanted to be the first to propose immediately raised his hand. It turned out that his strength had already reached the first ghost level, and he was looking for a partner for the raid. If anyone wanted to join him right now, all they had to do was offer their candidacy. But such an offer is unlikely to interest someone who has organized similar raids many times. Everything Maurice saw a minute ago was very reminiscent of the job market from his past life. Realizing that the guy was about to leave, Agatha rushed after him, hoping to clarify the situation. She completely forgot to thank him because it was he who saved the girl in the first minutes of awakening. It was funny to talk about it now, knowing that the agency had set it all up, although he had acted nobly. That's why Agatha offered to go with Morris on this mission, since it was clear that he could be trusted. She needed to know the whole truth to understand what feelings were now boiling in the heart of this young man. The story of his fate repeated itself exactly down to the last detail, and the girl was once again the first to extend her hand to him. Maurice's reaction was a little strange, and Agatha tried for a long time to understand him. But there was no point in thanking the man who was responsible for her death in Morris's past life. Everything could have been different if on that fateful day, Sarah had not come for the main goal of her mission. Then all his friends died, and even Agatha did not escape her fate. Maurice had never forgotten this for a moment since he woke up in his new life. And now he had a chance to see this girl alive again, even though she didn't understand what was happening to him. Holding back tears, he only assured her that he was fine. He was just very nervous today. The guy needed some rest and to recover from his recent fight with a giant worm. Finally, he looked back, trying to find the words to explain everything to Agatha without offending her. He admitted that he always felt more comfortable working alone, and that partners only got in his way. Getting a refusal from him was a bit of a surprise, because the girl thought that they would work well together. She could handle anyone else just fine, so there was no point in getting hung up on working with Maurice. But the guy had to hear the most important words now, because it wasn't just about work. Even if they couldn't hunt together anymore, the girl just needed his support. She didn't yet know that Maurice understood this perfectly well, but it was the consequences of their connection that he feared most of all. It was worth putting this conversation off at least for a while, especially since there was a lot of equipment around that still needed to be examined. The small magic box contained everything a hunter needed to work. The battle sword and mana-restoring elixirs turned out to be the main items in each such box. Morris knew from experience that it was difficult to get such things right away when starting out, and the agency took good care of its new recruits. When he was about to leave, the guy suddenly heard someone calling his name. Jimmy still considered him his partner, even though he himself had thrown him to the worm. This guy quickly forgot all the bad things he did to people, even if he put them in mortal danger. Still with the same smile, Jimmy rushed to his new friend and asked him to listen. If events continued to develop this way, then they both could become the main characters of this story. It's strange why Jimmy decided to link his fate with Maurice, because the guy always felt more comfortable alone. However, he stated that with him, any hunter would be safe, because he had been very strong since childhood. Yes, this guy had no shortage of pride, and in his past life, Jimmy behaved just as arrogantly with his partner. This time, Jimmy found him to be a strong fighter, and Morris realized that he could easily get 2 such warriors on his team. The guy hoped that Maurice would change his mind once he took a closer look at it and realized all the advantages. In that case, he was ready to become part of this new team, hoping that in this life Jimmy would behave differently. He asked him to wait a little while he picked up his support box. Agatha was already standing next to the boxes, realizing that the two had suddenly started working as a team. The girl felt that this guy was acting too self-confident, although his strength could not be denied. Maurice accepted his offer to work together, but refused Agatha. The acquired attributes allowed the hunter to sense the presence of death when he found himself outside the gates. Soon, both boys entered the hellish mountain of swords and immediately noticed how huge the room was. All the rooms were connected by 4 corridors, each of which contained a demonic monster. They had a mission to accomplish, but to do so, they had to find their own way out and get out of there. The monsters were only part of the obstacles in this task, because finding the exit was also very difficult. Looking around, the guy realized that the structure of this location looked about the same as in his past life. Demonic monsters and traps had long since become familiar to him, and the guy was no longer surprised by anything like that. This was all new to his partner, and Jimmy was eager to get started. But if he wanted to save his life, he should have been more careful, and it was good that Morris agreed to become his partner. If he hadn't noticed the sword that had burst out from under the stone floor in time, this cheerful guy might already be dead. Until now, all this seemed like simple entertainment to him, and he did not understand how dangerous these traps were. As Jimmy watched the guy walk away, he couldn't understand where this had come from. Yes, he didn't know much about this guy, but the most interesting things were still waiting for him ahead. He seemed lucky to have agreed to go on this raid with him, although Jimmy himself never believed in luck. Ahead, the guy immediately noticed mutants, an encounter with whom could certainly not be called a great success. There were so many reanimated skeletons that it would have taken an entire battalion of hunters to fight them. These ghostly skeletons were monsters of dried bones, each of them hungry for human flesh. They looked much stronger than insects, which meant that this mission promised to be even more interesting. He just hoped that they could join forces and have some good practice on these skeletons. But his partner had no intention of waiting and immediately sent a fireball in that direction. The skeletons didn't even suspect that they were being attacked by magical projectiles and were unprepared for it. Gathered at one point in the narrow corridor, they were a vulnerable target for both hunters. If Jimmy was going to continue spouting this nonsense, he'd better find another place to have such conversations. After all, when you're on a mission, all you have to think about is how to return alive. These living bones could easily silence anyone who showed even a second of weakness. 2 experienced hunters couldn't be destroyed with the help of these skeletons, but one shouldn't forget about the traps of this location. Surprisingly, the 2 guys got along so quickly, as if they had completed more than one mission together before. It was even funny, and Jimmy hoped that they would definitely not leave this room without trophies. After a few minutes, all the demonic monsters were destroyed and became ordinary dry bones again. Gradually, this even began to bore Jimmy, because they had already killed more than 100 of these living skeletons. It was a bit annoying that the monsters didn't get stronger and could be dealt with using a simple sword. When Jimmy first saw this guy, he became curious to know something. And then he suddenly said that he had long suspected Maurice of being the very regressor who had returned to their world from the future. It was a little strange to hear this confession from him, because the guy had just told a truth that he shouldn't have known. Maurice warned again that the guy should have turned to someone else with such nonsense, but definitely not to him. It would be better to stop wasting time and start taking action, although Jimmy still wanted to talk a little more about this topic. Morris was surprisingly calm, and he adapted quickly and was not afraid of the demonic monsters. He quickly explained that he had seen ghosts when he was very young, so he had long been accustomed to such things. And yet his friend did not calm down, and he was more interested in learning more about Maurice's past. But instead of answering, he suddenly pushed him hard in the back, as if he wanted to get even with him for that first incident. But seeing the stones flying everywhere, he realized that revenge was not at all part of Maurice's plans. Turning in his direction, Jimmy realized that the problem was much more serious, and the guy was right all along. Maurice pushed him out of the danger zone, making it clear that the main tests of their mission were just beginning. Jimmy ran out into the street, and from that second, his life was out of danger. Looking around, he realized that Maurice was left alone in the building and would fight the monsters alone. It was a heroic act, and Jimmy wondered again who this guy really was. He wasn't the protagonist Jimmy thought he was, so who was he? The guy was annoyed that he wouldn't be able to bring to life the plot he had come up with himself. At this point, Maurice had no time for stupid stories, because his reality turned out to be much harsher. He had to go through the mission in this location alone and remember his old skills. Many of them were well preserved, and he still handled the sword skillfully. He thrust his sword with all his might straight into the stone wall and was able to slowly climb down. Soon he found himself in a secret area where the opponents were much stronger than usual. Traps or monsters awaited him on every path, and now the exit to the common area was activated. The system offered him to abandon the mission, but the guy wasn't going to give up so easily. Even if he had to kill every living skeleton in this building, he was ready to do it himself. Killing these monsters alone will give him a lot of experience points, like a tasty meal that is better eaten alone. So it was worthwhile to charge up your fireball well and unleash a whole barrage of shells on the enemies. These bone monsters had never encountered such resistance, and their wooden shields were useless. Some of them still tried to resist, but it was clear who would be the winner in this fight. In just a few minutes, all that remained of the revived skeletons were bones scattered across the floor. As Maurice's stats increased, everything became easier, and he quickly rose in strength to the required level. Opening the status window, he saw that 5 of his stats had increased significantly, and his magic skills had improved. Every player starts from level 1. The only difference is the time and effort required for development. Even if players receive the same number of points, growth depends on the rank, and the higher the rank, the faster the development. For example, Jimmy could become much stronger in a short time and gain a lot of experience after clearing out together. However, now it was Maurice's turn to go first, and soon he found himself near the main room. But first, there was one more important task to complete for the mission to be considered complete. The guy slowly walked into the empty space, where the bones of slain monsters were still scattered under his feet. It's time to meet the final boss, who should be somewhere at the end of the tunnel. Everything felt different here, and the boss's presence was immediately recognizable. Maurice seemed to have landed on the mountain of the Devil's Dagger, which meant he was moving in the right direction. He lit a magical flame in his hand instead of a torch, and the dark tunnel quickly lit up. The room he was approaching was guarded by the local boss and was often referred to as the Devil's Dagger Mountain. The general of this mountain had a very high strength class, and not every hunter could fight him. The local boss didn't keep us waiting and soon found himself too close to Maurice. But the same smile appeared on the guy's face, because this was exactly the meeting he was looking for. Maurice was a little nervous before the fight, but he knew he could only beat the big guy if he followed the plan. However, the general of the Devil Dagger Mountain noticed him first and was the first to attack. He was well prepared for battle and had good equipment for protracted fighting. But the general's problem was that this guy had already fought similar monsters many times in his past life. The guy easily landed the first blow, although he didn't expect the fight to start so quickly. Maurice managed to attract the attention of the monsters in order to confuse them in their own stone lair. This way he can buy some time to study his opponent thoroughly. The next second, someone cut off the general's head with one swing of a sword, meaning the monsters could kill each other, replenishing their mana reserves. This was bad news, because the general could have become easy prey for him, and the guy had just lost a lot of experience points. The recovery will continue to activate until he destroys all monsters at once. But Maurice had no idea that these local thugs would start killing each other to regain their health. There was no point in fighting them in open combat. It was better to set up a planned ambush. Those damn bones were still scattered around the dungeon, and Maurice accidentally stepped on one of them when he ran outside. Maurice realized that these bones were another hidden obstacle that was preventing him from completing the mission. Instead, the guy fell with his whole body onto the stone floor, and it was completely inopportune for such a dangerous moment. In the distance, he noticed another monster and immediately unleashed a stream of destructive energy at it. He not only knocked his opponent down, but also set fire to the ropes on which his surprise was hanging from the ceiling. The structure collapsed to the floor, but the general continued to deftly dodge and remained unharmed. It is clear that now these monsters will not leave Maurice alone until they grind him into dust. The senior general recovered and carefully watched where the fugitive would run and where he would try to hide. At this rate, they will quickly restore their mana, and the junior general will appear soon too. The general, who was rightfully considered the second most powerful boss, also headed there. He arrived there before Maurice and suddenly found himself right in front of the guy, blocking his path. If the guy hadn't taken long breaks between cleanups, he wouldn't have encountered two powerful mutants at once. The battle began much earlier than Maurice had expected, and now the younger general found himself fighting alongside his older comrade. It was necessary to deal with one of them first, and the guy started with a simple trip, knocking him down. After distributing experience points, his strength reached level 7, and that should have been enough for victory. He didn't want to waste a lot of time on a fight that didn't guarantee him victory in the competition. Soon, the third-class human rank boss was defeated, and the system began to count the reward. This time, there were supposed to be a lot of rewards because a lot of points were awarded for defeating a stronger opponent. Before leaving this location, there was one more thing worth doing while Maurice was here. I wonder if these monsters can take on the appearance of humans. Will Maurice be able to take away their destinies? It was worth testing this in practice, and the system immediately activated the ability to steal fate, filling Maurice with fresh mana. Currently, within the ability's range of action, there were 2 bodies whose destinies could be appropriated. It was possible to steal fate from monsters just as it was from people, and this was precisely his main trump card. The reason he didn't use this ability in this way was not because of his desire, but because of his ability. Even in his past life, he realized that fate theft had limitations and that mana consumption increased depending on the time the ability was used. That's why Maurice could only use it if someone was dying right in front of him. It was at this moment that he came up with the idea of taking the fate of humanoid monsters and using it just like a normal one. The boy found it difficult to resist the demonic energy of the rifts, so he had never tried it before. This time, he managed to steal a piece of the target's power and take away the blade drawing ability, which was a great acquisition. Thanks to this ability, he could move much faster and fight at different speeds. The sword in his hand seemed so light, as if the alloy of this metal had become completely different. The guy received a significant amount of karma, which for a fate thief like him was only for the best. Considering the karma Maurice had stolen from people, this amount was still insignificant. But it will clearly give him strength, and this little experiment can be considered quite successful. They say that the fate of people who have accumulated too much karma has always been sad. All that remained was to find out how close he had come to that line. Once crossed, there would be no way back. For the first time, the Devil's Dagger Mountain room was cleared, and Maurice became the first to escape alive. All the other participants couldn't believe their eyes because this guy completed the task in record time. He was able to complete this mission alone, which no one else could do. Jimmy was the only one Maurice didn't want to see right now, but no one asked the guy about it. After all, he was the first to rush to meet his partner and was confident of his success from the very beginning. True, he never managed to hug his friend, and he only hugged the air, leaving Maurice alone. At that moment, the main organizer of the training mission appeared behind them, who was also surprised to meet Maurice. Emma congratulated her charge with a smile on completing his first mission and asked him to spare a minute for a conversation. Maurice really did take the lead right away and was even given his own room to rest. The reward for the first cleanup also went to him, and Emma personally presented it to the winner. The item bag contained many useful artifacts that were difficult to obtain even for a lot of money. Maurice didn't want to attract too much attention from the agency, but after today, that was unlikely to happen. Meanwhile, the news was blaring yet another story about a terrible earthquake in the country. The girl, who immediately seemed familiar to him, tried to reassure the citizens of her country and promised that her agency would do everything possible. The strange thing was that the guy was unable to discern information about their fates because the members of this agency were masters at hiding them. And the news continued to make statements that such events would continue, but there was no need to worry. The girl was confident that their agency could be trusted and that they would help their home country. These were the very words with which they calmed people at the moment when the first alien invasion began. Maurice knew that the agency's team consisted of the best of the awakened, and they were all very strong. Everyone in the agency wore masks, and only he once saw their real faces. There is one face he will never forget, because this person brought all the misfortunes into his life. It was Sarah who was part of that agency, and was the mercenary who killed all his friends. Maurice realized for a second that these two events were connected and that this woman might have carried out the task against her will. If this was true, then it became clear why no one had guessed about the true strength of this woman. It was difficult to say for sure now, and it was necessary to remain in the shadows for a little while longer and simply carry out the agency's assignments. Meanwhile, in the courtroom of the Fate Protection Agency, her supervisor was dissatisfied with something. Alex reminded that they had a week to clear out the secret room with 2 generals, so how could the guy have done it in one day? Moreover, he managed to escape alive from a secret room in a location where even the most powerful agent could have died. One of the guys had to take care of this matter, and Alex instructed him to sort everything out personally. He demanded that the report be quickly placed on his desk, and that the mess in the room with the trap be thoroughly cleaned up. After this reprimand, the agency employee remained alone in the room and could not come to his senses for a long time. Maurice actually lured the monster into a trap, although, according to the script, everything should have been the other way around. It's scary to imagine what will happen if the second cleanup takes him another day. If this happens, the authorities will find out about the method of passing this third-rate labyrinth, and he will immediately lose his job. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria on the first floor of the training area, life went on as usual. Now Jimmy didn't leave his new friend's side for a second and reminded him of their agreement at their first meeting. If Maurice doesn't take the training seriously, Jimmy won't leave him a chance. At that moment, Agatha passed by and also showered this strange guy with compliments. Thanks to his block, she was able to survive when the chances of salvation were almost gone. It seemed like Maurice was doing very well, and any guy would have appreciated the attention he was getting from girls. The girls who entered the cafeteria lit it up as if bright rays of the sun were shining on it, and the guys couldn't take their eyes off them for a long time. Although now it was worth thinking about the mission and not being distracted by extraneous matters. But Maurice immediately realized that his friend was unreliable and switched to girls instead of talking to him. He was there a second ago, but Jimmy was easily carried away by a much more interesting activity. Spending time with girls was more fun, and he suggested that one of them measure his arms. They placed their palms against each other and tried to see whose hand was bigger, but Agatha never liked such silly games. Jimmy was quite good at reading palms, and one of his friends confirmed that he was good at it. Last time, he was able to read her fate from these lines and quite accurately guessed future events. Most of all, Jimmy wanted to tell fortunes on Agatha's palm, but at first she was against it. However, the guy assured that this does not happen every day, and he could easily predict her fate. At that moment, Maurice appeared, and now his hand was lying on the table in front of Jimmy. Jimmy pretended to be a serious palm reader and offered to tell Maurice his future if he was interested. But Maurice didn't come for this, and instead of such nonsense, he suggested that Agatha step away for a while to talk. If she had a free minute, they could return to the previous conversation that they never finished. It's strange that this guy suddenly changed his mind and is now offering Agatha to discuss their teamwork again. It would have been possible to have a calm conversation in one of the empty rooms. But what would we talk about? On the way, everyone happily greeted Maurice, realizing how strong this guy turned out to be. In addition, he allowed everyone to use his network, and the guys were very grateful to him for this. He actually shared the password with everyone, writing it down on paper and leaving it at his front door. Such friendliness would have been pleasant for anyone, but Maurice wanted to avoid unnecessary attention. It was strange that he was treated like a hero, although before he had been the main loser. In a past life, people tried to avoid him whenever possible, but now everything was the other way around. Previously, Maurice was of too low a rank, and other hunters had nothing to talk about with him. Therefore, he had long since become accustomed to loneliness and no longer tried to change anything. Even then, Kevin was the only person who treated him with respect, as an equal. He advised Maurice not to be upset and believed that one day the boy would raise his level. Only Kevin supported him in difficult times and did not let the guy fall into doubt, helping him stay afloat. It felt like with every touch, Kevin was infusing him with his mana, and Maurice's powers were unfolding in a completely different way. Rumor has it that this guy stole the powers of the dead, taking over their destinies. He tried to take away abilities even from people on his own team, so you had to be careful with him. Maurice often heard these conversations in the corridors as he passed another group. It was clear who could have spread these dirty rumors, and Maurice quickly rushed to Kevin for an explanation. He turned around sharply and said with a smile that the guy had no evidence and it was stupid to accuse him. The guy angrily realized that Kevin's involvement in these rumors was obvious, but why was he hiding behind the mask of a good guy? He still maintained that without clear evidence, Maurice had no right to accuse him. After all, only Kevin knew about his ability to steal destinies, and if it weren't for him, no one would have found out about it. Knowing about Kevin's ability to read palms, Maurice warned Agatha to stay away from the guy. Now it became clear why he constantly tried to touch her hand under the guise of simple entertainment. Now she knew, and that was the only thing he wanted to talk about. She asked him to stay a little longer since she had managed to clear her first room. Agatha had already proven what she was capable of and wanted to go on the next mission with him. But working with her in a team would be more difficult than alone, so the guy refused again. The girl still didn't understand why he refused only her, but agreed to work with Kevin. The guy replied that Agatha lacked experience and needed to work on her technique. Yes, that was the stupidest explanation one could ever hear. She had never thought before that she would appear so helpless in Maurice's eyes and that he would refuse her once again. Agatha's ability may actually be weakened in the next room, as there will be a fire attribute there. The second room would be more difficult for her than the first, so it was worth working on improving her abilities. If her questions were over, then Maurice would like to not waste time on trifles, but get down to business. At the last second, she reached out to him again, but it was clear that the conversation was over. Without waiting for her to continue, he walked quickly to the other side of the corridor, not wanting to upset the girl. Even after everything he'd told her, she remained calm and did not refuse her offer. She thanked Maurice for his advice, and the smile on Agatha's face was as bright as in her past life. Left alone for a long time, she could not understand why this guy was so persistently refusing her. He repeated time and again that he was used to working alone and would always reject any offers. But this did not stop him from accepting Kevin's offer and going with him on his first mission. At first, the girl thought that the guy was simply keeping his distance, but there was something else here. He himself took her to an empty room and warned her about Kevin's rare ability. He could have come up with better excuses, and there was a feeling that Maurice wasn't even trying. It's strange where he got such honesty towards Agatha. Was there really something that connected them in the past? He acted as if he was worried about her, even though they didn't even know each other just a couple of days ago. At that moment, walking down the corridor, Maurice again saw his first partner, who started talking about the next mission. However, this time, Maurice decided to go to the second room alone, and even Agatha's suggestion did not change anything. This bastard had to be gotten rid of as soon as possible before he could annoy Maurice again. Of course, Kevin didn't miss the opportunity to offer him to join forces and complete the next mission as a team. He was confident that he would be useful, since his rank was much higher than Maurice's. It was a blatant lie, and in response, Maurice asked how he was doing with his dragon rank abilities. He immediately promised that he would use his main skill, and he has been using water bombs in battle for a long time. If that was true, then Maurice was ready to go on a cleanup mission right now, since Kevin's water bombs were so effective in combat. He, without hesitation, replied that he was ready and only needed a minute to prepare. He didn't lie and really did quickly hurry up to take the main artifacts from his inventory. This was a great stroke of luck for Maurice, as Kevin himself had invited him to work on the team, meaning Maurice's conscience was clear. The second training ground turned out to be the Hellfire Room, and the boys found themselves in front of its gates. The main condition of the cleanup was the search and return of the ice crystal without any time limits. After passing through the portal, both immediately found themselves in the Hellfire Room, where everything looked quite predictable. Kevin was surprised that he accepted his offer, and most likely the water attribute played a role. They were already here, and the mission conditions were quite good for its successful completion. However, can there be ice in a place where there is nothing but fire and blazing lava? The unbearable heat made this mission immediately seem too strange to Kevin, as if someone had deliberately made it more difficult. But the main oddity was not even in the mission, but in the partner he chose for himself. After all, his partner raised his blade against Kevin himself, as if he wanted to get rid of him before the end of the mission. Kevin turned around sharply, realizing that the mission would begin much sooner than he had expected. They killed the first monster as soon as they stepped through the portal of this location. He didn't think that his new partner would be so dexterous that he would be able to be the first to notice the mutated frog and cut off its head. But this is exactly what happened before his eyes, and Maurice warned that the monsters were already advancing. A whole pack of vile frogs appeared in front of them, catching up with the guys with long jumps. The fire frog was a monster born in hot springs, and these creatures usually moved in large groups. For some reason, Kevin believed that it would not be difficult for him to deal with such weak mutants, and that his abilities would be quite sufficient. The guy instantly attacked them with several water projectiles, which knocked down the first advancing mutants. He was indeed quite good at shooting and handled his abilities deftly. Kevin's power worked just fine here, which is why the guy was so happy about it. At this rate, they would be able to find the crystal in no time, and Maurice was quite happy with that. Since the boy was so close, Maurice could take his time and think about what to do with him later. Kevin smiled as if going on a trip together was a great idea, even though he had no idea what was waiting for him at the very end. In fact, if he had guessed why Maurice had agreed to the joint cleanup, his smile would have been replaced by a completely different feeling. It was too late to think, because the number of mutated frogs was increasing with each passing minute. Due to a lack of mana, Kevin felt anemia for the first time and could no longer use some abilities. In this situation, Maurice had no choice but to use a regular sword for close combat. Kevin followed suit, drawing his blade and randomly fighting off the mutants. However, watching the fight from the sidelines was much easier than fighting yourself. The first mistake cost Kevin dearly, and the fire frog turned out to be stronger than him. The guy loudly asked his partner for help, but Maurice was in no hurry to help him. Of course, he wouldn't watch a frog kill his partner, but Kevin should go back and get some rest. If this task was beyond his capabilities, Maurice could handle the cleanup alone. The guy refused this service because the guy just needed to rest a little and come to his senses. For the first time in a long time, he experienced such humiliation because Maurice saved his life in a battle with the most common monster. If even the weakest creature gave him so many problems, what would happen in the boss battle? All this time, Maurice only pretended to be on a mission, but he never stopped studying his partner for a minute. It was necessary to check what this smiling guy, who himself asked to work on the team, was hiding. Kevin did a great job of hiding his true intentions, pretending that he simply enjoyed working on a team with the strongest. Once again, it became clear that this young man lacked the experience for such tasks. The boulder he wanted to rest on turned out to be nothing more than a mutant in disguise. Instead of an ordinary stone, they saw in front of them a giant who had been nearby all this time. Once again, Maurice's sword struck the monster right in the center, instantly ending its life. Kevin could only watch from the sidelines as this guy deftly wielded his sword, cutting through monsters like a knife through butter. The boy briefly let his guard down, although he was not ready to accept the fact that he was still too weak a hunter. Maurice had saved him twice already, and that was a sign that it was time for the guy to finish and go back. Moreover, Maurice himself did not want to waste time and was seriously determined to quickly complete the mission. These creatures were difficult to deal with, so it was necessary to go deeper into the location before there were even more of them. Yes, he could smile endlessly and pretend that everything was fine, but reality turned out to be much harsher for Kevin. His partner turned out to be much stronger than he imagined, which meant that only one of the two could be the leader. The guy watched him go with anger and hoped that his mana would soon be fully restored. It was impossible to show this to Maurice, and when he turned around sharply, the guy's face immediately changed. His smile still stretched across his face, and Kevin hoped that the mission would be a success for them. On the way, he thanked his partner many times for his help, although in his heart he already harbored a grudge and a desire for revenge. However, now they were still working as a team and noticed something unusual in the distance. Surely this was the very same ice crystal that needed to be delivered to the base on assignment. The place where this valuable artifact was kept was a little different from the rest of the location, but it was still very hot here. All that was needed was to deliver it back to complete the cleanup, and then the guys would be recognized as the best participants in this stage. If everything works out, the guys will be the first to clear this area and complete all the mission conditions. However, everyone will be convinced that Kevin passed the test only thanks to Maurice. He did not want to listen to stupid warnings and was the first to rush to the stone. If there is only one crystal, he must be the first to collect it and complete the task, giving Emma a valuable trophy. At this rate, he risked running into a mutant in an ambush, and it was worth trusting his more experienced partner. But the anticipation of a reward overshadows the voice of reason and drives the guy only forward. The respect and admiring glances of the people he so desired were more valuable than anything else. He decided that the crystal would go only to him, and Emma would take the artifact from his hands. The guy was happy because success was so close that he only had to reach out his hand. But when he gripped the crystal tightly, the artifact instantly changed its shape. Instead of a crystal, he now held a bag of fire frog eggs, which meant all his problems were just beginning. It seemed like the problem was over, but the frogs in this location were much more aggressive than those outside. The mutants surrounded the impudent man from all sides, who wanted to steal their eggs, and for this only one fate awaited him. They easily managed to knock Kevin down, and if Maurice hadn't been there, things would have ended much worse. This could be called karma for trying to stab his partner in the back and set him up. Instead of rushing to help Kevin, the guy quickly headed in the other direction. Was he really going to leave him here alone? At the beginning of the mission, Kevin was too boastful about his abilities, and now it was time to prove them in practice. The next location was the Ice Crystal Cave, and the main artifact was to be found here. The ice crystal quickly ended up in Maurice's hands, and he was glad that he had found it so easily. Immediately after this, he ordered the system to open the store to see the available artifacts. To open a shop, he needed to acquire spirit pearls, but he was initially unaware of this requirement. Even before coming here, the guy was lucky enough to get a few pearls, and now much more was available to him. It was necessary to exchange pearls for characteristics, since Maurice did not have much money. In the end, it all came down to the value of the offering, for which the system generously rewarded the hunter. The ice crystal was a third-tier demonic item that increased many stats at once. However, Maurice wanted to get a first-class demonic item right away, and he had to work hard for it. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain, and a moment later, a bright glow from a new artifact began to ignite in his hands. He was even surprised at how quickly he managed to do it, as if the skills from his past life had worked on their own. Maurice ended up with a third-rate item, but insect honey was not the artifact he wanted. Well, since the system didn't have another artifact, low quality could be compensated for by quantity. There was so much ice in this place that he could obtain this item even without his former strength. But his partner should have thought about something else, because he himself barely survived, fighting off mutated frogs. The mission was not an easy walk for him, and Kevin hoped to someday take revenge on that bastard Maurice. If he thought that he would get away with this vile betrayal, he will soon be convinced otherwise. The guy was ready to cut Maurice's smug face with the same sword that he was dragging with difficulty to the exit. Luckily, the portal was much closer than he expected, and he could finish the mission right now. He hoped to be the first to complete this location from start to finish and clear it of the enraged mutants. Running out of the portal, Kevin began joyfully shouting some nonsense throughout the hall, wanting to attract the attention of the crowd. The guy actually managed to pass this test, but the main surprise was waiting for him ahead. It's worth giving credit to Kevin, who was able to pass this test in just one day, despite his partner's betrayal. This was exactly the reaction he expected from these onlookers who were sitting out at the base instead of carrying out the mission. True, Maurice was waiting for him outside all this time, since he was the first to leave the location. Only now did Kevin realize that the guy had managed not only to extract the crystal from the ice, but also to be the first to complete the mission. He still couldn't forgive his partner for simply running away when the damn frogs almost ate him alive. Even though he cleared the Hellfire Room, the laurels of victory will still go to Maurice, because it is known which of the two came out of there first. Kevin cheerfully greeted the organizer, hoping that Emma would not forget his feat and include him in the list of the best participants. Well, this time he was even ready to forgive his negligent partner and shake his hand as a sign of reconciliation. It was a little strange that Kevin forgot all his grievances so quickly and extended his hand to him as if nothing had happened. When their palms were very close, Kevin quietly activated his reading ability. But what was he planning? What was worse was that instead of shaking hands, he pressed his thumb hard into his partner's fist. Yes, it was painful, But this way, Kevin was able to at least get even with Maurice a little for the betrayal. As expected, Kevin did not receive the artifacts promised only to the one who left the location first. Going through all that suffering for a low-level artifact was the biggest disappointment I've had in a while. Even Maurice felt sorry for this young fool for a moment, who had decided to easily get fame and valuable items. It seemed to him that if the guy were in his place, he would have done exactly the same thing and thrown Maurice to be eaten by monsters. It's good that he acquired this thing in time, which turned out to be the most important artifact in this location. The Fate Charm could protect part of his data, preventing other participants like the villain Kevin from reading his fate. There weren't many crystals left after receiving the amulet, but Kevin found one of the ones Maurice hid in the frog. That's why Emma's attention was riveted on him, because she wanted to know all the details of crystal mining. Jimmy could have taken part in this mission too, but only now did he realize how dangerous this expedition turned out to be for the boys. Of course, Maurice wouldn't tell him anything, so it was worth asking Kevin about this. This guy always loved to talk about his achievements, and getting to know him was worth starting with a few words of praise. Jimmy suddenly declared that this arrogant hunter was much weaker, and only thanks to Kevin the mission was completed successfully. The guy immediately confirmed his words, reminding him that Morris simply ran away at the sight of a horde of mutated frogs. In that case, it was Kevin who should have been awarded the title of the best and become the main character of this story. It's nice that he's called the main character, because that's exactly why he took on this job. Maurice understood that these two guys were only interested in fame, and he didn't mind listening to their childish nonsense. The destinies of these two were closely intertwined, but the evil energy was already approaching Kevin and would soon overtake him. Now he won't even have to worry about it, because fate itself will deliver its verdict. At the same time, Alex called an emergency meeting of the second team of Soul and was unhappy with his people. Emma immediately stated that Kevin was only a human-ranked member, not a demonic one. However, with him again was that same newcomer who had started all this recent mess. The head of Section 1 had to hear again the name of Maurice, who went there with Kevin and cleared the room. There was another strange thing, because Kevin told her that he found an ice crystal in the body of one of the frogs. Alex knew that the monsters shouldn't have come close to the crystal cave because there had been a barrier there for a long time. Emma checked everything a little earlier and was sure that the barrier had fallen, after which the monsters began to devour the crystals. All this finally drove Alex crazy, and he completely lost control of what was happening. Ronald was entrusted to personally follow this guy, so why the hell didn't he do it? The young man immediately began to justify himself, assuring that he had checked the barriers several times and had not found any problems. Alex had heard such excuses before and was not ready to listen to such nonsense. If Ronald is not prepared to stand behind his words, he may regret this statement. Is he sure that his plan is perfect and that all participants will be able to get to the third room? After all, what will he answer to the leader if they all die after meeting the main boss there? From the third gate onwards, the demon dimension awaits them, and without preparation, they will all be dead. Alex believed that each member needed to be strengthened enough to be able to fight the leader alone. Besides, it was worth keeping a close eye on this newcomer, who was much stronger than he tried to appear. No one expected such skills from him, as if it wasn't the first time he had cleared out mutants swarming in rooms. A couple of days later, Maurice overheard two hunters talking about a new way to clear locations. Kevin came up with a great method for killing frogs, although it would need to be tested first. One of the guys doubted that Kevin would reveal all his secrets, but his friend was sure of the opposite. If you remember, Jimmy and Agatha also cleared their dungeons, and they started working as a team with Maurice. Their collaboration had already ended, so it was worth finding out for themselves whether this method worked. Listening to the conversations, Maurice realized that they were only spreading gossip without understanding the whole point. At that moment, an announcement came that everyone should gather in the main hall for a meeting in the evening. The meeting soon took place, and Emma was glad that all the hunters came in full force. She gathered them here only to tell them about the third gate that each of them must open. Firstly, from that moment on, the third gate became available for clearing, and it was possible to start even today. The news was great, as many were eager to test their skills in this task. These were the gates leading to the true dimension of demons, and this was where their most difficult trials began. In addition, participants will not complete the tasks alone, and it seems they will have to form teams. The demonic dimensions were far harsher places than anything the hunters had encountered before. The gods will watch the participants, and if they hear their voices, they should not rush to answer them. First, hunters had to check out the new guides that became available from that moment. The curators described all the actions in detail so the meeting could end there. In the end, Emma only asked them to take care of themselves and not die for as long as possible. The last words sounded especially dark, and many participants realized what they would have to face. Yes, Emma really did ask them not to die because after they started clearing the third dungeon, death would become much closer. While Maurice was deep in thought about her final words, Linda quietly approached him. She greeted her friend cheerfully, hoping that this time he wouldn't be so gloomy. Maurice would have been amused if he had not been able to distinguish between two twins who looked like two peas in a pod. Others never saw any difference between them, but the destinies of these two twins were completely different. It's funny that when Linda was a child, she asked her sister to cut her hair a little so that no one would tangle it anymore. Although it was not a problem for Maurice to distinguish the girls, because he knew how to see people much deeper than others. He easily distinguished Laura from Linda by her bad temper and excessive shouting. True, there was one event from the twins' past lives that Maurice could not forget. They had to face a serious test, and only one of the sisters was able to survive that day. But now they didn't realize this and continued to argue, not thinking about future problems. This time, both girls will definitely survive, and Maurice will personally make sure of it. As soon as they placed their hand on the heavy gates of the third training room, they instantly opened, letting the participants inside. A room of ice opened up before him, where it was much colder than in the previous location. All of Maurice's stats were reduced by 10%, as this was how the water energy interacted with his destiny. This time, Linda and Laura asked to go on a mission with Maurice, and the three of them entered the ice room. Along the way, the sisters tried to study the local inhabitants, but gusts of cold wind constantly hindered them. The local forest animals had long since become accustomed to the local conditions and did not expect to see uninvited guests in the icy room. It became clear that these were not ordinary rabbits, but those very mutants that had to be exterminated. A second later, the cute creatures turned into enraged beasts, ready to destroy anyone on their territory. However, the horned rabbits were not the creatures that could cope with these three. The hunters easily completed the first stage of the mission and immediately visited the inventory store. Linda couldn't understand how this guy managed to find the items he needed so easily and sift out all the junk. However, there was something interesting for her here too, and the idea of buying a bow seemed very tempting. Both sisters decided to become archers for a time, although Laura preferred firearms to a bow. However, Maurice also used fire in battle, although he didn't need anything other than magic to do so. The girls immediately began to compete to see who could destroy the most mutants, and it was worth getting used to their fun. As expected, Laura used firearms in combat and handled them better than others. Linda chose the bow and soon became the best archer among all national teams. The sisters' effectiveness increased exponentially when they were equipped with weapons they were accustomed to. In her past life, Linda became an excellent top-ranking sniper and was able to kill many dangerous criminals. Her sister would have achieved the same success, but her life was cut short too early. After her sister's death, Linda changed beyond recognition and never smiled in public again. Soon she focused all her energy on hunting monsters, as if taking revenge for the loss of her sister. Over time, the girl became much stronger and was recruited into one of the 5 greatest clans. Luckily, she managed to build an excellent career in this clan, but no one ever saw the perky Linda they were used to. This time, their destinies may turn out wonderfully and they may become truly strong. Maurice had to make sure that Laura survived and that they would join the Soaring Tiger clan together. According to the plot of the past life, the leader of this clan was supposed to be Agatha, who, after a couple of years, would become one of the best warriors. In this case, the clan members once killed by Linda will remain alive, and this story will change forever. All the guy could do was keep a close eye on his sisters and be ready to lend a shoulder at any moment. Suddenly, he realized that right now, he should have been next to Laura, who was nowhere to be found. It's strange. Just a minute ago, she was happily competing with her sister, and now it's as if she disappeared into thin air. Morris, suddenly realizing it, called out loudly to her, but in response he only heard an echo that spread throughout the area. But Laura said that she was just going away for a while, so How could one really get lost here? Together with Linda, they had already examined a large area, but this had not yielded any results. Suddenly, Linda heard a familiar voice because Laura was loudly calling for help right from the pit. It turned out that the ground under the young people's feet suddenly collapsed, and Laura and Kevin found themselves at the very bottom. Maurice could easily do without any ladder and immediately rushed to help the girl. The only thing that was strange was why Kevin was here, when he wasn't supposed to go with them on this mission. He had yet to find out about this, but right now Laura's safety was more important. This was bad news for Kevin, because the sister's partner turned out to be Maurice, his worst enemy. If this idiot needed help, then Maurice was ready to forget his stupidity for a while and help in some way. As expected, he flatly refused the help of a man like Maurice. However, it was his business, and he suggested that Laura leave this place as soon as possible and complete the mission. The girl said that after the monster attack, Kevin's leg was paralyzed and the boy simply couldn't survive here alone. The predatory rabbits were to blame for everything, attacking him with paralyzing poison. It was hard to imagine the pain Kevin was experiencing now, even though he had asked for this suffering himself. However, what was tearing him apart from the inside, more painful than the physical pain, was the thought that this guy had humiliated him again. He believed that Maurice should pay for all his actions, since it was the second time he had put him in such a situation. Suddenly, someone's voice asked the guy if he needed help and whether he was ready to accept it from the hands of the gods. Meanwhile, the young people were already returning and wanted to cross the portal before dark. Today was only the first day of the cleanup, so there was absolutely no need to rush. Only now did Laura realize that tomorrow Maurice would go on a mission with them again and would be there until they cleared the room. Just before leaving, Maurice suddenly felt that the atmosphere in this area had changed dramatically. Surely Kevin could not admit his defeat and made a deal with one of the gods. The guy immediately rushed back to the hole where he last saw Kevin and asked the girls not to wait for him. However, this was not about Kevin at all, but about a group of hunters who found themselves surrounded by wolves. These mutated wolves were the most dangerous forest dwellers and could tear even a large group to shreds. Today was the very day when Agatha was to take on the role of leader, and the girl asked everyone to calm down. There was no time left to prepare, because the mutants rushed to attack before the hunters. One of them was immediately hit by a blow from Agatha, who already had good control over her destructive power. All of her abilities were activated and working at full capacity, although the mutants were also very strong. Using the trefoil method, the girl was able to protect everyone who was near her, but the danger was not over yet. She needed to kill as many individuals as she could, but she also had to think about her own safety. Unfortunately, Agatha was unable to find the right position, and two mutants quietly approached her from behind. It was a vile attack on their part, but nothing else could be expected from monsters and such evil spirits. If there had been just one more person here who could fight on Agatha's level, things might have been different. Imagine the girl's surprise when such a man suddenly appeared right in front of her, and this guy was well known to her. Maurice dealt with the monsters as if he had been doing this job his whole life and was not at all afraid of the mutated wolves. It was just a shame that he couldn't get here a little earlier, which is why the girl was seriously injured. The wound on her shoulder was already bleeding, although Agatha continued to skillfully wield the sword. Yes, with such help, Agatha could have continued this fight for a long time, although it all ended in a matter of minutes. For some reason, the guy still remained silent, and it would have been better for Agatha not to know the reason for his silence. Soon, they all found themselves next to the totem pole, where they first saw Emma, who announced the start of their training. The participants of today's raid understood that only thanks to this guy they were able to survive and return back. Maurice couldn't believe that such a smart girl would do such a stupid thing, knowing about the mutants' advantage. When you can't win, you shouldn't fight, and the best way to survive has always been to run away. But Agatha was pretty tired of the guy constantly considering her weak, even though she understood that she owed him her life. If the monsters had hidden abilities, the guy might not have made it to the most terrible moment. An absurd death like last time could have overtaken Agatha, and only by a miracle did this not happen. This should never have happened again, so the girl should not have brushed off his words, but rather been more attentive. If she wants to die helping others, she can easily fulfill that wish while remaining the same stupid girl. Having thrown these words at her, the guy turned around abruptly and asked her to remember today forever. If she continues to be so frivolous, she will remain in the next location forever as a corpse. The words sounded a little harsh, although no one was offended by the guy who didn't leave them there to die. A slight smile appeared on the girl's face because he cared for her as if she were his own. He was simply worried about her, and her friends already understood that the guy didn't come to her aid by chance. By the way, Maurice didn't have to pretend to be a bad guy because everyone knew that he was a good person. Finally, she shouted at him the words that any girl in her place should have said. Agatha thanked him from the bottom of her heart for saving her and for looking after her all this time. But the clearing of the third location was not yet complete, and the team had to fight a dozen monsters. Everything ended well, and all 10 species of mutants were destroyed. The girls were happier than ever, and were happy that they had managed to win together with Maurice. In fact, the guy's main goal was a hidden reward for clearing the location, which he knew about from past experience. At that moment, he realized that the energy of death had come so close that it could no longer be avoided. The dark energy, woven from the destinies of others, was getting closer to Kevin with each passing minute. There will be big problems if this guy shows up somewhere around again and tries to repeat his vile act. In fact, Maurice could have finished him off, but that would have caused panic among the other participants. Having decided to leave for a short time, he asked the sisters not to split up and to wait for him in the same place. The guy believed that as long as Linda and Laura stayed side by side, there shouldn't be any problems, because the sisters were already quite experienced hunters. As expected, he encountered someone who had crossed the line and messed with the wrong deity. Kevin's appearance had changed dramatically, and there was now a completely different energy in his hands. He was ready to get even with Maurice for the past humiliation, although the latter had a different opinion. If this scoundrel thinks that his abilities are enough for a quick victory, he will soon be convinced otherwise. However, Kevin thought otherwise and was already preparing to throw an ice projectile at the enemy. The worst part was that he had dozens of these frozen needles at his disposal, and they were all flying towards the same target. This is exactly what Emma warned them about, asking them not to listen to the gods who would offer their help. The deity took over Kevin's mind, and Morris immediately realized this thanks to his ability to see destinies. Kevin was sure that he was the main character in this whole story, and it was no wonder that God chose him. Those who made a deal with the gods could soon regret it, because the price for patronage was too high. They received divine power in exchange for an obsession that clouded the boy's mind. At least Kevin's god was low rank, and his mana only increased slightly after activating his abilities. It's funny that now this impudent fellow could infect with smallpox upon contact and hope to win only by this. It would have been better if he had first assessed his own strength and not run into a counterattack from the enemy. It must be admitted that these needles would be enough to kill several dozen monsters. There was no point in running, but if Kevin wanted to accept his death, he would achieve it. The punishment of the gods will haunt him until his death, and then take his soul. There was little time left before his death, and a herd of mutated boars was already rushing towards him. Maurice was the first to notice the danger, and was already far from the site of the mutant attack. It turns out that the monsters have only one goal left, and it is unlikely that Kevin will be able to escape his fate. The boars were so huge that one of their tusks was several times taller than a man. It was enough to deal Kevin a blow that would normally not be survivable. The guy came here because he heard about a man possessed by a god, but he turned out to be a simple weakling. Well, for a low-ranking god, which Kevin was and still is, that was pretty good. Once again, he had to hear those hurtful words that made him want to take revenge on Maurice. But the guy never got to do this, because the enemy's sword had already penetrated deep into his body. Now all the cards were in Maurice's hands, and only he could decide the future fate of this scoundrel. Kevin had no other fate to expect, as Maurice would hardly have left him alive. At the last minute, Kevin warned that the risk of being discovered was too high, and everyone would know who the killer was. Moreover, a familiar female voice was heard in the distance, and it became clear that revenge should be postponed. It would have been foolish to take Kevin's life right in front of Linda, so today the guy got lucky again. Turning around, Maurice finally promised that this would never happen again, and that after their next meeting only one would remain alive. Linda arrived at the wrong time because the guy clearly asked both sisters to stay put. But a herd of mutated boars running nearby forced the girl to disobey. The bad news was that the boars had dragged Laura away with them, and the girl's life was once again in serious danger. Morris had to come to terms with the fact that the prophecy had been true, and his destiny was full of failures and evil energy. Many of his team members returned wounded, and this was the case even during his first life. Now he had to face his fate again, even though he had promised himself at the beginning that everything would be different. Laura was in trouble only because she had been around him too much in the last few days. Now he had to find her, and the guy, without wasting a minute, rushed after the missing girl. Her sister followed him because together it would be much easier for them to find Laura in the forest. However, now Maurice did not want to take such risks anymore and asked her to stay and stop following him. Linda tried her best to persuade the guy to take her with him, as she could not stay away from her sister's troubles. But didn't she understand how dangerous it was and what responsibility Maurice would have to take on? It was easy to understand the feelings of a girl who had recently lost her sister and was now at risk of losing her new friend. If she went back alone, leaving Laura in danger, she would never forgive herself. However, Maurice would still send her back to base as soon as it got dark or became too dangerous here. He remembered how Laura died the last time and was ready to do anything to prevent the irreparable from happening again. Moving deeper into the mountains, they did not encounter a single monster, so was the entire area cleared. Along the way, we often came across gnawed animal bones, although there were still no living mutants. The main danger that awaited them in this place appeared only now, and the guy noticed it in time. He quickly hid with Linda behind a mountain ledge, because the giant had already come very close. The mutant, which looked like a human, was completely covered in fur and showed itself to people only during snowfalls. An encounter with such a monster could cost the life of any hunter, and even Maurice might not be able to cope with it alone. To save her sister, Linda was ready to do anything and would not stop even in front of such a dangerous creature. She quickly emerged from cover and pointed her pistol at the giant, hoping to settle the matter with one shot. The monster immediately heard a rustling sound in the distance and prepared to come face to face with its new victim. Instead, he saw only the same familiar mountains, and there was nothing else there. It's a good thing Maurice managed to grab Linda in time and hide with her before she was discovered. After activating the fate-stealing ability, he realized that there was not a single corpse in this entire area whose fate he could take. If they started fighting right now, they would put Laura in even more danger, so it was worth keeping a cool head. This mutant was carrying Linda's sister to its lair, and if they wanted to save her, they had to act wisely. All that was needed was to wait for the moment when the girl would be on the ground, and then it would be possible to safely attack the giant. And indeed, he continued to drag his victim to the place where he was rightfully considered the strongest and was invulnerable. As soon as the big guy put her down, Linda was supposed to shoot to distract his attention from the victim for a few minutes. Then it would be Maurice's turn, and he was ready to take on all the rest of the work. After these words, the guy deftly jumped down, hoping that Linda would do everything as he ordered. And so it happened. And when Laura found herself on the ground, Linda fired into the air, carefully observing the mutant's behavior. His reaction was not long in coming, and turning sharply, he saw another victim. It is unlikely that this big guy could understand the young people's plan, and he certainly fell for this clever bait. Fortunately, the girl was good not only at shooting, but also at running and could maintain her distance from the monster for a long time. Maurice took advantage of this and immediately ran up to the lair and saw the giant's captive in front of him. But Laura continued to lie on the frozen ground and showed no signs of life. It became clear that she had been unconscious all this time, but there was no time to heal her right now. The best solution was to take her back to the training center and not risk Laura's life any further. Yeah, the plan would have been great if that damn monster hadn't figured out how to return to its lair. He stood right in front of Maurice, although just a few seconds ago there was no one there. If there was no other choice, the guy was ready to fight him alone, although he tried to avoid it until the very end. The fireball could help him in this fight, and he could only hope that all his other abilities would work as well. If this had happened in his past life, Maurice would have been able to easily deal with this monster, but now many abilities were unavailable. Compared to other creatures in this location, the giant's strength was quite impressive, as was its enormous size. Fighting him and holding Laura in my arms at the same time was doubly difficult, so it was necessary to find another way. Suddenly, the roar of another mutant was heard nearby, and it became clear that there were two individuals here. The second monster rushed as fast as he could to the place where the battle had begun and was ready to help his kinsman. Instead of defeating one giant, the guy now has to deal with his mutated friend as well. This was not part of Maurice's plan, and he had to remember his ability to move quickly. Having deftly slipped between their paws, the boy was able to quickly find himself in a place where he could take a short break. It would be best to leave Laura here for a while, and for that we could set this damn lair on fire. Behind such a burning obstacle, the girl will be able to be safe for some time until Maurice solves the main problem. Since he was destined to fight two giants at once, he was ready to accept this challenge and remember the old times. He was ready to kill them as quickly as possible because the most important thing for him now was saving Laura. If these two mutants knew what kind of opponents Maurice had to fight in the past, they would surely change their minds. Now he only had a sword in his hands, and this weapon did not look so formidable. Maurice's main strength lay elsewhere, and at that moment a brilliant idea came to his mind. With a smile on his face, the guy realized that there was another way that could work, and decided to resort to it right away. All this time, he tried not to go beyond his capabilities, but the battle with two monsters made him change his mind. To do this, Maurice activated the increase in agility to level 18 and was now ready to fight. The activation did not go unnoticed, and none of the mutants were able to reach their victim. The guy continued to move so quickly as if everything around him had slowed down and he could foresee every next event. He could even firmly cling to the giant's fur and, with its help, perform a dexterous jump. Within a second, the guy was high above him and acting as if it was just a training session for him. Anyone in his place would have run at the sight of two such giants at once, but Maurice always solved problems differently. Instead, he made his first serious lunge towards the target, and the blow of his sword landed right on the head of one of them. From the outside, it looked very impressive, and it seemed as if the guy had been playing his own game with them from the very beginning. Such entertainments could hardly have pleased the giants, for whom his victory meant only death. Suddenly, the ice under the monster's feet gave way, and one of his friends fell to the very bottom of the abyss. The system immediately notified that the boy had defeated a third-class demonic monster and was awarded a reward for this. There were many places here whose surface consisted only of snow and ice, and this was only to the hunter's advantage. This is how Laura ended up in the ambush where Maurice discovered her and Kevin. There will be no one to help this mutant, which means that the second monster is destined only for death. The giant was not going to give up his life so easily and dealt another powerful blow. The ice under Maurice's feet collapsed just like it had under the feet of the two monsters, and he fell into the same abyss. Instead of an icy bottom, he fell onto the roots of trees, but who prepared such a soft landing for him? It turned out that the girl who had saved his life more than once had been next to him all this time. Agatha, looking down at him, warned that if he remained frivolous, there might not be another stroke of luck. With a smile on his face, the guy simply thanked her for repaying him in the same coin. She actually managed to find them in this confusing area, and it was her first time in this location. Agatha shouted loudly to him that they would soon get him out of there and he just had to wait a little while. Such help was completely unnecessary, and Maurice could easily have done it himself. The most important thing was still the life of Laura, who was still unconscious. It was hard to believe that they were late and there was no way to turn back time. He could come to terms with anything, but not with the loss of a man who, in his first life, had died because of Maurice. The worst did not happen, and in the distance he saw Laura open her eyes. Laura was indeed able to open her eyes and come to her senses, which meant she could still be healed. Everyone immediately rushed to her and looked at the girl, who could not come to her senses for a long time. The death aura from the white tiger that surrounded Laura gradually began to dissipate. This could only mean that the prescribed fate had changed, but how did he manage to rewrite her history? It turned out that the system had rewarded him with a new skill for changing destinies, which meant that he could now rewrite his own. He managed to change his rank, although he always thought it was impossible. Laura remained alive only thanks to Maurice, and now, instead of her death, he could see the sparkling life of this girl. She couldn't fully come to her senses and say anything coherent, but her emotions made everything clear without words. This was something to think about a little later, but now it was necessary to return to the training base as soon as possible. It was one of those rare days when Maurice was truly happy and knew he had done everything right. At the same time, the one who had caused them this whole nightmare was running across the frozen ground. Kevin, even with divine power, was unable to cope with the enemy and felt like a complete failure. He cursed the god who had made a deal with him and given him such weak abilities. If the deity had had something more powerful in his arsenal, then this damned hunter would already be dead. But instead of God, he was answered by the one who offered to take advantage of the contract with the master of the heavens. It was Jimmy, who had been watching Kevin for a long time and waiting for the hour of their meeting. Now Kevin was stuck between two ice floes and hoped that his friend would help him escape. He considered Maurice a real villain who should be killed along with all the monsters. One could not trust the words of a man who, even with divine power, could not overcome another man. Leaning towards him, the guy warned him that the main role here was not Kevin, which meant he did not deserve to live. The guy didn't want to hear such words and didn't understand why Jimmy had changed so abruptly. The worst part was that Jimmy had no intention of helping him, believing that Kevin had to cope on his own. Now Kevin has only one fate in store because instead of helping Jimmy, he will go to rest at a cozy, warm base. What was the point of helping him get out of those glaciers if he wasn't the protagonist? This psychopath really intended to leave him here just because the guy failed to win the fight with Maurice. His cries for help echoed throughout the area for a long time, but no one else heard them except Jimmy. To get out of the location, the young people still had to fight with goblins for some time, but this was not a problem. Morris took the lead in this fight, and not a single goblin came close. A few minutes later, the boy was already wiping the goblin's blood off his blade, hoping that their duel was over. They could confidently celebrate their victory, as both sisters were confident that they had also participated in the duel. Looking at their happy faces, Maurice was in no hurry to convince them otherwise and allowed them to celebrate their victory as if they too deserved praise. But instead of joy, Maurice suddenly realized that their main problems were just beginning and the real enemy was still ahead. The girl who had become the main cause of all his troubles was back again and threatened to kill his sisters. Just like last time, Emma came here for only one person and Laura didn't interest her at all. She will spare the lives of both girls if they do not argue and give her Maurice in a good way. But instead, Linda was ready to treat her to lead from her pistol, and Laura could support her sister in this. The weapon was pointed at Emma, although she had no less dangerous magic in her hand. The damn goblins were back in the same place and managed to strike the guy right in the back with all their might. He managed to deal with all the goblins, so could their brothers have been hiding in the shelter? Instead of rushing towards the main problem, he had to fight off monsters that took up all his attention. It was like a nightmare in which the bodies of the monsters he had killed seemed to rise from the ground at the same time. The sisters' corpses seemed to continue to look at the man who was guilty of their death. Eyes were looking at him from everywhere, and the hands of the dead were still reaching out to Maurice, wanting to drag him away with them. All this time he tried to escape the curse of his fate, but it haunted him every day. Those happy faces that he saw just a few minutes ago will no longer be able to delight him with their smiles. But the very next second, instead of the utter hell before his eyes, a familiar environment appeared and it became clear that everything was already over. It was just a dream, but if he keeps having it every day, the guy will go crazy. Now everything will be different and he will not allow this tragedy to happen again. All that remained was to hope that his experience and strength would be enough to survive Emma's next attack and take the blow himself. This insidious girl will try to take the lives of those people who were closest to Maurice. All my efforts had to be directed towards developing my abilities in order to prevent this from happening. At that moment, Laura suddenly burst into his room, believing that after what had happened, Maurice hated them. The guy hadn't thought about anything like that, but now he simply had a lot of important things to do. If the sisters don't mind, the guy would like to stay in the room for a while longer and meet them later in the gym. Having said these words, he abruptly closed the door right in front of them, leaving the girls in the hallway. After that day, he began to avoid them, although the guy may have had his own reasons for that. Seeing them in the distance, Agatha realized that nothing had worked out, and they had not been able to talk to him. There was nothing they could do about it, so they had to go to the fourth room themselves. The fourth training room was the forest that also had to be cleared of monsters. The fresh air immediately made the girls forget about bad memories and switch to the mission. By the way, this location was not as safe as it might have seemed at the very beginning. The forest itself was quite dangerous, and even the leaves could cut the skin like sharp razors. They found themselves in an endless forest of a demonic dimension, and it was unclear how far it was to its edge. Sharp leaves stuck out everywhere as obstacles, one of which slightly injured Agatha. To complete the task, they had to find 1,000 pearls, which of course would take time. Laura suggested they take a look around first, but Linda warned them to stick together. It would have been great if Morris had gone with them, and his abrupt refusal seemed strange. They apparently simply overestimated his kindness, and in fact, the guy was much angrier than he seemed. Remembering his anger was a little funny, and it became clear that the guy had peculiar methods of communication. Suddenly, Linda noticed something slipping past her side, as if a new creature had appeared nearby. At the last moment, Agatha warned her about the danger, but the girl was unable to stop in time. And when she looked down, it was already too late, because what her friend had warned her about appeared right in front of her. At the same time, Maurice was still in the room and doing what he had warned Linda about. It really took time to examine the revived egg, and this monster turned out to be much more terrible than he thought. What the baby from this egg would be like depended only on the nutrition of the egg itself until the moment of hatching. He received this egg as a reward for defeating giants who were stronger than him. This wasn't the first time Maurice had to deal with monsters that initially had much more abilities. In addition to this artifact, he also received several useful attributes and pieces of equipment. He immediately wanted to test his new attributes in action, and he immediately ordered the system to change them. The attribute instantly changed to water, and Maurice immediately felt a surge of new strength. Water conquers fire, and soon the decrease in characteristics stopped. Previously, he couldn't even afford a normal weapon, but now, to the surprise of others, he could afford much more. Now he was ready to begin the mission and entered the forest after the girls. The ice room seemed like a dull place to him, and he hoped that it would be a little more interesting. Agatha and her sisters apparently left the area after realizing the level of the location was too high. Opening the store in the system window, Maurice hoped that this time the system would offer him something interesting. The god who ruled this area could have control over the entire region and was none other than the guardian of the forest. Under the protection of such a god, any hunter could become stronger than anyone else in this territory and not be afraid of the local mutants. But as soon as a person went beyond this territory, all his attributes in the real world lost their power. The first item the guy decided to buy was a map of the demon dimension, because there was simply nothing else available. This map could prove useful, because now he had everything he needed to leave the forest. Now on this map there were only basic markers, and in the center of it, an entrance was marked in the form of an open portal. There were many entrances to this demon dimension, and it became clear that Morris was approaching the fourth zone. The agency's students were in different zones and could not penetrate the space of another group. Emma must have been keeping a close eye on the number of students who were in the demonic dimension. He immediately heard the voice of a deity who offered him help, but the guy was already prepared for such offers. The sunlight that flashed brightly in the sky could not help but attract attention. The Lord of Flame personally offered the boy to accept his patronage and the abilities that are available only to Maurice. The deity claimed that all other gods were insignificant compared to him, but Maurice was not attracted by such promises. He knew from the very beginning that he would refuse this offer and decided not to change anything. The first monster he encountered was a giant praying mantis, which was often encountered in this forested area. This was not a big problem for Maurice, and he easily cut it down with his sword. This was already the 36th pearl out of the 1,000 that he had to collect here. In his past life, he often had to destroy giant praying mantises because there was simply no other way to gain strength. For each killed praying mantis, you could get 10 pearls, and it was worth hurrying to finish everything in time. Suddenly, he realized that there was a trap under his feet, and he accidentally stumbled upon its tracks. In addition, there were bodies of dead praying mantises scattered all over the place, as if someone had gotten there before Maurice. Suspicion fell on only one creature, but the guy hoped to the last to avoid meeting it. In a past life, he had already been the target of a masked killer, and this time the situation repeated itself. Then Agatha managed to save the guy from certain death only because the girl was nearby. But in the battle with this creature, the girl lost an eye and began to wear a black bandage. This battle became a black mark on Maurice's own fate, which he never forgot for a single day. The masked stranger disappeared, and Maurice was never able to catch up with him in the forest. Now he didn't want a repeat of this story and decided to follow the bloody trail. He quickly reached that place and saw Laura lying on the ground, which meant that the girl had been attacked by a monster. At first, it seemed to him that the girl's whole body was covered in blood, and he didn't understand what all these people were doing around her. Everything happened just like in his past, and the curse continued to haunt Maurice. He could come to terms with anything, but not with the fact that he would lose another loved one again. At this point, Alex was forced to call another emergency meeting in his office. Just recently, one of the students went missing in the ice room, and the search party was unable to find him. Emma was ready to take on this matter personally and go searching right now. Alex believed that they should not interfere with the affairs of the demon dimension and should leave everything as is. All participants understood from the very beginning the danger and mortal risk that this location poses. As for the next dimension, another department has already introduced a person who has cleared the entire room. Alex couldn't allow a member from another department to carry out this important mission and deprive them of their bonus. Emma was too worried about the death of a person, and her partner warned her that she should get used to it. Ronald knew that they had many more deaths to learn about, because that was the difficulty of their job. The girl personally checked the lists of participants from other departments after she finished sorting the data. One of the students was a serial killer, and that was the main thing she was able to find out. At this time, Maurice was still in the same location and was ready to cut down everyone involved in the attack on the girl. The detection ability was already activated, but the guy had a more serious argument in his hands. The young man immediately explained that he had an antidote from the store in his hands, and he was trying to cure her. The other participants were also not involved and were worried about Laura no less than Morris himself. All this time, they tried to bring her to her senses with the means they had. If this is true, then only an antidote for the bites of local poisonous monsters can help her. It was necessary to take her away from here because Morris could not trust these people either. It's a good thing that Agatha appeared nearby and saw the wounded Laura from afar. The girl explained that this group of hunters was friendly and could not be considered enemies. Then it was worth explaining why the girl ended up unconscious at the very moment when these people appeared here. There was an explanation for this if, of course, the guy would allow me to say even a word. It turned out that Laura had accidentally fallen into their monster trap and they didn't know she was there. Right now, they were just trying to heal her, and there was no point in pointing their sword at the group members. Maurice remembered that the masked killer was also good at using traps and poisons, just like these strangers. But the most suspicious person was the man who was holding the bottle with the elixir in his hand. However, he was too weak to harm Laura, and Maurice took control of the healing process. Until the killer's identity was revealed, the guy wanted to keep an eye on everyone and not let a single person out of sight. But the main proof was that Laura really came to her senses, and this elixir helped her. Even if there was no killer among them, staying close to people from the fourth zone was too dangerous. Soon they broke away from that group and set up a small tent camp. It got dark too quickly in this forest, although it was fun to spend the night here with friends. Laura said that Linda was the most afraid of all of them to spend the night in the forest, although she disagreed with her. The main thing was that the girls were not in danger, because Maurice had long ago saved up several necessary attributes. These items were good at repelling monsters, and he bought them especially for this mission. It was great that the guy had so much experience and knew so much more than the others. Laura suddenly announced that she had long dreamed of becoming Morris's student, if he didn't mind. Yes, such an offer clearly took the guy by surprise, because he had not planned to recruit students. And they suddenly began to argue about who was the first to ask to be his student and who was worthy of becoming Morris's successor. Instead of these useless arguments, you should have asked his own opinion first. He warned that he was not going to teach anyone, so there was no point in arguing about it. At that moment, Maurice again heard that voice that had begun to intrude into his reality more often. Agatha immediately noticed the concern in his eyes and tried to understand what was going on. But in response, the guy only said that it was too noisy here, and he wanted to be alone for a while. He decided that he would spend the night somewhere else, and there was no point in waiting for him until dawn. This behavior immediately seemed strange to them, as if the guy was not telling them something. If only they knew what thoughts were raging in his head, they certainly would not be offended by Morris. He did have some things to do, and the carnivorous egg still needed his care. He had already guessed that the egg had been hungry for a long time and suggested that he become a vegetarian for a while. But the egg didn't like the plants and immediately spat out the bitter bitten leaf. Yes, this pet turned out to be much more picky than other pets, and it was necessary to come up with something else. There was something more important than feeding the carnivorous egg, because that was not what Morris had come to the forest for. The voices still continued to sound in this guy's head, but one day he hoped to get rid of them. Having climbed onto a thick tree branch, the guy hoped that from here he would be able to clearly see everything that was happening to the girls. It seemed like Linda and Laura hadn't stopped arguing for a minute since the guy left. Looking at them, he realized that he was ready to listen to their noisy conversations until the very morning. It reminded him of the time when they were all in the same soaring tiger clan, and Laura often argued with him about the right to be the best. Agatha kept smiling as she looked at them, and was glad that the members of her team got along well with each other. It was a life that remained in the distant past and which could no longer be returned. Now the guy could only watch their conversations from the sidelines and remember the time they spent together. He had mixed feelings, but thoughts of the past warmed Maurice's soul every time. At that moment, he suddenly smelled some sweet smell coming from the depths of the forest. It was strange that monsters could smell sweet, but that was exactly what was moving towards him. It would have been better if they had all rushed straight at Maurice than attacked the girls at the fire. But a group of mutated bears headed in their direction, as if a portal had opened specifically in that place. The guy could not allow the past to repeat itself for anything in the world and immediately jumped down from the branch. Agatha didn't expect that the guy was somewhere nearby all this time. Could he really have been watching them? But now it was no longer important, because the main thing was to protect their lives from any danger. This is exactly why he came here, realizing that the sweet smell was coming from somewhere in the bushes. He was not mistaken, because having stuck his hand into the thicket, the guy felt a demonic peach. It's strange because there wasn't a single fruit tree nearby, which means someone had deliberately planted them there. Looking deeper, he suddenly discovered several such peaches, laid out as bait for the local mutants. It was difficult to suspect any of his closest associates of this, but perhaps Eugene was involved. Although about an hour ago, Jimmy was in this place and he should have been the first to be suspected. Laura immediately offered the guy her help and was ready to rush into battle with him. But for now, such help was not needed, and first it was necessary to simply collect all the scattered demonic fruits. Agatha had no idea that one of the participants would turn out to be a traitor and deliberately scatter peaches where they spent the night. Maurice couldn't know for sure, but there was one thing the boy was absolutely sure of. They should have been more careful with all these people whom they still didn't know well. He could take care of all the fruits personally, but what would he do when he met a masked killer? Such a meeting could take place much sooner than Morris himself thought, and it was worth preparing for the next battle. The monsters were still in the same place, but the smell that attracted them suddenly disappeared. Maurice was not mistaken when he suspected Jimmy of something like this, because he was still in the forest. However, he was busy exterminating mutants and continuing the mission he had started here. Soon there was not a single demonic creature left in his path, and the guy even became bored with all these cleansings. Unfortunately, he was left with only hunting low-level monsters and still couldn't understand his true role in this story. In Maurice's case, everything was much simpler, and the guy knew his place from the very beginning. Many of the participants had long since gotten used to him and considered this guy their leader. It's no surprise, since he managed to defeat a boss-level monster that Jimmy couldn't even detect. During the tests, this guy was even able to save several people from certain death. The question then arises as to what Jimmy has been doing all this time and what his main goal is in this cleanup. He had long suspected that Morris had returned here from the future, knowing what would happen in their present. If this was true, then everything immediately fell into place, and Jimmy could easily understand his real goal. With this thought in mind, he immediately rushed to search for the person he needed more than anyone else. Maurice had already explored 35% of the area marked on his field map. They had gone far from the portal, and it was worth moving more carefully into the depths of the forest. It was unclear who had scattered the demonic peaches yesterday to lure the mutants. It was strange to suspect any of the girls of this, although demons could have penetrated their consciousness. Lately, Maurice had been habitually searching for the remaining monsters, which were becoming fewer and fewer in the forest. The system reported that his internal perception had increased to 25%, and he could now see and feel much more. All of the guy's senses instantly became heightened, and he was the first to notice the smell of human blood. Maurice immediately activated his Fate Steal ability, hoping to quickly replenish his mana reserves. The search for corpses in the ability's area of effect finally yielded results, and he saw his first target. The smell of a corpse was coming from here, but who dared to kill a training participant? He didn't have to wait long for an answer, and his hidden rival finally came out of the shadows. This wasn't the first time Maurice had fought a man who hid his face behind a damn mask. I wanted to see the face of this daredevil who dared to commit such a daring act. But this time everything was different, and his wish was destined to come true. The stranger slowly pulled the mask off his face, no longer wanting to remain in the shadows. And then the guy saw with horror in front of him Eugene, who was that very unknown person. He was so eager to fight, as if in the short time they had known each other, Maurice had managed to do something to annoy him. But since their last meeting, Eugene's stats had doubled, and that could become a problem. Now he was no longer that weak hunter who could only heal the wounded. He himself could hurt anyone, and his first target was Maurice. Maurice advised him to calm down, because his stats were also improving and this fight could end in real death. All this time, Eugene tried not to stand out and pretended to be a newcomer so as not to arouse unnecessary suspicion. But now the time has come to get to know each other for real and find out who is stronger in a real fight. It would have been foolish not to use to the fullest the abilities bestowed by God himself. The guy had an ability that was only activated when he killed people. Eugene believed that in his place, Morris would have done the same and would not have wasted his energy. Morris still had the ability to disappear, and the boy immediately used it. But Eugene was wrong, and in his place, Maurice would not have acted like a scoundrel by stabbing him in the back. Eugene's main ability allowed him to become invisible, but Morris still had his heightened senses. He didn't need to look around to feel the hunter's proximity. The next second, he struck his sword exactly at the spot where the scoundrel was, preparing to attack. The guy's abilities were serious, and even the help of the gods might not have saved Eugene today. But for this psychopath, killing was the most interesting activity, and he again swung his sword towards Maurice. At the last moment, the guy managed to put out his blade, deftly parrying the blow. He was a little nervous now, as he had never put new skills into practice before. His fighting instinct, acquired from the slain mutant, awakened in his soul a thirst for battle. And if earlier Morris tried to reason with his rivals, now rage blazed in his eyes. The change was obvious, and Eugene realized that the fight would now go completely differently. The thirst for battle that boiled in the boy's heart imbued him with the hatred necessary in such fights. He was no longer the friendly guy who preferred solitude and was ready to show his dark side. If Eugene had known about this earlier, he would never have raised his blade against him. But now it was too late to think, and it was worth taking care of preserving one's own life. Maurice had not only rage, but also a fireball attack that could quickly end the fight in his favor. Any such blow could finish off even a high-level monster, and Eugene would definitely not be able to fight back. The guy had no way to counter this card and could only take blow after blow. But just recently, he himself behaved like a brave fighter, always looking for a reason to fight. But now there was no need for reasons, and the enemy's sword was already pointed in his direction. The blade raised above Eugene could have been the last thing the boy would see in his miserable life. The next second, both heard a familiar male voice coming from somewhere to the side. All this time, they were being watched by Jimmy, who had long been looking for a meeting with his new friend. Turning around, Morris was glad that he had distracted him for a while, and that he would also keep them company in this duel. The ability to awaken rage still burned within his soul, and swinging his blade, he rushed into the attack. Jimmy didn't want to fight him, but until his strength ran out, Maurice was forced to continue the fight. It was a little funny, because the guy usually behaved differently and never got into trouble. However, at the last second, he realized that a new ability had taken over his mind, and he managed to throw away the blade. Jimmy took advantage of this and with one powerful punch sent the guy into a heavy knockdown. Maurice did not resist, realizing that this was the only way to calm the rage raging in his soul. This was the first blow Jimmy was able to land on this guy, because Morris was usually invulnerable. For Eugene, this blow also became a salvation, because only in this way could he save his life and escape. It remained to be hoped that after such a heavy blow, the guy would be able to recover and come to his senses. To do this, you had to eat the medicine, and Maurice always carried the necessary magical medicines with him. Gradually, the anger in his eyes gave way to a familiar look, and he asked Jimmy to find another interlocutor. This was the same guy everyone was used to, although Jimmy needed him specifically. There was nothing special about any of these hunters who took part in the cleanups, and it was difficult to discern a personality in any of them. But with Maurice it was different, and Jimmy hoped that they would become the two best characters. Looking at Jimmy, Maurice was convinced once again that this guy was obsessed with romances and wanted his life to be like one. Meanwhile, Eugene ran as fast as he could to where a group of hunters had been waiting for him for a long time. His teammates had already searched everywhere for him, and no one had any idea what Eugene was really doing. The ability to remain invisible was still active, and even the rustling of his steps in the forest wilderness was quieter than that of ordinary people. However, it was time to come out of disguise and become stronger using a simple method. He shouted loudly to his comrades, immediately making it clear that he was okay and was no longer in danger. Running up to them, he began to tell them that he noticed a dead body in the forest, and that another participant was probably involved in this murder. Everyone looked with horror at the guy who usually didn't look for adventure, so his words could be trusted. If he needed help, any of them could use their healing ability and heal his wounds. But Eugene looked sharply at the girl and replied that they themselves would most likely need such help. And the very next second, the entire group was killed, and the traces of this brutal massacre remained forever on the green grass. Instead of gratitude, the guy killed with his own hands everyone who offered him help and considered him a comrade. Now he stood among the corpses, ready to sacrifice their lives just to get a surge of mana. For this bloody massacre, the Dark Force immediately rewarded Eugene with a razor necklace, which was given to the most brutal killers. The boy was glad that the levels of several of his abilities had increased so dramatically, although he did not understand what a burden he had taken on his soul. It was as if power had clouded his mind, and he decided that with this force, he would definitely overcome the man who had long been a thorn in his side. Those sacrifices he made a few minutes ago were just part of the plan. He was seriously ready to walk over the corpses of his own comrades, just to rise above everyone in the eyes of the gods. This guy no longer looked like the man his comrades, whose bodies lay in the thick of the forest, thought he was. Now Eugene decided it was time to meet Maurice face to face again and find him before the rain got heavier. His main target at this time was in the same place, and Maurice had already lost count, cutting down trees with his blade. The ability to awaken rage did not give him peace, and he had to spend a little extra energy. Despite the rain, he had no intention of leaving here until his ability finally wore off. But he shouldn't have decided to calm down so early, because the real fight for this guy was just beginning. Just like last time, Eugene hit him from behind again, although Maurice's heightened sensitivity still protected him. Eugene didn't expect such a reaction from him, because a lot of time had passed since the ability was activated. And this guy acted like he had just gone on a raid a couple of minutes ago and was ready to fight a whole crowd of monsters. This young man did not know much about the man he had chosen as his main target. Instead of a weakened opponent, he again saw before him someone who was tens of times superior to him in level. Even after committing a terrible crime for the sake of his new abilities, Eugene was unable to inflict serious damage on his opponent. For a while, Maurice defended himself in the hope that the guy would finally come to his senses and lower his sword. But he continued his onslaught, and it seemed that he even managed to seize the initiative. Eugene believed in his own strength and decided that Maurice was defending himself only because he did not know how to attack. His opponent continued to smile, as if he had been in complete control of the fight the whole time. The blades were still pointed at each other, but the true power that Maurice possessed was only now beginning to manifest itself. He instantly changed his attribute, and the water energy concentrated in one point. The guy watched with his usual calmness the man who dared to engage in a fair duel with him. All of Maurice's lowered stats returned to normal, and for his opponent, this could only mean one thing. In this location, the water energy quickly gained strength, and it was possible to draw energy even from the opponent's mana. Eugene thought Maurice's powers would weaken, but the boy was only just gaining true strength. The deity assured him that this guy only had a fire attribute and kept silent about the fact that he controlled the element of water. The idiot had little evidence, but Maurice could do something that would dispel his doubts forever. He dug his own grave by entering into this duel, but the young hunter would learn the terrible price of his decision later. The dark deity that had given him his power still filled this boy with confidence. He still hoped to win, and only eliminating Eugene could solve this problem. He still didn't know exactly how Maurice had managed to change his attribute, but he acted as if he didn't notice. The next second, he was able to deliver such a powerful blow that his opponent's training sword shattered into small pieces. This was a bit of a surprise for Maurice himself, who had never encountered such strength in a newcomer. Even without the help of the gods, he would have been quite talented and could have become a worthy fighter in Maurice's team. They continued to fight each other, and with the next blow, Eugene threw his opponent far to the side. The boy hit a tree at full speed, which caught fire from the flames of his ability. The opponent instantly approached him and was ready to end this protracted duel. He promised that Maurice would not feel lonely in the next world because he would send his friends after him. There was nothing but murderous intent in this psychopath's eyes, and he could easily fulfill his promise. This became his main mistake because Maurice would never have allowed this to happen. For the sake of his friends, he was ready to sacrifice his own life, and finishing off this brat was no problem for him. The next moment, he thrust a tree branch into Eugene's chest so quickly that he immediately fell to the wet ground. It was an unusual branch, and the weapon in the boy's hands was loaded with destructive power. Holding his hand to the bloody wound, the boy only hoped that the deity would come to his aid again. It was too late to hope for a miracle, because he had already done everything to bring his life to this point. This was the last thing that the man who was ready to kill his friends for the sake of absolute power saw before him. Now he will no longer be able to carry out his plan, because nothing will remain in the forest except his cooling corpse. The main thing he forgot to ask the deity was what true power his opponent possessed. The next day, the guy continued clearing the forest, and the measurement rewards turned out to be higher than expected. Along with the cleanup, you also had to take with you a rare artifact that could only be obtained in this location. It was a spiked sword that, according to legend, had been struck by lightning many centuries ago, absorbing its power. He searched for this unusual sword everywhere, and only a meeting with Eugene helped him find it in the forest. Previously, he had to cut down all the trees in the area to do this, but the search was never successful. It was even necessary to construct a real lightning rod in order to get as close as possible to the main goal of this search. After the boy's death, Maurice took over his ability to become invisible and the items he had stored in his inventory. After this, his destiny level increased again, and he was able to easily finish off all the remaining mutants. That damned voice in my head kept sounding over and over again, and it was unclear how to stop hearing the calls of the gods. Anyone in his place would have felt uneasy about these voices and wondered how Maurice had managed to keep his sanity until now. At that moment, a man appeared next to him who was seriously interested in teamwork with this guy. Turning around, Maurice realized that Jimmy was no longer interested in completing the mission and that meeting him was his only goal. The guy didn't come here empty-handed, although all these giant praying mantises should have been killed long ago. Their conversation after a long break began not very politely, and Jimmy had to feel the cold blade of a sword on his shoulder. He immediately explained that he only wanted to win Maurice's trust and not make him his enemy. After Kevin's death, he had changed a lot, but Maurice still didn't trust a word he said. Since he seriously decided to join forces with him, he had to fulfill several conditions. This was great news, and Jimmy was willing to do anything for it. Immediately after this, both guys revealed their maps of the area, which varied for each participant depending on the route they had taken. It became clear that somewhere nearby there was an exit to another region, and Jimmy needed to guard the portal between them. If Maurice claims that he managed to study the entire area, he could easily find the attacker, so what's the matter? The killer had most likely long since left the area, and all they had to do was collect the pearls and return to base. He was sure that Maurice was hiding the main thing, and that it was he who eliminated the killer. He seriously suspected Maurice of murder because his things belonged to Eugene. He immediately dismissed the accusations and explained that the necklace was a gift from God, and that he bought the sword in a store. The guy didn't argue with him, although he understood that such coincidences simply didn't happen. If it was Maurice who killed him, he could easily tell his friend about it. Jimmy made a face as if he were the most honest man Maurice had ever met. There was a short pause in their conversation, and Morris restrained himself from saying too much to this scoundrel. He turned away abruptly and only asked her to behave normally and not pretend that they were friends. The guy could only continue searching for the pearls, which needed to be delivered to the base very soon. Finally, he said that Agatha came first in this challenge and Maurice played an important role in her victory. This news was the right thing to start their conversation with, because it really surprised Maurice. Although he already had the 1,000th pearl in his hands, which meant that he had also completely completed his mission. Soon Maurice was already in the training base building and increasingly noticed the others' gazes on him. The sisters had asked him several times to take them on as students, but the boy flatly refused. Laura couldn't understand his persistence and wondered if they were really that weak. Suddenly, the guy heard that even the gods recognized their strength, blessing them to clear the territory of monsters. If this is so, then they do not need Maurice's help and can only rely on divine power. They'd better ask their gods how to use their abilities because only they can give an exact answer. In that case, Linda wanted to know which god blessed Maurice himself and gave him strength. It turned out that so far no deity had shown any attention to him and he was content with what he had. The guy believed that no one simply dared to give him their blessing, although he himself would not have agreed to become someone's ward. Laura cheerfully suggested that he ask Zeus for help, since the father of men and gods would surely agree to take him in. She suddenly started telling that people blessed by the gods of one faction had good synergy. It's good that her sister stopped the heated girl in time and didn't let her finish her sentence. Laura couldn't understand her sister's strange reaction, although she justified her actions with some stupid joke. But all these persuasions were in vain because the guy did not want either divine help or to become someone's mentor. This answer greatly surprised Laura because no one except Maurice had ever refused divine power. If he was so confident in himself, then there must have been a reason why the blessing of the gods was of no use to him. As Maurice had said earlier, he would have made a bad teacher, and the boy did not want to take on that role. Their conversation was interrupted by the noise of the door opening, and a new guest arrived from another dimension. The first time they saw this young man, he collapsed on the floor as soon as the door suddenly opened. It was difficult to understand who this stranger was and why he burst in here so suddenly. It turned out that this young priest had been looking for the entrance to the first room for a long time and had accidentally mixed up the doors. The first thing to do was to find out if everything was okay with him and whether the Holy Father needed help. A priest named Adam immediately replied that he was fine and that he just needed a little time to come to his senses. He admitted that after meeting the monsters, fear got the better of him again, and he was unable to continue the fight that had barely begun. It was a rare case where an awakened being was unable to kill a single monster, not wanting to take the sin upon his soul. Maurice was willing to offer him the chance to go on the next raid with them if he wanted to learn something. The monsters in the location will not be so strong that fear will prevent the Holy Father from acting. Besides, this was great news for both sisters because they could also go on this raid with Maurice. Watching them go, Maurice was once again convinced that these two cunning girls had achieved their goal again. With this proposal, he simply repeated the same thing that Jimmy had done in his past life. People should help each other, and if you have to start with yourself, then the guy was ready for it. Adam was also grateful to this guy because only with his help could he get rid of his fears forever. It was possible to move on right now and have a good time completing the next mission. That day was one of those rare occasions when Alex, the manager, was in a good mood. This was immediately noted by his employees, since a person from their department was the first to complete his mission. Lately, his life had been nothing but disappointments, but today the head of the first department took his revenge. However, at this happy moment, he was unable to celebrate his small victory because a meeting with another leader awaited him. Barbara waved to him cheerfully, although she didn't even bother to knock before entering. She promised that next time a person from their agency would definitely take a prize, and Alex was just lucky. By the way, if he didn't trust her words, she was ready to make a bet with him right now. Yes, she seriously expected to win by betting on the person who would be the first to complete the raid next time. This self-confident girl had no doubt about her victory, believing that the person from her department would win. The proposal was interesting, and it only remained to be seen what they would bet on. Barbara offered to bet any wish that the loser would be obliged to fulfill. Of course, if he was scared, Barbara could withdraw her offer to bet, but Alex was not ready to give in to this pushy girl. In that case, all she could do was wait impatiently for the competition to begin, and they would only see each other after it was over. The girl slammed the door loudly, leaving the agency members in complete silence for a while. Alex quickly broke the deathly silence, declaring that the two had to do everything to win. It was clear that the head of their department was ready to do anything just to avoid losing this bet to Barbara. Meanwhile, Maurice had more serious matters to attend to, as he and his new partner were already ready to begin the raid. He passed on many spiritual pearls to Adam, since the Holy Father also participated in this mission. It was hard to believe that this guy collected so many spiritual pearls in 2 days, because it was a record among all the participants. But these were only trifles, and the main purpose of his stay here had still not been achieved. Suddenly, the priest began to remember those past fears that had hindered him in real battles with monsters. Leaning towards him, the boy explained that everyone had their own role, and that others simply had not yet understood his value. It was Maurice who knew that in the 5th room, which awaited them next, Adam would be able to show his best qualities. He had probably already received a message from Emma, and it was time to prepare well for the new mission. The 1st room is a distant memory, so all the other locations will require much more effort from them. However, they were yet to find out, because a few minutes later they had already stepped into the interspatial gate. Adam immediately noticed how beautiful the place was, and regretted that it was teeming with bloodthirsty monsters. That's why they came here, because if the location is cleared of mutants, people will be able to live here. He couldn't believe they were still in the demon dimension, and he acted like a complete child. Although this no longer mattered, and Maurice gradually got used to the behavior of this young priest. The main difference of this mission was that the guys were not told which particular religion's artifact they were supposed to obtain. With a smile, Morris realized that the cleanup was the main goal of this mission, and that the artifacts had to be picked up indiscriminately. In addition, one had to watch one's words carefully, because some phrases could easily lead to one losing one's tongue. When Adam first saw the additional conditions of the mission, he became seriously worried about whether he would be able to fulfill them. It was clear that he now had the opportunity to work with a true professional who was ready for anything. Now Maurice was going to take a little walk and look around, and the young priest just needed to wait for him next to the tent. It's good that they dealt with the shelter so quickly and could move on to the next point of the plan. Looking at the local beauty, for a second Morris also felt sorry that these places were inhabited by damned monsters. If you looked closely, everything here might seem too artificial, as if it was specially made for hunters. Even the monsters that guarded the local territory were very different from all the mutants from other locations. The group, which was moving deeper into the forest at this time, had to find food as quickly as possible other than the local fruits. Edward also took part in this mission and asked that the name of the previous winner not be mentioned in his presence. He still couldn't forgive himself for refusing Agatha after the girl heard the idiotic predictions. However, even without Maurice's prediction, she still wouldn't have dated a guy like him. Now it was no longer important, and it was worth concentrating your efforts on destroying the mutants in this location. To this end, Edward hired 3 guys to do all the dirty work. There was no point in arguing with him, since they were only paid to quickly destroy all the local predators. The boys easily coped with this task, because the monsters turned out to be much weaker than they looked at first glance. It became clear that they were all dead, and now nothing stood in the way of collecting the local fruits. Commanding from below, Edward reminded them to gather all the fruit they could carry. While everyone else was busy with their work, he suddenly noticed something strange that immediately caught his eye. The monsters were so thin, as if they had been unable to catch prey for several weeks and had eaten almost nothing during this time. Still, they could have fed on the fruits here, so it didn't bother them. There was only one explanation for this oddity, but the answer to the question came to Edward much faster. Turning around, he realized that a whole crowd of powerful mutants had been watching them closely all this time. Their leader was ready to throw all his main forces into the attack and have a good feast on human flesh. The monkeys themselves were as hungry as the dead mutants at Edward's feet, and now it was time for a hearty meal. The guy had no intention of becoming anyone's prey and came here to complete a mission. Instead, he and all the other hunters had to quickly run away from there, saving their lives. Edward understood that only escape was the only chance to survive because he did not have enough strength to fight the monsters. It's hard to imagine how scared this guy was when several predators followed him. One of them still managed to catch up with the fugitive, and Edward found himself in the clutches of a hungry monster. But the very next second, it became clear that this lunch would end before it even began. The sword instantly pierced the monster through and through, and instead of warm human flesh, he had to taste the cold metal of the blade. The boy couldn't even hold back his tears from the horror he had experienced and didn't expect that help would come at such a moment. Before, he wanted to forever forget the smile of this guy, who no longer seemed like a charlatan telling fortunes for money. The fortune teller who separated him from Agatha was precisely this smiling guy who snatched him from the clutches of the giant monkey. Yes, after so much time, it was he who became the only one who helped him avoid death. Edward couldn't just let go of everything that was between them, and rage boiled up in the madman again. But Morris had no intention of saving him. He just wanted to destroy more monsters to complete the mission. Even if the guy himself had asked Maurice for help, he would not have pulled the arrogant idiot back from the brink of death. If he really wanted to survive, he needed to escape right now and complete the raid. It would have been better to entrust this matter to professionals rather than risking one's life for the sake of crowd recognition. Such words would be difficult for anyone to hear, and Edward was no exception. He swore that he would never forgive Maurice for another humiliation and that they would continue their conversation. Of course, Maurice didn't care about his stupid grievances and needed to deal with the monsters as soon as possible. The monkeys continued to attack from all sides, but each individual met the same fate. The guy had developed his abilities so much that he could sense the approach of mutants without even turning around. Now that there were no aliens around, I could calmly feed my carnivorous egg. This strange pet would not have minded feasting on the meat of slain mutants, but the guy had a better offer. Instead, he took a fresh green apple out of his pocket, and it was much healthier for his pet. The boy knew that the food eaten determined who would hatch from the egg. He himself needed the meat of these mutants because it could make an excellent dinner. The boy understood that the priest would never eat it, but he himself was not averse to a good meal of fried meat. He bit into it with such greed as if he hadn't eaten for ages. Adam was horrified by the greed with which his new friend devoured the food, as if he himself had temporarily become one of those monsters. The priest's job was to heal, and that was why Maurice took him on his raid. Instead, the boy had to listen to a long sermon about how one shouldn't eat mutant meat, as it transmits their dark essence. Maurice quickly offered the priest some tea, which was excellent for restoring mana and calming the nerves. Adam suddenly put his hand to it, and for a second, Maurice thought he saw someone waving at him from afar. He warned that under no circumstances should one follow the call, and that these hallucinations were just a side effect of the healing. Now it will be much safer to complete the mission because after healing, the guy became immune to poison. It was time for the raw meat, and the priest realized with horror that Maurice was going to eat it. For a long time, Adam tried to persuade him to stop, but it was too late. It's good that the guy didn't vomit from the raw mutant meat, and now it's time to check his stats. Realizing that everything was going according to plan, Maurice wanted to thank the priest, but he was already fast asleep. The healing ability took a lot of effort, and it was clear that Adam had done a great job. It took a little longer than the guy expected, but everything was still within normal limits. As expected, he had stocked up on food in advance, which could quickly replenish his expended mana. Soon he asked the priest to move to another seat, but he no longer heard his words. At first, the guy wanted to give him a little rest in gratitude for the work he had done and for his help during their common mission. But now the plan had to be abruptly changed, because the uninvited guest was already standing at their tent. With one blow of his blade, he easily pierced the guy who was hiding at the entrance. All that remained was to find out who had planned this night raid and decided to get rid of them while they were sleeping. Several people had already gathered near their tent, following close behind Maurice and now ready to act. The night visitors did indeed set up an ambush for them, but Maurice was confident that he could cope. Coming out to meet them, the guy immediately recognized the people from the first section, who had not come here empty-handed. One of them demanded that all the food from the tent be given away so that everyone could leave peacefully on their own 2 feet. But if they were destined to die of hunger, then it made no difference to Maurice how exactly they died today. He preferred the option of keeping his food and his life, so he quickly drew his blade. The daredevil was sure that they would take the food by force, since the two were so greedy. After the first sweeping blow, he realized that his opponent was more agile than anyone he had encountered before. Maurice had no intention of taking a defensive position and launched an attack at the first opportunity. The intruder's head would have remained intact, and he would not have experienced the hellish pain from the knee strike if he had been a little smarter. During the fight, Maurice realized that there was something fishy going on and that the fight was coming too easy for him. With such hunting skills, they could have gotten food themselves, but the boys had other motives. These guys probably just wanted to have some fun, and that's why they showed up at their tent in the middle of the night. But this fun could turn into something more for them, and they would have to pay with their lives for such entertainment. One of the attackers suddenly shouted that the bastard was much stronger and that they needed to report everything to the captain immediately. Immediately after this, a smoke bomb appeared, and it became clear that the guys were going to flee. He was not mistaken, because a second later, the battlefield was engulfed in acrid gray smoke, which allowed them to quickly disappear into the forest. While Morris fought for their lives outside, the young priest prayed to his god to give him strength. But the very next second, he realized that things would not end with a simple sword fight. Quickly running out of the tent, Adam tried to figure out who had created this smokescreen here and whether everything was okay with Maurice. Just before it started, the guy asked him not to leave the tent until it was all over. Remaining inside and only listening to these terrible explosions from an ambush was beyond the strength of not only the priest, but also anyone else in his place. At the last second, he stopped, because fear still did not allow him to take a single step. This was what Adam told Maurice, and the animal fear in his heart still prevented the priest from making decisions. Luckily, there was nothing to do today, as Maurice was ready to enter the tent himself. Raising his head, Adam only hoped that it was he who stood in front of him on the other side, and not one of those robbers. Yes, it really was his new friend, who had already managed to inhale toxic smoke after the smoke bomb exploded. He said that these scoundrels came here to take their food, but it was strange that they knew about their location. The priest was seriously scared when he heard that among the attackers was a famous murderer whose hands were covered in blood up to the elbows. Adam caught himself in time, realizing that he had once again shown the fear that he had tried to hide from everyone all his life. Today was the day when he could prove himself, but once again he had to hide in a closed tent, leaving everything to Morris. At some point, it became clear that he would continue to say all these wild things about himself if Maurice did not stop him in time. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the boy prepared to say a few important words to the priest. It is worth remembering that other people have not yet had time to recognize the true value of Adam, but this will happen soon. Currently, people can only heal themselves with the totem and by using some healing items. After the training, which will take place very soon, the young priest will change and will be able to show himself. People will finally understand how expensive these healing elixirs were and will regret their decision to expel Adam. Each person had their own destiny in this life, and if Morris was used to fighting, then Adam had to heal people. He was sure that in the future the priest would save many lives, and he had no need for fighting skills. For the first time in his life, he heard such parting words, and he understood perfectly well that there was some truth in the young man's words. Still kneeling, he swore loudly that he would not give up until he achieved this goal. Perhaps it was no coincidence that God had brought their paths together and Morris was the one who could teach him to be brave. However, the guy himself will also need the help of a priest, although this help may seem a little strange. 3 days later, the raid participants were still in the forest, and the girls were able to go quite far into the forest. Smiling, Linda opened the entrance to the tent and greeted her older friend, who just happened to be there. She thought it was worth going a little deeper into the forest, because there were bound to be high-level monsters there. Her sister was against it, hoping that there would be a couple dozen mutants here to clean up. If only Maurice had been with them, he would have shown them the right way, and they wouldn't have had to wander around here all day. This guy had so much experience that he could find anything and no animal could hide from him. At this rate, he should have gone too far already, and it was unlikely that they would be able to catch up with him before the end of the raid. Agatha believed that today they would finally be able to meet after a long separation, because the guy never left his partners for long. Not far from the tent, they heard someone's footsteps, which were quickly approaching in their direction. Indeed, someone wanted to be here as soon as possible. Did Maurice really return so quickly? But Agatha was a little hasty, and instead of Morris, she will have to meet a completely different person. Jimmy was also looking for their senior partner and hoped that he could find him in this tent. It was clear from Agatha's expression that Jimmy wasn't the only one looking for Maurice. The girls also wanted to see him as soon as possible. The main reason for their surprise was how he managed to get here if there were many traps set up around the tent. Besides, he had never burst into a women's tent like that before, which meant Jimmy had another stupid plan. The girl once again stated that they had not seen the guy since the morning, and he could try to look for Maurice in another place. Jimmy had long since become tiresome to Laura, calling them secondary characters, although he himself was not the main character at all. Judging by his smile, he thought completely differently, and that was why he wanted to work with Maurice on the same team. Agatha could not tolerate such rude behavior towards herself, especially since Jimmy was on their territory. In response, he threw her a fresh green apple, which was in fact the forbidden fruit. Understanding what this impudent fellow was hinting at, Agatha warned that she already had a lot of such fruits, and there was nothing to surprise her with. Suddenly, he laughed loudly and, as a sign of reconciliation, suggested that she work together, but first taste the forbidden fruits. It was in vain that he joked with her like that, because instead of an answer to the joke, he immediately received an arrow from Laura's bow. The girl had no desire to work with a man who had recently put their partner at risk of death. In their eyes, he was a traitor, so it would be better for him to leave here on good terms and not test their patience. If he doubted their power, Agatha could show it right now, but Jimmy certainly wouldn't like it. It's clear that the guy wasn't telling them a lot of things and was just closely watching her every action. Jimmy's weapons were always with him, and he could draw his sword from its sheath at any moment. Well, if she was looking for a fight, the guy was ready to fulfill her wish. He was sure that fighting with her would be much more interesting than with those incompetent children behind him. But the duel never took place, because Julia burst into the tent and warned that an attack was being prepared nearby. It was strange that someone would prepare a monster attack in the middle of the day, since this usually only happened at night. Only Jimmy was happy about this news, realizing that he had not come to this camp in vain today. At the same time, Morris was somewhere in the middle of the forest, and a delicious smell was coming from his huge cauldron. It was already the 10th day since the start of the raid, and everyone else should have eaten their supplies by now. They were left to eat only fruits from the garden, but apples alone cannot fill the stomach. It would be possible to hunt poisonous monsters, but there was no guarantee that all participants would return afterwards. Normal food was the most important thing now, and at this rate they would have to beg the guy to share. It's no surprise that just a few minutes later, 2 raid participants appeared next to the guy, and Jimmy still had the same stupid smile on his face. Maurice was not averse to communication after the long time he spent alone in the forest. True, Agatha immediately noticed that all the ingredients for the soup were poisonous. There was nothing to worry about, and after filling a ladle with soup, he declared that he had first gotten rid of the poison. He then handed the soup to Agatha, hoping that she would believe him and try his culinary masterpiece. But before the girl could get to the bowl of soup, Jimmy grabbed it as if it was meant for him. In that case, he was obliged to pay a whole 1,000 spiritual pearls for this portion, otherwise let him return it back. He had to agree, even though a serving of soup cost the girl only 200 spiritual pearls. The guy couldn't understand where such a big difference in price came from and why the soup was so cheap for Agatha. In fact, for any participant, a bowl of soup cost exactly 200 pearls, and only Jimmy had to pay 1,000. Soon, each participant was holding a large portion of soup in their hands, and was glad to have been able to eat something other than apples. The guy was interested to know why Agatha decided to look only for items above the average rank. It was known that low-level artifacts provided almost no mana gain, and she was hoping for Maurice's help in this matter. Jimmy would also be glad if the guy joined them, because of the first department, their business was not going well. In such a situation, it was necessary to work together, although Jimmy still considered the girl and her friends secondary characters. Looking at them, Maurice said with a smile that the two of them would work best together. They were a perfect match, as they both loved to argue and were unyielding in any conflict. Although they were right about one thing, working alone, the participants had much less chance of winning. Maurice was willing to help them with something, but the people from the first department would constantly put a spoke in their wheels. Every encounter with these guys ended in a brawl, as if someone had specifically ordered them to interfere with everyone else. This wasn't the first time Maurice had heard such reviews about the first section and decided that he needed to check out the situation himself. The priest must remain in the camp and not leave this place until the boy returns. Adam replied that he couldn't leave Morris alone and would use his healing skill if anything happened to him. The girl knew why her friend did not want to take Adam with him and immediately rushed to reassure the priest. It was much safer here, and Adam's skills would be more useful in a tent camp than on this outing. He was determined to cope on his own and flatly refused any help from anyone. If something happened, Agatha was ready to come to his aid at any second, just like in her past life. It remained to be hoped that he would still not need anyone's help, and soon the guy found himself deep in the forest. Green fruits were a great option for a light snack when there was no time to cook. Suddenly, all of the guy's senses suddenly became heightened, something that only happened in moments of serious danger. On both sides, he suddenly saw giant creatures that became this danger. The system activated this ability in advance because the monsters approached him too quietly. The giants were even interested in finding out where this stranger came from. However, he did not keep himself waiting and attacked as soon as he appeared in front of his new victim. The ability to become invisible was the surprise that caught the monster off guard. Instead of Maurice, all he could do now was beat a small green apple on the ground with a torn-off tree. Maurice himself was already behind him and prepared his new weapon for attack. This thick-headed giant had never fought an opponent who, in addition to physical strength, possessed magic. He should have known about this before this senseless attack began. But is it worth expecting anything intelligent from such creatures? Then he wouldn't have to feel the full force of the blow when the guy brought his sword with needles down right on his neck. The head of the mutated monkey remained lying at a distance from the huge body, and the minutes of its life were numbered. It was impossible to leave it like this, and it was worth finding out from which side the monster came to him. The paradise fruit became the item that the boy took possession of immediately after killing the monster. He could increase his resistance to any poison, which was very useful on such a mission. Maurice's mana and experience increased, and the guy's agility almost reached its limit. Such fruits increased resistance to poison, and the mana level allowed one to do much more. Although anyone watching from the side would have felt sick from the number of apples eaten. The boy continued to eat these fruits until he turned blue, so that his resistance to poisons reached the absolute limit. At this rate, one could lose consciousness if one did not stop in time. At that moment, 2 members of the raid from the first department were passing below and realized that their main competitor was stuck on the branch. It's strange what the hell he's doing up there and why he keeps sitting there instead of coming down to meet me. The guy warned that their leader had been looking for a meeting with Maurice for a long time and just wanted to talk to him about something. He remembered very well that the leader of their group was one of those guys who had set up the ambush on the first day. This was great news, and he deftly jumped down, hoping to meet this daredevil as soon as possible. They soon reached the 1st Division's tent camp, where they expected to find the leader. He needed to go a little further to that guy's tent, but the people around him kept distracting him with sidelong glances. However, this was not the main thing, and soon he found himself inside the tent, where he hoped to meet the leader. It turned out that he was just wiping the sharpened blade of his axe and was glad that the guy came to him himself. Judging by his mood, he did not want to cooperate with Maurice at all, but on the contrary saw him as his main competitor. This big guy named Frank quickly threw away the rag, and now his weapon was fully ready for battle. Frank had long dreamed of this meeting, wanting to personally fight the one who had recently become so famous. Maurice immediately noticed the top-notch equipment in the big guy's hands, which was the Divine Flame Blade. Now it is clear why, in its past life, the first department, thanks to such leaders, always succeeded in clearing the gates. But this power was directed only against him, and the rage in Frank's eyes only grew stronger. He believed that the guy had been too rude to his people, and now he had to answer for it. The tip of his axe came very close to Maurice's face, and it was a strange beginning to a friendly conversation. It was clear that the guy was in no hurry to make acquaintances, and Frank was only interested in a fight with Maurice. In fact, if Maurice had agreed to join their ranks right now and renounced his group, he might have avoided death. It was the strangest way to offer cooperation, because instead of a hand, he extended a naked axe towards him. Maurice quickly wiped the blood from his forehead with his hand and hoped that this idiot would not call him for such trifles anymore. Leaving the tent, he warned that he would soon deal with this matter, but would remain in the ranks of his department. However, upon leaving, it became clear that the guy would not be able to leave the tent camp so easily. Frank's subordinates had been warned in advance to line up in several rows at the exit after Maurice's arrival. The big man believed that Maurice simply had no choice and would join them if he wanted to live. Otherwise, this tent camp will become not only a cozy place for him, but also a cemetery. But the token of retribution was already ready in Morris's hands, and this should have brought the heated guy to his senses. Yes, Frank could hardly believe his eyes, but right now he really saw this rare artifact. He knew that if the owner of this token was killed, the seal of retribution would instantly fall on the killer. This meant that if Frank decided to raise his hand against Maurice, the leader of the second section would come for his head. It's clear that the guy also recently received a message from Emma. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so boldly. He was not mistaken, because the day before Emma gave him a student test, and his success exceeded her expectations. He had to clear the room of spoken sins on the highest difficulty, and if he succeeded, he would receive a valuable reward. It seems like the department heads are competing with each other, and that's why Frank called this guy to him. He canceled his order and left it alone, although some participants were very surprised. Frank explained that he had an object that could send to the next world anyone who dared to touch him. Maurice hoped that after this awkward pause, he would finally be able to go to the tent camp. But the sly fellow lied because the artifact didn't work on everyone, and this big guy was one of those guys. He was the first to try to attack Maurice, but he lacked dexterity and only swung his blade in vain. Dodging the blow, the boy warned with a smile that he was not so naive as to come unprepared. All the other guys were also hit, because any of them could attack him from behind. Each of the members of the second department remembered Maurice's artifact and was afraid to lay a hand on it again. The hunter took advantage of this to immediately activate invisibility and disappear into thin air. He was able to move easily between the ranks of young hunters who could not sense Morris's approach. None of them had an ability that could sharpen their senses and understand where the invisible enemy was. It was clear why the guy acted so cruelly, because each of them was ready to raise a sword over his head today. They spent a long time trying to find out where Morris was, although the guy was nearby the whole time. They would surely appreciate his little treat of a sweet red apple, which he decided to leave behind as a sign of reconciliation. In fact, this apple attracted the local mutants, and soon the hunters were faced with a whole crowd of monsters. There was no point in staying there, so the guy simply left the camp, not forgetting to set fire to every tent in his path. He was angered by the fact that the heads of departments seemed to be playing childish games with them and pitting their subordinates against each other. For the sake of a paltry reward, they were ready to walk over the corpses of their own subordinates and behaved worse than any monsters. This must not be allowed to happen again, but it was difficult to find a way out of this situation. When Maurice returned, the first thing he did was to empty his bag onto the ground, everything he had found, in order to attract attention. He loudly asked everyone to stop for a moment and listen to his announcement. As is known, other departments also participated in the raid, but last night one of them tried to ambush them. Maurice suggested that they use a general attack to clear the gates using the fruit of paradise, if there were any brave guys among them. He was ready to give this fruit for free to every participant who agreed to go with him. There was still quite a lot of fruit, so it was necessary to tell the others about this offer. No one except Agatha understood how dangerous this undertaking was and how it would end for them. She knew that the guy had recently cleared a similar location and that medium difficulty gates were within his power. Turning in her direction, he reminded her that each participant should only look after their own lives. With these words, he abruptly turned in the other direction, reminding them that he was not even a member of their squad. So Agatha should have just taken everyone else and left, because now they weren't on the same team. Maurice had been just as rude before, but lately he had been becoming more and more distant from the others. The last time he encountered monsters, a frenzied monkey appeared out of nowhere. The giant lived in the demon dimension like everyone else, and it was strange that he ended up so close. Of course, this could have happened by chance, but several accidents in a row only happen in fairy tales. It is clear that they have their own abode, and this lair was probably similar to the dwelling of those snow giants. But if the mutant had come here against his will, it was worth finding out who was the mastermind behind this attack. It was to that place that Maurice headed, to once again find himself near the camouflaged entrance to the forest room. Luckily, he managed to quickly find the place where he needed to look for the lair of the giant ape. He had to go down much deeper than he had expected, but Morris hoped that nothing bad would happen. His ability came in handy, and instead of a torch, the dungeon was illuminated by the flame in Morris's palm. After walking a few more steps, he realized that behind the walls of this stone gorge, there must be an answer to all his questions. He was not mistaken, because as soon as he pressed lightly on the stone, rays of light instantly hit his face, illuminating everything around. Instead of a dark dungeon, he suddenly saw a magical tree, the trunk of which consisted of several trees entwined in a spiral. Looking at this magical view, it seemed that there should be no mutants here and nothing but birds of paradise to be found. From his own experience, Maurice understood that all this was just an illusion, and the local beauty was used as a disguise. Of all the locations, this was the most dangerous, although credit must be given to the detail in this dimension. Surely it would have been possible to dive even deeper and discover those monsters that attacked him yesterday. The guy quickly completed the conditions for clearing the room of spoken sins, and the fruit of all fragrances became available to him. Now all that was needed was to get out of here unnoticed. But that was precisely the biggest problem. A moment later, an explosion sounded, and whirlwinds of dust and smoke rose before my eyes. It turned out that, thanks to Maurice, all the other guys from the second department, led by Frank, easily got in here too. All this time, they were watching him, because it was only thanks to his ability that they could get here. On their way to the second section, they accidentally stumbled upon a member from the first section, who quickly became their captive. Frank seemed to have a knack for catching anyone off guard, and Morris was no exception. The apple fell from his hands, and it could be considered that the first part of Frank's plan had worked out well. Because of the seal that protected Maurice, Frank couldn't get rid of the guy, but he could easily get rid of his friends. The girl will survive only if Maurice agrees to give up the fruit and behaves like an obedient boy. But the guy had nothing to offer Frank except to leave a couple of bruises on his body. Stepping forward, Morris crushed the very seal that was preventing Frank from attacking. Now there was nothing to be afraid of, so Maurice invited him to come up and take everything that the guy so wanted to get. There were enough apples for everyone, but Frank thought that the girl would stay with him for a while. He ordered his boys to act and not to sit in ambush for too long. Part of his group immediately moved towards the tree to collect the magic fruits. Now was the time to get back Laura, whom Frank had treacherously grabbed on the way to the department. However, first he had to lay down his arms, and only after that Morris would be able to take the captive. The big guy's main desire was still a duel with this upstart, who could now show what he was capable of. To save Laura, Maurice was ready to do anything, and easily threw his sword aside. Yes, he really did throw away his weapon for Laura, and you don't see such an act often. After examining her carefully, the guy realized that she urgently needed help, and that he couldn't do it without special means. The antidote was already ready, and opening her mouth, the guy poured a few grains into it. It was the first time in his life that Frank had seen such a method of healing, and did not know that there was another method besides eating fruit. Maurice warned that he had not poisoned Laura at all, and that there was no need for a remedy against the poison. But then Frank saw all his boys fall out of the tree at once, where they were trying to pick magic fruits. It seems they were instantly blinded, and that scoundrel Maurice took care of it in advance. Frank himself had blood pouring from his mouth, which meant that this scoundrel Maurice knew how he would act even before they met. No one but him knew that the smell of the fruit of all aromas was as poisonous as the other wild fruits in this forest. He was in no danger, just like Laura, to whom he gave an antidote for this poisonous smell. The toxic energy spread everywhere Frank and his gang of agents were. There was no doubt that this guy knew about the trap, and that was the only reason he so easily threw away his weapon and helped his girl. But Frank was not one to give up quickly and immediately rushed into the attack. If he was going to die today, he wanted to take another bastard with him. Moreover, Maurice had more seeds in stock, which meant that the antidote could have also reached Frank. To do this, he would have to defeat this guy, and he would have to try hard before he died. He had nothing to lose, especially since by leaving a bloody wound on Morris's face, he also infected his blood with a dangerous poison. There was no time to wait, so the guy instantly activated his fireball for another attack. He was confident that this would help quickly get rid of those training participants who had already crossed the red line. The main one of them was this big guy at whom the magic shot was aimed. If Frank continued like this, they would still die, because the poison was already in Maurice's blood. But the guy thought differently and hoped that of the two of them, only Frank would die. If Frank wanted to deal with the effects of the poison, then the magic fruit definitely wouldn't help against this guy's sword. There was no point in threatening to kill Maurice's men, because the only punishment he had in store for Frank was death. This was the last thing the big guy from the second section, who had allowed himself too much, saw before his death. The fate-stealing ability was activated, and after killing Frank, Maurice took all of his powers. He managed to obtain some of the mana that gave the leader of the second division so much energy. But Laura deserved special attention, because the girl boldly followed him, disobeying Maurice's orders. But there was no point in thinking about that now, because the only thing that mattered to him was saving the girl. The guy decided to use the latter method, and began to slowly take the carnivorous egg out of his bag. Luckily, it was today that the creature that Maurice had been feeding all this time was supposed to hatch from the egg. And so it happened, and the new pet was already ready to emerge from the egg into this world. Until that moment, he lived inside a shell, but every day he saw the face of his future owner. Maurice cared for him like a pet, and he was ready to reciprocate with the same affection. However, this was not all that the pet was capable of, because he had enormous power at his disposal. It was his ability that could help Laura get back on her feet if he could use it. The creature could easily clear the place of the poison in the air that spread a dangerous smell. It was a great job, and the guy was glad that one day he decided to keep it for himself. Now it was necessary to collect all these fruits before they burned, especially since the girl had already managed to come to her senses. If everything was okay with her, then it was worth coming a little closer to him and taking a look at it. Soon they found themselves on the other side of the space that Laura was forbidden to enter. Agatha and Linda were already rushing towards them and were happy that everyone remained alive. The girl was most worried about Laura, although Maurice had long been a close person to her. The guy didn't expect them to come to his aid so quickly. Were the other hunters also watching him? It turned out that Adam was able to heal all the wounded who suffered from the attack of the people from the second squad. The conversation with Laura was much harsher because her sister strictly ordered her to stay in the camp and not leave without permission. I had to tell her that Frank and his men had captured her, although the girl asked to remain silent about it. Agatha should have caught up with her earlier, but it was at that moment that the attack from another group occurred. If the guy had cleared the room earlier, this simply would not have happened, and unnecessary casualties could have been avoided. The girl believed that they could not have acted differently, especially since after the attack, all participants remained unharmed. Any decision the guy made had long since become their common one, and it was clear that Agatha trusted him completely. Here everyone considered Maurice a loyal comrade and was ready to come to the rescue at any moment. This girl would be the first to rush to Maurice's rescue if danger loomed over him. Even in his past life, he had never received such sincere words addressed to him, and he understood that their destinies were intertwined. Agatha had long considered him her savior, even after that incident at the very beginning of their meeting. Maurice then found himself many times where his help was needed most. It seemed that it was no longer possible to distance myself from these people, and it was worth coming up with another way to protect them from the curse. The good news was that he successfully completed clearing the room of spoken sins and became the winner. As a gift for the cleanup, he received an artifact that anyone would envy. The reward was the Guide of Fate, which looked like an ordinary compass, but had rare properties. This item allowed one to predict the future, but most often it worked on its own. Imagine the guy's surprise when the compass's first prediction worked right away. The compass needles began to spin rapidly, although Maurice had no intention of using it. The main thing was that Maurice's fate was distorted along with the space that was changing around the compass. At the same time, Alex was in his office and was again forced to admit defeat. The results of this newcomer surprised everyone, and it was strange how he learned what was hidden from prying eyes. He managed to clear the most difficult territory of Devil's Dagger Mountain in just one day. What happened in the first department team was also too suspicious, and the frogs with crystals became further proof of this. A hunter who only had the 3rd rank could not have done so many things and destroyed such powerful mutants. Now Alex will have to personally find out what the main secret of the first department member was. Their young leader was taking too many liberties and was certainly no newcomer to his field. Winning with Barbara is definitely not possible if Maurice continues to behave like this. This young woman was not used to losing and placed her bet on Maurice as the future winner. The method of raising a pet from a carnivorous egg was extremely difficult, but it was Maurice who managed to cope with it. All the options that Alex went through in his head were unreasonable, and there was only one way to find the answers. He decided to personally check everything that was connected with Maurice's abilities and unravel the mystery of his true destiny. With this goal in mind, he called the strange newcomer into his office, who immediately seemed suspicious to him. Maurice was so worried, as if he thought there were traps hidden in the office and was trying to see a catch in everything. But the main thing that surprised the guy was the tricks Alex performed, which he definitely didn't expect. Just a second ago, there was a wall in front of him, but now instead of it, the guy saw a warehouse of cold weapons. I wonder why he ended up here. Did Alex really want to reward him with one of the rare blades? And indeed, he smiled and offered him to choose any sword from this pocket storage. It all seemed too strange and more like a test than simple courtesy. Here, everything was slightly changed, and even the key in the hands of the department head looked fake. Low-ranking weapons with beautiful descriptions were presented as rare artifacts. Although you can't believe everything written on the wall, right? The high-ranking equipment looked like ordinary items and didn't resemble deadly blades at all. Everything was prepared in advance to test Maurice's abilities and see if he could distinguish a fake from the original. Without reading the descriptions, he couldn't know the true rank of these items, and besides, they were all simplified. If this guy really knew how to read fates, it wouldn't be difficult for him to determine the true rank of the weapon. Now Maurice had a choice to make, and he could easily give himself away if he told the truth. He understood that Alex had removed all the good weapons from here, but left a few demon-rank items. Yes, it was very generous of him, although the guy himself never believed in gifts from fate. One of the objects did spark his interest, and he was curious to find out what it was capable of. The sword looked very rare, and an inexperienced beginner would have thought it was a first-class item. But why did Alex mix up artifacts of different levels? Did he really decide to test him from the very beginning? It seemed that this strange situation became clear to Maurice, and Alex really saw him as his competitor. He pretended not to understand anything and just turned his head from side to side, trying to make up his mind. An experienced fighter like Maurice could not be fooled by counterfeit inscriptions, but now the situation was different. It's funny that Alex seriously expected to fool the man who could have fooled any of them. Turning to him, Maurice realized who he was dealing with, but in this situation it was worth waiting a little before making a decision. Not everyone was given the ability to read someone else's fate, and Alex's agency always tried to get its hands on such people. Only someone who had planned the entire weapon selection story in advance could have hidden their skills or a good item. The moment had come to make his move, and turning sharply towards Alex, Maurice was ready to act. Suddenly, the guy announced that he had already made up his mind, and there was no point in detaining the manager any longer. And then he pointed his finger at the place where Alex was now. But what was he hinting at by this? The manager took this gesture with horror as Maurice's answer, believing that the boy had chosen him as his reward. Could it be that he didn't like any of the swords on the wall and wants to take Alex himself with him? If you think about it, it was the right choice, because Alex was much more valuable than any artifact in the warehouse. Yes, he was the most desirable object in the room, as in the whole of this vast country. It was clear that Alex had plenty of pride, but Maurice had something completely different in mind. The key that he was holding in his hands was the item that the guy liked. Besides, if Alex agrees to lend him all these weapons, he will also benefit from the deal. The weapon will still be assigned to Alex, but the second section will show high results with its help. It was an interesting proposal, and the manager didn't even expect that everything would work out so well for him. Soon, Maurice was already in his room, and it was time to feed his pet. While he emptied his plate of food, Maurice began to wonder how long it would take to create a copy of the key. It might take 3 days, but the results will be worth it if it works out. He didn't expect to spend 12,000 pearls in one day, because pet food was very expensive. He liked the way this creature behaved and didn't even mind giving it a little more food. What was more surprising was how quickly this creature was able to level up. Almost instantly, he increased his strength to the second-class demon rank and could now control the water element. Maurice immediately invited him to try his strength right in this room and see what he was capable of. The pet was only too happy to try out his skills, especially since it would be much better with Maurice. The guy only pretended to look after this creature, but judging by the size of the projectile he created, it didn't need anyone's help. Rather, on the contrary, the one who would become his first target would need help. The worst part is that the first target was the wall behind which a certain nasty guy was supposed to be. Maurice didn't have time to ask him to cancel the destructive ability, and a second later, the projectile was fired. Now, instead of a bare wall, he was looking at the guy who was still lying in bed and fortunately was dressed. It was a bit awkward, although Maurice hadn't meant for anything like that to happen. But it was impossible to explain this to Jimmy, and it was clear why the guy was so angry. It is worth training this newborn creature a little and learning to restrain its power. That same morning, not many people had gathered in the dining room, as many were still in their beds. For a while, the sisters couldn't understand why the young people at the far table were so happy with their plates of rice. They didn't know that all this time they had to eat only forest fruits, which they were already quite tired of. If it weren't for the food Maurice started selling, they would have had to eat only apples until the last day of the raid and soon become just as green themselves. Seriously speaking, this guy has helped them more than once, and during the last monster attack, he showed himself to be a leader. Even when one of them was bitten by a monster, Maurice was the first to come to his aid. All this time, the guy looked alienated, but in difficult times, he showed himself to be a real hero. Only with Maurice's help were they able to enter the room and return from the mission safe and sound. Today, even Edward decided to be polite to him, just because the guy entered the room first. Although Edward himself also succeeded in completing the mission, which he was truly proud of. It was possible to forget the grievances for a while, because the end of all the purges was approaching, and it was worth treating each other a little more friendly. This arrogant guy still believed that none of the participants could compare to him in strength. He suddenly stopped and offered Maurice a drink, which was not at all what the guy had planned. But he didn't wait for his answer and immediately asked to bring 2 glasses of good drink. However, Edward still didn't have a single pearl to his name, which meant he wasn't entitled to any drinks. If he wanted to ask for a drink on credit, such impudent requests could easily get him hit on the head with a board. Here, no one cared who this guy was or whose patronage he enjoyed. Maurice even had to calm Edward down, who could find himself in trouble out of nowhere. It's time to understand that the currency here was pearls, and not the green pieces of paper in Edward's pocket. This time, Maurice was willing to pay for the drinks himself, instead of arguing over trifles. He had spent 12,000 pearls yesterday, so he was a welcome guest at this establishment. It turned out that he had no intention of ordering a drink for himself, but asked to pass it to the guy on the left. A cocktail with a slice of lemon had already been prepared for Edward, but only at the request of their best client, Maurice. For the first time in his life, a guy was treated so rudely, and only Maurice enjoyed the real respect of the staff. This could not help but infuriate a man who had been accustomed to a completely different attitude all his life. If anyone in this establishment underestimates his abilities, he deserves a punch to change his worthless opinion. The sisters didn't expect this idiot to start a fight, and hoped until the very end that Maurice would bring him to his senses. The guy himself was horrified that an angry Edward would start a fight here, but he had no intention of repenting at all. Having made some noise, he immediately headed for the exit, not wanting to be near this scum any longer. It's a pity that their conversation ended so badly, although everything started out quite well. Actually, Maurice's pet destroyed this guy's wall this morning, so he wanted to appease him with something. Upon hearing about the new pet, Linda immediately wanted to look at it and pet the little animal. She didn't expect that the creature, which had just recently hatched from an egg, would turn out to be so cute. Of course, the girls immediately wanted to take him for themselves, but the guy warned that the pet belonged only to him. This answer clearly did not satisfy either of the sisters, and it was a pity that Maurice was so unyielding. But was it possible to hand over into the hands of strangers a creature that he had raised as his own child? Besides, the pet himself is unlikely to want to stay with Linda since he got used to Maurice's face even before he was born. With each passing day, his abilities grew and the system reported another rank increase. For some reason, Laura believed that the guy was able to find the egg with the pet only thanks to her help. He had no intention of arguing with her, smiling as he replied that he knew this very well and was grateful to her. Then Laura wanted to confess something to Maurice, but her sister shut her mouth in time. She hoped that the teacher had gone with them to the next cleanup, which would take place very soon. If it was the room with the snake seal, then they were all obliged to go there together anyway. A week later, a new task began for all participants in the poisonous snake room. It was the same for everyone, and all that remained was to figure out the main goals of the mission. It was for this very reason that the one who was supposed to explain everything to them was already waiting to come out in one of the containers. A guy named Roger appeared in front of them as usual, wearing a mask, and greeted the members of the second section. After his appearance, a mission window appeared in front of everyone, just like in the previous clearing rooms. But if it was about a mission assigned by the agency, why didn't Emma announce it? Roger had no intention of answering this question and decided to briefly explain the essence of the task to them. Today's task will be to protect a snake, and each of them will have their own snake. Yes, there has never been a mission like this before, because instead of clearing out monsters, you will have to make friends with snakes. To prevent the snake from biting anyone, each participant had to tie a red scarf with their name on it. Once the snake is tied with a scarf, you can begin the task. Now they had 168 hours to protect the snake, and if it died, the mission would be considered a failure. Surprisingly, the girls were not afraid of snakes, although they were usually the ones who were subject to such fears. Almost all the guys began to choose a larger snake for themselves so as not to lose sight of it in the forest thickets. However, there was also someone who was deathly afraid of these creatures, and it is not surprising that he was the priest Adam. Edward was one of the first to bandage his new pet's sinuous body with a scarf. Immediately after this, the system started a countdown to exactly 168 hours. Unexpectedly, he gave the snake to one of his guys, deciding that he would cope with the task better. Edward himself was intent on more important things, such as walking in the woods and relaxing in the fresh air. Lately, he had been handing over his tasks to other guys too often, even though no one could say a word to him. He hoped that after this mission, Maurice would no longer look down on him as he always did. The guy's new pet never lagged behind him, and he could easily move through space while in the air. In a past life, this room was closed, and this strange guy never replaced Emma to announce the task. The differences between this life and his past became more and more, which meant that Maurice's fate was gradually changing. Moreover, his fate became even more intertwined with Agatha's fate, which he did not want at all at first. His whole life seemed to have turned into one continuous line, directed towards the unknown. But it was worth distracting yourself from the thoughts that were interfering with the mission, especially since the pet was impatient to act. Words won't help matters, so it was necessary to cast aside all doubts and simply act. The guy had just reached the edge of the bridge and was ready to take a little swim. Quickly taking off his t-shirt, he told his pet to keep up, as he already knew how to cope with the element of water. As Maurice jumped down, he was sure that the creature would not keep him waiting and would follow him. He was not mistaken, and a second later, only the pet's hooves and tail remained above the water. Yes, the creature really could breathe underwater, but the guy had to hold his breath for a long time. The underwater world that opened before his eyes would have amazed anyone who was lucky enough to see it. It was clear that this guy was determined to find the snake underwater, but how long could he survive without air? Thanks to the pet that was nearby, the time it took to hold one's breath increased by 20%. The main discovery for Maurice was that for a time he could breathe and move freely, as if water were his native element. Now it was possible to complete the new mission much easier and faster than others. Incidentally, just at that moment, one of the snakes that lived in these waters swam to his right. Even the snake was surprised when the guy quickly swam in the other direction, as if he was looking for someone else. The sea creature could only watch the guy and his strange pet. The goal of this task was not that deep, although the guy was diving to the very bottom. Maurice had a completely different idea, and he didn't want to start this mission with trivial things. But his plans hardly included meeting the underwater dragon that suddenly appeared behind him. The dragon's long tongue wrapped itself around Maurice's leg tighter than any snake and pulled him into its open mouth. The weapon he received after killing Frank worked perfectly and pierced the sea monster right through. Besides, it left its mouth open, so he definitely wouldn't become the monster's prey. The immature dragon that this creature was the real purpose of Maurice's presence here. His tongue was just right to be tied tightly with a handkerchief, and in this form delivered to the shore by the dragon. Surely this morning, when the monster set out to hunt, he had no idea that he would become someone's prey. The pet did a great job of helping its owner deal with the dragon, but by releasing a wave of energy, it also affected Maurice himself. The boy wasn't offended at all, hoping that next time the pet would shoot at the dragon and not at him. It was also worth considering the safety of the pet itself, which had now become easy prey for the underwater dragon. The dragon had already noticed in the distance a small horned creature that had launched this attack from ambush. He would hardly be able to eat his fill of this little creature, but at least it would not cause him any more problems. Just as the dragon began its pursuit, Maurice found himself behind it again. The guy decided to quietly swim up to the dragon from behind and tightly tie his red scarf around him. It was clear how difficult this task was for the boy, but it was no coincidence that Roger had warned that it would be the most difficult of all. Soon the immature dragon began to obey Maurice's will, and it became clear what the first order of the new master would be. Without thinking twice, the guy told him to go upstairs and continue their conversation on the shore. The most convenient way was to grab the dragon and, together with him, quickly escape from under the water into the air. It's hard to say whether the dragon himself enjoyed becoming someone's pet, but the giant simply had no other choice. The guy's main mission for the rest of the week was to protect this dragon, and he believed that he could handle it perfectly. In the eyes of this creature, one could read all the melancholy that the once-free dragon was experiencing right now. This smiling guy turned out to be more agile than all the other participants and became the new owner of the underwater monster. His mission didn't end there, and it was worth continuing to cleanse the area of dangerous mutants. The pet could only watch from afar as his master skillfully wielded the sword. Even with an increased destiny class, increasing hunting stats was much more difficult than it seemed. He suggested taking a little rest after killing a record number of monsters during the entire raid. The healing pills had already been prepared, but at that moment the guy suddenly realized that the pet was behaving strangely. Looking back, he realized that there shouldn't be any new skirmishes because this mission wasn't the most difficult of them all. And yet, his heightened senses could not deceive him, and it was worth revising his opinion. It's good that he realized this in time and ordered his pet to follow him. Soon he found himself next to a waterfall, which was located at the highest point of the grassy mountains. Looking down, he realized that the voices that were echoing throughout the forest were coming from somewhere far away. At that moment, Edward was arguing as loudly as ever because one of the boys had again refused to follow his order. Each time Edward had some new complaints, so everyone else also terminated the contract. Now he had serious problems, because without the support of experienced hunters, he could die in the forest. By the way, it was a good opportunity to get to know Edward a little better if he replaced all these guys. No one wanted to listen to this conceited guy's screams, but for now, Edward's temper could be tolerated for a little while. Moreover, the guy had already noticed him in the distance and was surprised by this unexpected meeting. He promised that if Morris helped him find the snake, Edward would not remain in his debt either. Just recently, someone attacked his snake, but the guy never found out the exact coordinates of that place. On the way, Morris only wanted to find out how much Edward would be willing to pay him for his help. Opening the interface, the guy realized that he had 2,000 pearls and he could pay with them. The deal was soon completed, but Maurice acted as calmly as if Edward's snake was in no danger at all. Luckily, he managed to find her quickly, and ahead of him, the guy saw something that it would have been better for Edward not to know about. After all, his snake was chopped into pieces by those guys who had long dreamed of doing this. They wanted revenge on Edward for his foolish behavior, but Maurice was paid to protect the creature. It's clear why the guy was so angry, because he was the first to discover this snake in the forest. On any other day, Maurice would not have laid claim to his prey, but today was not the case. Finally, the pet was in the arms of its owner, and Edward almost cried when he met him again. He hoped that his snake would survive after the guy gave it some healing pills. Looking at the young man, Morris guessed why he had treated this creature so cruelly. Edward had no time for such tenderness, and he could order the giant to swallow that scoundrel, who was now left without his friends. And indeed, the purpose of this mission was to protect the snake, so why did this guy decide to attack someone else's pet? He believed that protection had never been his main goal, and he wanted to destroy all these crawling creatures. It's strange that the mission of the third section changed after it began, as if the agency had already devised this scenario. In a past life, all departments had one mission, and they collaborated with the third department. If this is the case, then Maurice's pet may also be attacked by members of the other squad. It was necessary to immediately go in search of your own pet, which could be in danger. And he was right, because a participant from the third section was already standing in front of his giant pet. He was not afraid of the size of this creature because the guy had destructive power concentrated in his hands. From the very beginning, Steven knew that this battle would not be easy for him, but he was prepared for any outcome. The main thing for him was only to destroy this sea dragon, which had fallen into his hands. It would be interesting to know what he is capable of, and whether he is as good in a real fight. Having killed the dragon, he could have been the first to enter the room if his master had not appeared there in time. Maurice couldn't believe his eyes, realizing that only a second separated the dragon from death. But the man in front of him was well known from a past life, and it was a pity that through Maurice's fault, he died along with the others. It was Steven who taught him a lot, and they often went on raids together. He had fought well against the sea creature, but today was clearly not his day. In his past life, Maurice was considered a major loser, but this time he could surpass any hunter. If Steven still wants to destroy his pet, he will have to fight it himself first. Of course, he wasn't angry with Steven, as he understood that this was only part of his assignment. Although the guy couldn't understand how exactly Maurice managed to parry his signature blow. Even before Sarah got even with all his friends, it was Steven who asked the guy to be sure to come to the next event. He warned that Maurice had missed the last party again, and this time they would not take no for an answer. Within a few minutes, instead of the usual voices of these guys, one could only see their cold corpses. And now Steven was alive and his voice could be heard again. True, he was no longer so friendly, because the guy was sure that Maurice had appropriated his goal. In response, he quickly ordered the dragon to hide in the water and not to emerge until he gave the command. The creature carried out the order without delay, and Steven could only watch it go. It was clear why the boy was so angry, and his gestures towards Maurice could be understood without further words. On that last day when he saw him alive, the atmosphere was completely different, and the guy behaved in a friendly manner. He remembered how he and Linda had been friends, and how this guy had always treated the sisters' childish games simply. One day, Steven admitted that he was glad to meet Maurice, and it was good that they had not met earlier. In the past, this guy was quite aggressive, because his dark past left its mark on everyone. Now it's clear what he was talking about in his past life, because his aggression was hard to miss. Maurice smiled and suggested that he look for another creature because this immature dragon had long belonged to him. The guy was surprised that this participant from the first department was able to tame an underwater dragon. It would have been worthwhile to test his abilities in practice before believing empty words. It's strange that the guy started his testing with a fight, although he simply didn't know any other way. Of course, Maurice did not want to kill a man who died in a past life due to his own fault. The sword was still in his hands, but this time he wanted to act much more carefully. Yes, Steven still loved to fight, and this trait had been the most important for him since childhood. He started this duel so cheerfully, as if the Mortal Kombat was just a game for him. But it was worth thinking a little before continuing the duel with one of the strongest hunters. Maurice's abilities were already so developed that the boy could fight any boss single-handedly. If Steven was serious about testing its strength, he should have thought about safety himself. Not everyone can survive such a fight, and therefore Maurice was in no hurry to use all his fighting skills. The very first blow was enough to understand how strong this guy was and how dangerous it was to fight him. Each of his attacks could easily become fatal for the enemy, and Steven was no exception. Blood instantly gushed from his mouth as soon as the guy was struck in the chest by the hilt of the blade. Maurice could only look at him with a smile because now of the two of them, it was Steven who was defeated. The tip of the blade was still close by, and it was worth giving this guy time to come to his senses. There was only rage in Steven's eyes, and Maurice knew that this meeting would take place again. The best choice now was to flee, and Maurice himself would support this decision. He merely waved goodbye, hoping that Steven would think twice next time. If his fate had changed so drastically, it meant he might never see Agatha again. It turns out that he will never join their clan, which the girl herself created in her past life. It was she who taught each of her students to fight, acting quite harshly in doing so. But the worst news was that the guy could join a clan that was at odds with them, and it would end badly. Meanwhile, the sun was already slowly setting behind the horizon, although for Roger it was just beginning. Edward demanded an explanation, because this clown should have told him in advance that the departments had different missions. In fact, Maurice had the same question, although he was expecting some kind of trick. If he had any questions, he could confidently ask Roger and he would easily answer them. The guy got straight to the point, not understanding the agency's decision to create conflicts between the participants. Didn't the agency want to raise as many strong people as possible to fill its ranks? Roger made it clear that after this mission, they wanted to eliminate the weakest participants. There were few snakes left now, which meant that soon almost all the participants would clash with each other. It infuriated Maurice that these bastards were running other people's lives like they were puppets. Something had changed while he was gone, and the guy sensed something was wrong right in the middle of the conversation. He didn't notice any notification about the immature dragon's attack, meaning the pet should be unharmed. Approaching the edge of the shore, he suddenly heard a sound in the distance, as if someone was sneaking up. And then there was an explosion on the other side of the shore, as if someone had thrown a fireball there. As the smoke cleared a little, a silhouette slowly began to appear in the air. The next blow landed close to Maurice, and at that moment he was truly lucky to survive. It turned out that his meeting with the guy took place much earlier than Maurice had expected. As always, the most restless participant turned out to be Stephen, and he came here to get even with him. He still couldn't forgive him for that offensive fight, in which Stephen himself hadn't been able to land a single accurate blow. But today everything could change, and he wanted to return the little gift back to its owner. Yes, he really did pull off a great move, kicking his opponent and stretching out to his full height. Maurice didn't expect the attack to come so quickly, as his opponent immediately began the duel instead of greeting. It was clear that he wanted to settle scores with him, but he was hardly ready to know his full power. Just like in his previous life, the guy did not change his habits and was ready to fight to the very end. This was finally going to be fun, because this was exactly the reaction Stephen expected from this guy. He really lost to him in the last battle, but since childhood he has not been used to forgetting defeats. It's simple. Never before had a member of the first group managed to gain the upper hand over an agent from the third section, which meant the debt had to be repaid. Stephen had always liked to fight only with the strong, and Maurice was now just such a person. He said with a smile that he found their rivalry amusing, although for Stephen himself it was too dangerous. The most important thing was to remember the dragon, which Maurice needed to protect in order to successfully complete the mission. If it meant showing everything he was capable of, Maurice was ready to do it right now. Fighting instinct was this guy's main asset, and he wanted to use it against Maurice. It allowed him to see his opponent's punches earlier than any other fighter. But his opponent also had a sense that allowed him to anticipate the guy's actions. Thus, two similar abilities collided, and Maurice laughed as he remembered the old days. They had fought in training matches many times before, and more often than not, Maurice lost. But all of Stephen's techniques could be predicted even without special skills. It was easy to intercept his shot on the fly, and for Maurice, it was like another training session. Of course, the fight was not without serious damage, because Stephen was ready to send Maurice to the next world. He was having more fun than ever, and it was the first time Stephen had noticed such an expression on this guy's face. It seems he is destined to lose a second time, even though he prepared seriously after his last defeat. A whole barrage of blows fell upon him, and it was difficult to understand which of them should be parried. It was hardly possible to beat Maurice at the peak of his powers when he was ready to show all his trump cards. Knowing Stephen's character, he understood that the battle would go on until someone fell dead. Maurice unexpectedly missed the shot he should have parried at the very beginning of the attack. This blow did not go unnoticed, and the guy felt his ribs crunch inside. Blood gushed from Maurice's mouth, and this blow was the most powerful of the entire fight. Even Stephen didn't expect his attack to be so successful, and the guy would make this strange miscalculation. However, such a blow only ignited the rage in Maurice's heart, and his abilities increased many times over. If the fight continued in this vein, he risked feeling the full fury of Maurice. But the smile still didn't leave his face, because he understood that this was the first such fight for his opponent. Looking at him, Steven couldn't understand why he remained so calm. It seemed like this guy had saved some abilities for last, and Steven only saw one of them now. Maurice's entire body was on fire, as if the element of fire had been under his control from the very beginning. Even the blade no longer looked like a training sword, and the guy seemed to be waving a fiery weapon. All his movements became much faster, as if he had been hiding his true strength all this time. It was as if he had rediscovered his abilities, and now he wanted to try them out on Steven. If Steven had known from the beginning that this would happen, he would hardly have become hostile to this guy. Morris's hand was raised again, meaning the guy had won his second victory in a row. There was no doubt that a lot more mana would be needed against such a fighter, and Steven was not ready for it. He was lucky that the guy didn't want to take his life and limited himself to simple training. Turning around, Maurice warned that his dragon belonged only to him and that his pets should not be attacked. Strangely enough, these words were not enough for Steven, and he was sure that their duel would continue. However, he should not have played with fire and put his life in real danger. With these words, the guy went to the open portal because there was nothing else for him to do here. He had already completed all the conditions of the task, which meant he had to return. Once he reached his base, he realized that Morris was not the only one dissatisfied with the changed conditions of the mission. Emma warned that the second department's mission was deliberately hidden from the first, meaning the boys had failed the task. All participants felt that they were simply being bullied by making the task extremely difficult. Suddenly, he realized that he would not be able to rest alone, and that someone was already nearby. He was not mistaken, because Emma was just passing by and the guy had a few words for her. It would have been better to say it in his ear, since the other participants might have misunderstood his request. However, Emma understood everything perfectly and responded to his request with a slight smile. It was a sign, and it became clear that the guy now had another reason not to lose. The very next day, his foot once again set foot in the location where Steven should have been. The boy loudly suggested that his pet do his usual thing and clear the forest of monsters. For almost 50 hours now, Morris had been guarding his immature dragon, and only Steven had threatened his life. Just like last time, instead of greeting, Steven again rushed into the attack, trying to take revenge. It is worth noting that with each passing day, his strikes became faster and he progressed well. The rage in the guy's eyes was also becoming more and more evident, as if Maurice was his main enemy. But every fight always ended the same way, and Steven was never able to win. He's tried every way to defeat this hunter, so what the hell is his main secret? Perhaps the ability to revive fire was confusing him because he still hadn't come up with a move against it. But no one stopped him from learning new abilities, and the guy himself would hardly have refused them. Finally, as usual, he promised to come back and repeat that damn fight with Maurice. And the young dragon just watched him go, realizing that this guy was going too far. A little more, and he himself would have rushed to defend his master, and only Morris's order stopped him. Looking at the dragon, the guy suddenly realized that his pet was hungry. The same food that the creature from the egg liked was also good for this toothy giant. He only asked not to tell the dragon about this, otherwise his first pet would be offended by Maurice. Now the dragon was free and could set out on a free voyage again. At that moment, he saw two sisters behind him who were running cheerfully towards him. They also wanted to feed the young dragon by hand and were a little envious of the guy. But he explained with a smile that over time you get used to even such entertainment and there is nothing special about feeding. However, Laura did not calm down and demanded an answer as to why he still refused to teach them. Probably now the girls won't leave him alone until he agrees. Suddenly, the sea dragon lingered near the shore. Could it be that he was jealous of his master? It turned out that all this time there were people from another department next to Maurice. One of the guys asked everyone not to worry because there was another way to defeat Maurice. His new giant pet heard this conversation from beginning to end, and for the guys, it was bad news. He quickly disappeared from sight, but left behind ripples on the water that could still be seen. Steven turned sharply in that direction and immediately realized that they had been followed during this conversation. This was the last day when I could stand like this on the shore in front of my huge pet. This dragon will leave his life forever after completing the mission, although both have managed to become very accustomed to each other. Suddenly, he saw behind him the very guy who had conspired against him. Suddenly, Steven changed his mind and said that he admitted his defeat and that he really was weaker. Yes, For the first time in their entire acquaintance, Maurice heard such words from this guy. But since this battle was supposed to be the last one, it was time to warm up properly and try out some more skills. Fire was still the main element that this guy masterfully controlled, although Steven was never a weakling and was ready to fight him at any moment. Even if he was destined to lose again, he had already accepted that he would need to train much more to defeat the strongest players. Maurice was one of those guys against whom the usual techniques didn't work. Thanks to his ability to detect fates, he repeatedly found weak points in his opponent's technique. For a second, Steven thought that the rematch would take place today and that he would get the upper hand over Maurice. A smug smile appeared on his face again, as if something had changed since the last battle. However, there was no point in relaxing when you were up against one of the best fighters of our time. As before, Maurice had no intention of losing the duel, and his spiked sword was further proof of that. Such a weapon could only be in the hands of the best, and he could not lose to his old friend. It was worth admitting that this time, too, defeat was too close to Steven, no matter how hard he tried to avoid it. He had already pulled out his main trump card and was rushing straight towards him at full speed. But if he thought that he was the only one here who was capable of leading the duel, then he was very much mistaken. The shapeless spear was one of the most dangerous tools in battle, and it was strange that he used it. The guy's instincts immediately warned him of danger, and it became clear that Steven was seriously angry. The serpent spear was a weapon used against the most powerful mutants. If this fight was considered a training one, then it would have been impossible to use such techniques. Because of this, Maurice was thrown far to the side, and it is scary to imagine how much destructive energy was spent on this. It would be better if he saved all these forces for carrying out missions, and not for a simple training battle. The fighting instinct ability refused to obey its owner, and Maurice became more and more aggressive. With every second, his hatred grew because the enemy had crossed all boundaries. The fighting instinct ability suddenly reacted to his fighting spirit and increased its level to demonic. With such skill, he can quickly identify the weak point even in Steven's golden beam. For the guy, this fight could have ended in death and not just a defeat, as during the training competition. The target seemed to be placed on Steven's body, showing Maurice his weak points. He decided to attack these unprotected places and immediately rushed towards his opponent. It was impossible to follow his actions because each new step was unpredictable. If he had something to show, it was worth doing it now, without putting it off. It was easy to fulfill this wish, and with the next blow, the guy hit his target. Today, his target was Steven, who felt the full power of his opponent. From the very beginning, it was not worth using combat techniques that were not intended for training. Having performed this move, the guy suddenly came to his senses, realizing that he had made a terrible mistake. Instead of simply winning the training, he could accidentally kill this guy. He spent his entire new life trying to prove that the past could be changed, but it followed him around. And now, instead of protecting Steven, he sent him to the next world. Suddenly, the guy saw that someone behind him had shot at him, and it became clear that the shooting was aimed to kill. It was a real ambush because at that very moment, a group of Steven's guys appeared on the shore. They were ready to cut the guy into pieces for sending their leader to the next world. But the guy didn't want to kill him, and on the contrary, prepared to get a bottle of healing potion. This potion was meant for Steven, but even the bottle was knocked out of his hands. The idiots decided that he was trying to finish off Steven and deprived him of his last chance to survive. They were probably happy that they hit the target, not realizing what they had done. It's a shame that now, in order to help his friend, the guy also had to deal with this bunch of idiots. He needed to get out of here as quickly as possible, especially since drowning in the quagmire was not part of his plans. He became an excellent target for them, and only a second separated him from being struck. But instead, the attack was suddenly taken by a dragon that could have easily swallowed all three of them. And so it happened. One of the guys fell entirely into its open mouth, from where his dying cries could be heard faintly. The same fate could have awaited all the others, since they were the first to attack his master. This dragon acted without orders and stood up for Maurice, as would be expected from any predatory pet. The guy loudly warned that in front of them was an immature and very hungry dragon. That is why he asked his pet not to go ashore so that the worst would not happen. An immature dragon should never have been called a snake, but that was exactly the mistake the boy made. This could easily cost one's life because the dragon hated being called that more than anything else. This creature could destroy not only a high-level monster, but also any experienced hunter. Moreover, right before the daredevil's eyes, the dragon began to transform into a completely different creature. It is clear that after the forbidden words, he began the process of his transformation in front of everyone. Never before in his life had this immature dragon grown into an adult, but that is exactly what was happening. Now, instead of the snake that the boy, in his inexperience, had called him, a full-grown, fire-breathing dragon was looking down on them. This was already the dragon that was worth fearing, and it would be better to run away from here. But only a few would be lucky enough to do this, and Maurice knew that casualties would be inevitable. He will still have a chance to return the dragon to its original appearance as soon as he pulls Stephen out of this hell. If the dragon is left in this state, danger will threaten not only him, but everyone else as well. Moreover, the dragon was just beginning to explore its capabilities and pour deadly flames all around. It seemed that this transformed individual was ready to unleash all the rage that had accumulated throughout its life. Roger immediately loudly demanded through a megaphone that everyone leave the dangerous area. Linda understood from the very beginning that this undertaking could be too dangerous, and now her words have been confirmed. Everything in the dragon's path was swept away by the flames that he spewed from his mouth. None of the guys who were nearby could have avoided death, but it was only their fault. It's good that Stephen managed to leave the area in time, which soon burned to the ground. Maurice had to drag those who could still be saved from the hellish flames on his back. This became an excellent opportunity for Roger to announce new conditions of the mission, the main one of which was killing the dragon. Stephen heard right. Roger really did allow anyone to destroy this monster. But Jimmy was the one who could easily take on this job. It looked like a real raid was planned on the main boss of this forest, which became Maurice's former pet. The giant no longer seemed so harmless and threatened the lives of all participants. Returning to base, he loudly called out to the only person he trusted completely. It was precisely about Adam who was waiting for him there all this time. He was an excellent healer, and today the priest had a chance to show his abilities. Suddenly he realized that everything happened because of this guy, who had gone too far. Agatha was there too, and just hoped that nothing had happened to her partner. In fact, the guy was completely fine, but Stephen needed the help of a healer. The good news was that the immature dragon remained intact, although slightly changed. No, it wasn't a subtle change, as he now looked more like the most terrifying mutant Maurice had ever encountered. This was the very same former pet of her friend, and the next goal was to destroy him. The immature dragon that Maurice had so easily tamed was now a threat to everyone. But she herself could once calmly stand on the shore and listen to Maurice giving him orders. Under no circumstances should this creature, which was only trying to protect its owner, be killed. True, Stephen did not agree with her and considered killing the dragon necessary. However, Maurice could not do this himself, because every word Agatha said was the pure truth. There's a big difference in who exactly destroys this mutant, but Maurice must stay out of it. The boy had never seen Stephen show his righteous character before, because usually he was the first to rush into battle. Roger suddenly appeared behind him and confirmed that the guy would not succeed. Another hunter must destroy the fallen immature dragon, otherwise the room may be completely destroyed. By the way, from the very beginning, Roger's people were supposed to take on this mission, but everything turned out differently. It turned out that this fallen dragon was the mistake that became their main problem. Stephen never expected to hear these words. It was difficult for him to accept the bitter truth. In any case, the dragon must be stopped, and it is almost impossible to do this alone. Turning to Agatha, the guy asked her for help, because otherwise he risked dying. Of course, the girl would never refuse Maurice, and the sisters completely agreed with her. Only from afar did Stephen watch as this close-knit team worked together as if they had always been together. There was a feeling that they were not at all afraid of the immature dragon and were ready to risk their lives. He loudly warned them that the danger was much greater than they thought. Besides, how could one forget that it was for the sake of his master that the dragon made such sacrifices? At some point, he realized that he could no longer contain his emotions. And then the boy shouted loudly that Maurice did not dare kill him and lose the rest of his humanity. With these words, he abruptly turned in the other direction and could no longer stay nearby. The guy could only follow Stephen with his eyes, understanding his deep feelings. However, time was running out as the dragon continued his atrocities in the forest. Only Steven understood that he was also to blame for what happened, because it was he who provoked Maurice. Roger still didn't know about this, and he still considered the dragon to be their common mistake. It was difficult to understand what to do in this situation and how to fix everything they had done. If only he could turn back time, he would never have provoked Maurice. But even from his youth, he suffered too many humiliations from his elders, memories of which he carried throughout his life. The father considered it his greatest failure to have such a worthless son and was ashamed to appear with him in public. As a result, he danced to their tune for 20 years, but they were still dissatisfied with the guy. It seemed to them that with such an enviable fate, he could delight his parents with new trophies. But instead, he acted like a loser and was unable to defeat any serious opponent. This is what prompted Steven to the cruelty that he began to use in battles. Everyone around him seemed like traitors who needed to be burned to the ground, just as this dragon was now destroying everything. Looking at it from the tree branch, he seemed to be experiencing the same thing as the giant monster in the distance. But just recently, the dragon's transformation could have been avoided if someone hadn't done something stupid. Steven was indeed to blame for a lot of things, but Morris couldn't leave his friend to be eaten by the monster. It wasn't his style because the guy was never a scoundrel, unlike many others. Steven understood what the guy was hinting at, but this time he didn't argue with him. However, words were unnecessary, and it was necessary to stop him before it was too late. One could only hope that Morris had some kind of plan, and that it was not by chance that he had gathered everyone together. The guy really wanted to try one method and hoped for help from his friends. When he outlined his plan, Laura was the first to support it, hoping that the general decision would be the same. But as soon as he began to explain in more detail, the guy realized that they would have agreed to any plan anyway. However, he could indeed offer a solution to this problem by leaving his former pet alive. And if they are determined to help, they must show themselves as a team for the first time. Well, if this guy seriously believes in his own strength, then the others might support him, even if they were a little doubtful. Laura suddenly reminded them that there was another member among them who could also help in some way. It was about the local psychopath Jimmy, who could prove to be very useful this time. The Holy Father was also ready to go with them on this mission and use his healing skills. All that remained was to decide where to look for Jimmy, who had disappeared somewhere at the most opportune moment. It didn't take long to find the guy because he was located just nearby. Everyone else, instead of coming up with a plan of attack, tried to hide from the giant. It's strange. What was the point of taking risks if today is the last day of the test anyway? That is why, for Edward, running away was the best way to save his life and win. Grabbing his snake, Jimmy immediately activated his corrosion ability, and it covered the snake from head to tail. All this time, the guy was trying to save the life of his pet, and now his mission was doomed to failure. Jimmy simply said that he was not looking for easy ways and advised Edward to do the same. Turning around, he realized that this guy wasn't the only one with pets here, and that all the others were nearby. And indeed, all the participants held their snakes in their hands, which, according to the terms of the mission, they were obliged to keep. It was clear that none of the creatures had a chance to survive, and the guy did the same with the rest of the snakes. Using corrosion, he destroyed all the pets so that they would not distract his group. The participants could only watch as their pets were torn to pieces and fell to the ground. They would never have forgiven him for this prank if the guy did not possess his destructive power. After all, he could touch anyone with his hand, and any of the participants could become his next target. They probably didn't want this, and that's why they agreed to go with him. With a smile, the guy announced that he had brought here a whole crowd of volunteers who were eager to carry out the mission. He was the chief among them and hoped that Morris would appreciate his efforts. The other participants also began to ask the guy in chorus to take them with him, hoping that this psycho would come to his senses. However, Maurice would have asked Jimmy for help anyway, and was not against him offering it himself. After a short time, a portal opened in that location and several figures appeared nearby. Alex decided to visit this place personally, realizing that the students were in mortal danger. Barbara understood the same thing, but she was sure that this was the only way to strengthen their characters. It's strange that anyone else was bored while a giant dragon was raging here. But the main thing was that the hunt for the dragon had already begun and he missed the first shot. It was worth understanding who was fighting this monster, whether the students really dared to undertake a real raid. Taking a closer look, They realized that the second section was already there, and Maurice was personally present at the raid. Barbara didn't believe they could kill this dragon, but the guy's courage was truly impressive. Nevertheless, she wanted all this horror to end quickly and everything to return to normal. Looking at it from afar, she understood that there was simply no other way to stop the collapse of the location. But if Maurice failed this mission, the first section would definitely take it for themselves, and he remembered this. Barbara was a little envious of Alex, since it was his team that had such a valuable asset. True, there were those who did not share her opinion and wanted to become leaders themselves. But one always had to prove one's leadership through action, which is what Maurice was doing. His team members also showed excellent results, and Linda was second to none in accuracy. The fireballs continued to fly towards the dragon as if Morris was really going to destroy it. Their rear was covered by a priest, ready to heal a wounded soldier at any moment. The entire team put up such a powerful attack that the dragon didn't have a single chance. Laura's bow was also always ready, and the string was firmly pulled. It's scary to imagine what would have happened if any of them had found themselves face to face with him. That's why the entire team acted from afar and only sent their shells at him. It was much easier to act this way, although the mission required accurate shooting. Alex believed that such a weapon was completely unsuitable against a dragon and did not intend to lose the bet to this girl. Barbara also believed that they would not be able to destroy the monster, whose armor was stronger than any other. But at that moment, he suddenly ran out of fuel, and instead of fire, the dragon released only the remains of poisonous smoke. This could be considered a command for everyone to attack, because now he would not be able to burn everything to the ground. But it was too presumptuous to think so. It was worth at least waiting a little and making sure of it. Instead, the entire second squad found itself under a barrage of fire from the monster. If they had listened more carefully to Maurice, they would not have made such a stupid mistake. And yet, the ice wall cooled his ardor a little and gave the boys the opportunity to escape. Yes, you can't envy those who didn't manage to react in time and ended up next to the fire-breathing dragon. Today was the day for Agatha to demonstrate her leadership skills. The girl ordered all people with the attribute of water to extinguish the fire that had flared up around the dragon. It was worth gathering all your strength into a fist and proving in practice what they were worth. If they can hold out for a few more minutes, they'll have a real chance of defeating him. It was clear that the dragon was gradually losing strength and could no longer resist as much as in the beginning. The ice blocks did their job well and prevented the dragon from using fire. The creature's paw was stuck, and now it was possible to simply push it off the cliff. It seems like it's Jimmy's time to shine, and no one will ever say he was second on the list again. By activating the corrosion ability, he wanted to do the same thing to the dragon as he did to the participants' pets. By sending a wave of magical energy at it, he managed to knock the huge creature off its feet. With the help of birds that transmitted the events to a screen, the agency's leaders and executives could see the battle in real time. Not a single detail escaped the notice of that all-seeing eye that hovered in the sky above the dragon. It's incredible, but these very young hunters managed to do what was beyond the capabilities of professionals. Maurice actually climbed right onto the head of this monster. Was he really not afraid of it at all? They didn't realize that Maurice was the man who tamed the dragon. A little more, and the guy would have been able to complete the task he set for his partners. The most important thing fell to him, and he tried to find a small depression in the center of the dragon's head. When he found it, the guy hit that spot with all his might with his spiked blade. It was a pretty good option, and Jimmy thought it was worth trying to implement. There was one more problem, however, as the dragon did not recognize its owner, but Jimmy came up with an interesting idea. It was he who decided that it would be better to find that very depression and strike it with his sword. A wild roar immediately echoed throughout the forest, and it is difficult to imagine the pain the creature experienced. If Morris had looked into his eyes, he would never have dared to do such a thing. But the boy believed that soon his pain would subside and the dragon would feel much better. Finding himself right in front of him, he hoped that at some point the giant pet would recognize him. The plan was to tie the red cloth around his horn again and tame the dragon for the second time in a row. This is precisely why he climbed onto his head and wanted to do the same thing he did at the beginning of their meeting. Barbara kept her eyes on what was happening, trying to see how it would all end. Turning to her manager, she reminded him that none of the students could have handled it the way Maurice had. But Alex warned that at the moment, he was the only one handling this case, and the girl should not interfere with her thoughts. She just wanted to recognize this young man who proved himself to be a real pro. Still, Maurice was in serious danger, so he needed a little help. A bright blue flash erupted from the spot in the dragon's head where the blow had been struck. Alex grabbed her by the collar in time and ordered Barbara to keep her damn lightning bolts to herself. With her lightning, she almost hit Morris, who was nearby. Although Barbara had no intention of listening to this nonsense and only wanted to come a little closer, the girl decided that she had to save him herself if these blockheads couldn't overcome their fear. She could attack the dragon from the same place, and besides, this was a very advantageous position for attack. With her first bolt of lightning, she hit the giant right on the spot, temporarily throwing him off guard. The girl was very glad that she hit the monster on the first try and not one of the students. Alex warned that if even one student was harmed, Barbara would be held entirely responsible. None of them could understand what the guy's plan was or why the guy was still on the monster's head. It's a shame that the agency's management has already intervened in the fight and is only making things worse. It was hard to explain why he was doing this, but you just had to trust him and back off. Only now did Barbara realize that her actions had not helped him, but had only made things worse. It was good that her lightning didn't hit the guy, but he also barely managed to dodge that flash. All this talk was in vain because the guy still wouldn't allow anyone to kill the pet. Only through his corpse could they reach the dragon, which was right behind him. They had never seen such courage before, because before their eyes a man was hiding a monster with his body. But this was his dragon, and he had long since stopped considering it an ordinary forest mutant. The pet had once saved his life, and now Morris wanted to repay him in kind. Alex warned that even if the monster was docile, it still couldn't stay here like that. The poison and flames from his body were impossible to control and were mortally dangerous. And if someone dares to disobey, then even the agency's leaders will have to deal with the student. However, Maurice promised that he would personally take care of this, and the problem would soon be solved. Then he suddenly put his hand to the giant's head. Was he trying to communicate with him? It seemed that he could understand the creature's feelings without words and transmitted his own impulses to it in response. In fact, his first pet knew this method of communication and was fluent in this language. The dragon knew the same thing and could understand its master's thoughts without words. Soon, a growth suddenly appeared on the dragon's body, flashing with a bright light. This light illuminated everything around, and for some time many could not see anything ahead. While no one could understand the guy's intentions, it was clear that he acted deliberately. Only his closest associates knew how it would all end if Maurice succeeded. It seemed Stephen had to admit that he would never have dared to do such a thing. Clinging to him, Maurice mentally told the dragon that he was not a monster or someone's mistake. Damn it, he could actually communicate with this mutant who had been threatening everyone just a minute ago. And now this guy is talking to him as if they were old friends. Does he really know the dragon language? However, the next second, instead of the giant, the same little dragon jumped into his arms. The guy somehow managed to awaken his bright side, and the pet no longer wanted to destroy all living things. This was his plan, and now Alex could be completely calm. They probably wouldn't raise a hand against a small child that a giant monster had turned into. And indeed, he was so sweet that even the cruelest people would immediately lose the desire to kill him. Finally, their team has a new pet, and now the sisters will definitely persuade Maurice to play with him. Agatha was happy that the very first mission of their united team ended so successfully. Surely no one would mind if Maurice kept this dragon for himself, right? Even Alex had to admit that this dragon was rightfully his, but the guy should have been more careful. Yes, one can be grateful for such advice, although Morris did not need anyone's advice. Suddenly, Barbara decided that the dragon might die if she didn't find suitable food for it. However, it was more important to first heal the wounds that the boys inflicted on him during the attack. This ointment was very expensive, and Barbara would not have minded buying it herself. But the girl said another stupid thing, because it was impossible to give her the ointment until the dragon was healed. In this world, money wasn't everything, and Barbara needed to finally curb her temper. At that moment, the irrepressible fighter, who no longer behaved so bravely, appeared next to Maurice. Today, Stephen got to see the reason why he was losing to Maurice. It was worth admitting that he would never learn what Morris had done today in front of everyone. The dragon really no longer threatened anyone or posed any danger. He was still angry at Steven because it was because of this scoundrel that this whole mess started. The guy simply asked not to be angry with him because he couldn't even imagine how it would all end. He was very much mistaken if he thought that one apology would be enough, because the guy had done too much wrong. To carry out Maurice's order, they needed to move further into the forest. Only by following Maurice's orders could the boy hope for an apology and for this story to be forgotten. It's strange why it was necessary to leave the usual place for such a forest wilderness to do this. Soon they were alone, and now Steven could hear the words he had been waiting for so long. By telling him some information from his past, Maurice thereby eased his soul, because Steven was a close person to him. If the guy wants, they can go on the next raid together, and he will see for himself that Maurice's words were true. Of course, Steven would never refuse such an offer, and his smile spoke for itself. They immediately sealed their future union with a handshake, just as they had done in their previous life. Unfortunately, the sleep paralysis that had been increasingly affecting Maurice occurred again. It was impossible to get used to this damned feeling and the nightmares that overcame him. He couldn't move, as if his body was bound by lead and heavy shackles. Only his new pet quickly helped him come to his senses and remember past events. Although sometimes the pet should have been more restrained and not licked Maurice's entire face with his sticky tongue. To be honest, the guy sometimes wanted to be alone, but his pet never left his side for a minute. Sometimes I even had to scold him, otherwise this creature would never get off him. At these moments, he could even turn on his ability, which the guy did not ask to use at all. But if the pet had left the guy on the bed, he would have lay there all day, missing his workout. Maurice jumped up from his seat and realized that a new day had arrived, and it was indeed time for him to get up. It was great that this creature could cleanse the poison left on its owner's body and clothes. The pet turned out to be very useful, and it was not worth scolding him too often for being too affectionate. Yes, Maurice hadn't slept for such a long time, and it was clear that he had been very exhausted over the past few days. But looking under the bed, he remembered that in addition to his first pet, he now also had a small dragon. This dragon was a third-rank demon and possessed several elemental control abilities. Once he even wanted to bite Jimmy, but the guy ordered the dragon not to do it in time. Taking him in his arms, Maurice hoped that the dragon would be obedient and leave his antics for another time. It was a little annoying that the boy did not like the entertainment of his little dragon, who only wanted to please him. It was worth hurrying because while they were resting here, all the other participants continued the raid. This time there were far fewer participants in the dining room than usual, and any table could be occupied. Now Maurice had to choose a larger table because there were 2 more creatures besides him. Jimmy, with his eternal smile, crept up on him again from afar, hoping to find his partner there. For some reason, the dragon immediately reacted so sharply to his presence, as if he didn't like the guy from the very first minute. Maurice reminded him beforehand that he shouldn't call the dragon a snake, otherwise it would turn into a giant mutant again. Now he didn't seem so scary, but just a couple of days ago he had caused a big commotion. Jimmy even thought that he himself could get a new pet, but he definitely wouldn't tame a dragon. Their previous conversation only now came to Maurice's mind, because after a difficult night he had forgotten about all the recent events. When Maurice asked Steven to step aside a little, he couldn't understand for a long time what they wanted from him. Maurice immediately got to the point of the conversation and suggested that the guy immediately transfer to the second department. Emma was right to draw attention to the second section for students who had lost their snake. Even if you failed to complete the mission, you could get another chance by moving to the next department. Jimmy didn't understand his friend's intentions, but in short, Steven simply seemed useful to him. In the future, they will be able to go on raids together and will surely become a great team. It seemed that Maurice seriously believed in the abilities of the guy who had recently attacked him from behind. Jimmy reminded that there was only one main character on this team, and right now, he was sitting across from Maurice. Although in the previous location it was Maurice who looked more like the main character, covering the dragon with his body. No one in his place could have committed such an act, for which the guy should truly be respected. Jimmy should have recognized long ago that Maurice was the man worthy of that title. Unexpectedly, the guy admitted that he had been thinking about this for a long time, replaying that scene in his head over and over again. Comparing himself to Maurice, he thought that he had not done enough and was capable of more. To be honest, Jimmy has done too many stupid things to consider himself a hero, but now he thought only of the help he was obliged to give to Maurice. These thoughts even made his hands tremble, because a little more, and he would stop respecting himself. It was the first time Maurice had heard him say something like that since they had met, but at that moment another heroine entered the dining room. Agatha knew that all this time Jimmy saw her partner only as a rival, and only now changed his mind. Looking at her, Jimmy realized that he was out of place in this company, and it would be better for him to leave. There was no arguing with him, because Maurice needed to talk to Agatha alone, and the two had something to discuss. The girl was concerned about her friend's well-being, and not about the sly smile that flashed across Jimmy's face. Maurice immediately calmed Agatha because his pet quickly healed him from the remaining poison. After today's conversation, she decided that Jimmy had said something stupid again and asked Maurice not to listen to him. At this moment, Jimmy already ran into the guy who had been called up to Maurice's team at the threshold. The boys didn't like each other right away, although Steven wasn't at all against Jimmy. As Steven approached their table, he assumed they were talking about him, and in fact, he was damn right. However, first it was necessary to introduce oneself, and Agatha said that she was Maurice's new colleague. The usual smile had already disappeared from Steven's face, although he still considered himself the best fighter in the third section. Only the dragon knew who this guy really was, and what stupid things he had done a couple of days ago. Suddenly, Agatha stood up from her seat and promised that they would see each other again at the end of the day. Steven thought that they still had time to talk about a lot, but for some reason the girl suddenly hurried. He whispered to his friend what kind of relationship he had with Agatha, although asking such questions was out of place in his situation. However, Morris treated this adult relationship with humor and did not consider it a big secret. But if the guy wanted to keep quiet, Steven wasn't going to pry every word out of him. Still, it was worth talking seriously, because Steven was sure that they had already met somewhere. It seemed to him that Maurice resembled a man with whom he had once had a good fight and even won several duels. By the way, Agatha also seemed very familiar to him, and such coincidences simply do not happen. If only he knew what obstacles they had to go through together, he wouldn't talk about it with such a smile. All this seemed too suspicious to him, and he was sure that in the future their companies would have to work together. In response, Maurice was in no hurry to reveal his cards and silently listened to this guy. The future still seemed too vague to him, especially since the direction of his destiny was constantly changing. It's strange why Steven changed his attitude so abruptly, and instead of fighting, now wanted to be friends with him. He probably still held a grudge against Maurice, but he had already come to understand his true strength. Then the guy suddenly said that he hated people like Jimmy and would gladly deal with this conceited idiot. It would have been stupid to start a conflict first, and Maurice asked him not to do it. Moreover, he knew that one day they would be able to work together and stop treating each other like they did now. Unexpectedly, Steven announced that he had two tempting offers for Maurice. The first proposal was to clear out the building, which should have been razed to the ground long ago. Steven acted like an action hero and kicked down one door after another in all the rooms. It was a great place to practice, although you had to be a little careful. Moreover, he ended up right in the sights of the rifle that Linda was holding in her hands. Her sister was much better with a bow, but Linda herself always had an affinity for firearms. The guy wasn't against this scenario, even though he knew the girl wouldn't be able to penetrate his armor. But as the first student, she was obliged to show what she was capable of in a real fight. The god who patronized this girl had long disliked Steven and could endow her with his destructive power. All the deities of Olympus were excellent archers, and one of them had been her sister's patron since childhood. With their help, she could fight not only with Steven, but also with the guy he disliked. It was a big statement considering we were talking about Jimmy, who could easily beat this guy. But Jimmy also had deities on his side, and he could activate his divine power at any moment. Of course, all this was not serious because training is very different from a real fight. Suddenly, the girl changed her tone and asked him to leave their teacher alone, who was getting pretty fed up with him. If he doesn't do this, a real fight will begin between them, in which Steven will not survive. Moreover, there were two of them, and if they had attacked from both sides, he would not have been able to dodge. At Maurice's invitation, this guy crawled to them, having failed his mission and probably being very weak. If he took even a step to the side, Laura's arrow would hit him right in the head, so it wasn't worth the risk. It all started as a regular training session. But now the girls were acting as if they were seriously determined to get rid of him. Just at that moment, the person they had been discussing all this time appeared on the training ground. Morris couldn't understand what the hell they were doing here, but the sisters immediately explained that they hadn't liked this guy for a long time. This was no reason to start a real fight from which some might not emerge alive. Finally, Laura needed to grow up and learn to take other people's opinions into account. Stephen also distinguished himself, and instead of bringing the girls to their senses, he began to argue with them as if they were adults. This could have been a good training exercise if organized properly. With a quick clap of his hands, Maurice suggested that things be arranged a little differently so that the training could still take place. He was ready to take under his wing whichever side won the fight, but he needed to fight a little more carefully. Training should be training, not the bloody meat grinder they've started. They would have to fight not with each other, but with Maurice himself, and this duel would require a lot of effort. If he wins, they will promise to stop trying to persuade him to become a teacher and will leave him alone forever. The offer was controversial, but neither of them had the opportunity to refuse it. He remembered that not all commands from the gods were revelations to be blindly believed. The gods often deceived their subjects, who blindly followed their orders like obedient puppets. Maurice was not willing to take any risks and learned his lesson after his rebirth. Having contacted his deity, Stephen stated that his patron considered this fight unequal. The sisters' patrons agreed with this duel, which meant it could begin right away. It was time to get down to the main business without wasting time on unnecessary conversations. This time, the girls wanted to show off everything they had learned during their raids. Of course, they didn't have enough experience to land even one accurate blow, but the sisters were sure of the opposite. Maurice wasn't joking at all, because if they lost, they would be forced to forget about their requests. Laura was the first to attack and took the full brunt of Maurice's first blow. For a long time, Linda couldn't figure out whether she should pull the trigger and actually shoot this guy. He already had her sister in his arms, and if he missed, he could hit her too. Suddenly, another participant appeared behind him who also decided to fight. Stephen's foot had almost reached its target and was ready to hit the guy in the head. He easily felt his presence behind him, and instead of hitting his main target, Stephen's foot landed right on Laura. The guy ducked down in time, giving himself the opportunity to continue the fight. Just a few minutes ago, Stephen declared that his gods did not agree with such a bet. But now he acted as if he had gone against his own patrons. Could he really be so brave? Looking at him, Maurice realized that he was too self-confident and overestimated his abilities. Stephen himself didn't think so and asked the guy not to give in to him but to fight with full strength. It was a rather unexpected move on his part, but it was interesting to see how it would all end. This guy's abilities suddenly increased, as if the gods had finally agreed to help him. Turning sharply, he loudly demanded that Maurice not hide, but come out and fight face to face. In the very next second, Stephen's face was about to meet the concrete floor onto which his opponent had thrown him. From the outside, it looked very impressive, but none of the girls would want to be in his place. This guy's head had been pierced through that concrete slab, which didn't look as soft as a feather pillow. This guy really acted like he was fighting seriously and not just practicing his skills. Everyone who was nearby came running to this noise, and Agatha was the first to appear in the room. After seeing the fight, at first she couldn't understand what was happening, but then everything fell into place. Laura pulled her bowstring to its limit and was ready to shoot. All the other participants in this training gave it their all and showed all their skills. This is how she always wanted to see her team, whose future leader she was destined to become. Suddenly, her partner appeared behind her and decided to stop her at the last second. But he didn't have time to stop her, and the girl managed to pick up the phone, immediately agreeing to the caller's offer. Soon, only one winner remained in the training hall, and he proposed this fight. It was Maurice, because no one had ever been able to put up any serious resistance to him. These guys had had enough, and there was no point in fighting any further. But Stephen did not want to give up, and even after what happened, he was ready to continue fighting. Morris reminded him that the terms of the bet required him to forget about his offer forever. The guy wasn't against sparring, but fighting on the orders of the gods was too much. The same thing applied to both sisters, who had been bothering him for a long time, and today was the time to put an end to all this. He had already told them more than once that he did not intend to teach anyone, and after this meeting he hoped to be heard. Maurice never liked being forced against his will to do something he had no interest in. However, their patron ordered them to turn to Maurice every time and demand that he become their teacher. What she would be willing to do if her deity ordered her to kill one of her friends. This question left the girl stumped, and the guy only hoped that they would make decisions themselves. If they are serious about learning how to fight, they must first learn to make decisions on their own. It was a very wise remark, and Maurice acted as if he had already lived a long life. He didn't look at all like someone the same age as Stephen or Jimmy, even though they looked the same. It was worth asking him for forgiveness, and at the same time apologizing to Stephen for the sudden attack. Laura admitted that he fought well during this training session, and she did not want to keep silent about it. You don't usually get a kind word from these two sisters, so what has changed for them today? At that moment, a young priest appeared in the doorway, hoping to find the boys there. He offered his help, and if anyone was injured, his healing abilities were at their service. That was the end of today's training session, and Maurice hoped with a smile that all his words had been understood. After he left, the guys stayed in the hall for a long time and discussed the fight. At first, they fought only among themselves, but at some point they united against one goal. Maurice was the target, but the guy wasn't against at least uniting them in this way. He had planned this training from the very beginning, and Agatha had long suspected it. Therefore, upon entering their hall, she immediately greeted this event with a slight smile. The girl did not forget to bring the Holy Father there, hoping that their wounds would not be too serious. However, Maurice was more interested in why this girl was so uncomfortable in Jimmy's presence. She simply brushed off the question, saying that the guy simply imagined it, and there was no point in passing off various nonsense as the truth. But she was often visited by the feeling that they had already met in the distant past. She was not the first to say such words to him, because Stephen also began to suspect something. Recently, the guy said that Maurice's face seemed very familiar to him. But there was no reason to worry, so Maurice just wished her luck and hoped for their friendship with all the participants. Meanwhile, Barbara had to listen to her subordinate about yet another failure of the third department. She herself did not have much hope for them, although it was annoying to suffer defeat. All that remained was to give credit to Maurice, who completed his mission as easily as if it were not his first time. From her words, one would think that she was more worried about Maurice than about her team. However, this was not the case, and she had long ago set herself the goal of getting her hands on this guy and making him part of their team. She had long noticed how well he performed in real combat, and they needed such personnel as well. Looking into the system window, she was surprised to realize that he had already responded a long time ago. Unexpectedly, the guy agreed to her proposal, although deep down she no longer expected this. I wonder what the expression on the face of the head of the first department will be when he finds out about this. Although Alex himself had long suspected that his closest competitor was trying to get close to this guy. Now it was worth remembering once again their main mission, which was the 7th gate. Emma announced that from this moment their new purge begins, and they should be extremely careful. If they manage to clear out this demonic realm, each of the participants will finally be able to return home. This location was much more difficult, which is why it was the last one. This time, you will only be able to leave the room after completing the general task. Emma hoped that they would see each other again, and that none of the participants would remain inside. After these words, some participants decided not to wait and immediately begin the mission. The only strange thing was that their numbers became fewer and fewer, and only a few reached the final of the competition. At that moment, Agatha appeared in the distance, wanting to prepare a little before the raid. Maurice was there too, slowly descending the stairs into the hall. In the distance, everyone immediately noticed their leader and did not hold a grudge against him at all for the previous training session. Now they looked respectable in his eyes, but he asked them to wait while he prepared the equipment. He had one little secret, which they would find out a little later at the beginning of the mission. Even if she had to wait for him for an hour, Laura suggested that they take their time and go with him. Hearing her words, the guy asked from afar not to wait and to move on without him. Today, he looked cheerful, as if he had planned another surprise for them. When he turned sharply in the other direction, his expression changed as if he was hiding something. And then Maurice slowly walked into the room where another participant was already waiting for him. Seeing her in the distance, Maurice hoped that there was no one else in this room except the two of them. He had been walking hand in hand with this participant for a long time, and their destinies were becoming increasingly intertwined. Agatha was also glad to see Maurice, especially since the last room was already open. This was great news, and they could head there together right now. Suddenly, he announced that he needed to sort out one matter first, so he would leave later. The girl hoped that at least he would change his attitude towards her, but he remained just as alienated. Just before leaving, he wished her luck once again, although these words were too few. The girl had already exchanged numbers with everyone, and only Maurice was not in her address book. Besides him, the numbers of all the other participants had long been in her phone. Was it really so difficult to give her number? It was strange to hear these words from her, especially since they were still friends. It was difficult to refuse this girl, although he understood the risks. Past events in their lives stopped Maurice from taking this step and from their further rapprochement. From this shyness, the girl immediately guessed that Maurice did not want to do this and that she should not ask for it herself. If he doesn't want to see you even after the mission is completed, it's worth saying so directly. For a long time, the guy stood silently in front of her and could not find the words to answer. Gradually, this began to irritate Agatha, who was already seriously tired of these children's games. And then she lost it, loudly demanding to know the reason for the distance the guy was keeping. There was no disagreement between them, and there was no point in acting as if they were strangers to each other. If only she knew what efforts it had cost Maurice himself to maintain this distance between them. Memories of that terrible past, when the boy lost two friends, made him continue to do this. Agatha was among those killed by Sarah, because that day the killer came specifically for Maurice. Since she needed his number so much, he didn't mind writing it down in her phone. Looking at the guy, she hoped that he wouldn't write down a fictitious number, which she would only find out about in the evening. He had no intention of doing this, and he would not deceive her while standing in front of her face to face. This number was real, and she could call him whenever she wanted. Looking at him, Agatha still did not trust these words, which seemed too suspicious to her. In this case, she will contact him after all participants have left the location and are already at the base. With these words, she abruptly turned in the other direction, hoping that the guy had not lied. Only Maurice knew that calling this number would be useless because they would never meet again. He tried not to think about sad things and, together with his pets, had fun with their new abilities. At some point, both pets collapsed from exhaustion, because today the guy trained them harder than ever. Yes, they had done a great job, which meant they could rest a bit and eat something tasty. He had to hurry, because the most important day in his new life was just around the corner. Finally, the guy received the items that guaranteed him the completion of the last mission. These items were the Shoes of Hermes and the Book of War, and he also received a healing medicine. Now all of this belonged only to him, and it was strange that the system suddenly became so generous. It was stupid to argue with her, and the guy just hurried to put the items in his bag. That was why he had been putting off completing the mission for so long, something Emma suddenly asked him loudly about. Turning sharply to face her, he replied that he had simply decided to practice a little longer before entering the location. There was one more small task that needed to be completed first, to ensure complete safety during the raid. It's strange that Emma didn't answer whether all the participants reached their locations. The guy didn't even get an answer to a simple question about who had already cleared the location. It seemed pointless to ask her since the girl was obliged to keep the secret according to the terms of her contract with the agency. Apparently, he would have to find out everything himself, and the guy slowly stood up from his seat. He would be ready soon, but for now he needed to train his pets. In a past life, the newspapers were full of news about the day when people began to leave the training centers. He remembered that Agatha had managed to get out of that difficult location on the morning of the third day. This was the main news on all the channels, but for 4 days now, nothing like this has happened. For a long time, Maurice could not understand why no one had yet completed their mission. Agatha herself promised to contact him when she completed the raid, and the guy should be the first to know about it. But Maurice couldn't continue scrolling through the pages on his phone because an arrow pierced the wall at full speed. For the first few seconds, the guy froze, trying to figure out where the shots were coming from. This projectile could not be confused with anything else, because such an arrow could cut through space and time. If someone decided to use her against Maurice, it was necessary to immediately find out who this daredevil was. It was at that moment that he received a message that Maurice would remember for a long time. Horrible images immediately popped into his head, where he saw a dead Agatha with her family sword in her hand. He was ready for anything, but he would not forgive himself for the loss of another loved one. In his past life, he had already seen a similar scene and witnessed her death. And now the guy did everything to prevent this from happening again. But history could have gone the same way. When she took the phone with his number, she promised that their meeting would take place very soon. There was no doubt that the girl wanted to establish communication with him and continue it after the completion of the mission. With a smile, she warned that she would need him on the team she was about to create. Agatha had liked the guy for a long time, and his abilities would have attracted any leader. Therefore, when they first met, the opposite happened, and the girl herself began to seek a meeting with him. Things were different then, and Maurice didn't have the strength he had now. He was very surprised when he learned that Agatha, unlike everyone else, appreciated his abilities. Despite all the difficulties, the guy always moved towards his goal and never retreated a step. She needed people like him on her team, and she hoped that he would learn more under her leadership. Without a second thought, Maurice wrote down his number in her phone, hoping it wasn't a joke. Perhaps she simply wanted to repay her long-standing debt, since the guy had already proven himself quite well in the last raid. He handed the phone back with a smile, confident in their successful cooperation. It was very sweet, and Agatha showed with her whole appearance that she was happy to get it. In that life, the guy was completely different and was waiting for the opportunity to steal her destiny. The two of them weren't as well acquainted as they were today, so Maurice didn't see her as a kindred spirit. But everything she warned him about was the pure truth, and the system sent him new notifications again and again. He warned that in 7 days they would cut off the marked part, so the item needed to be found quickly. Although what Maurice was looking for was already on his little finger, because it was the main artifact for the cleansing. From her own experience, Agatha knew that the item had come to him because of his good karma. This was great news because she always thought that the less bad karma a person had, the better he was. She too would like to become good someday, but Agatha's work was too cruel for that. Although one couldn't tell from the girl's appearance that she was cruel, since Agatha always chose bloodless decisions. During that time, Maurice learned a lot from her and never ceased to be amazed by her knowledge. The only question was whether she truly cared for him as if he were her own. Many of her team members acted similarly, but no one interacted with Maurice so closely. Only on the surface did they look like friends, but their dark souls were full of envy and malice, which was easy to see for an experienced eye. There was a need to somehow get out of this darkness, and Maurice experienced this firsthand. Now, only Agatha was truly frank with him and did not hide behind a mask of good nature. She hoped that the guy would appreciate it and not act like the others. One day she had to prove her loyalty in practice when they were suddenly ambushed. The strangers were already behind Maurice, but this time the boy could not sense their presence. Agatha saved his life that day by pulling him back sharply at a dangerous moment. She was ready to take the full brunt of the blow, as she certainly had enough combat experience. Maurice will never forget this day. For the first time, he felt what true friendship was. Even at the cost of her life, the girl was ready to protect the newcomer to her team and draw her blade against everyone. She was prepared for something like this, but she didn't expect there to be so many competitors. Just a few swings of her blade were enough for the creatures to retreat instantly, leaving only a slight wound on her shoulder. Looking at Maurice, she realized that he blamed himself for what had happened, because he had not warned her in advance. But there was no need to blame herself, because she didn't receive any notifications either. But it was no longer possible to convince him otherwise, and he still considered himself the only one to blame. Even in the previous room, she was ready to protect him at the cost of her life. And it was on that day that she lost an eye. The guy could no longer hold back his tears, realizing the sacrifices Agatha had made for him. She had never seen this guy like this, and at first she couldn't come to her senses. But then it became clear that he was simply not used to this kind of work and would eventually stop behaving like a child. At that moment, Maurice's pet bit him painfully on the hand in order to bring his owner to his senses. It seems the guy was too deep in his memories and needed to go back. Moreover, the pets had been trying to wake him up for a long time, hoping that he still retained his sanity. It was as if a new thought had struck him, and Maurice decided that in one instant he had understood everything at once. He had done stupid things before, trying to distance himself from Agatha instead of helping her. It was worth remembering why he stayed here in the first place, because if he came back, everything would only get worse. Yes, his fate still caused problems for everyone who wanted to get close to this guy. Agatha has always been a very strong girl, but even she had a hard time sometimes. For a long time, Maurice acted like a newbie, and the girl constantly had to lend him a helping hand. But he could not forget that tender look with which she always bestowed upon her charge, instilling in him self-confidence. He never saw such a look on himself again, and no one except Agatha could make him believe in himself. Maurice himself was now obliged to respond with exactly the same kindness, having crossed the border of the portal. However, common sense prevailed, and Maurice realized that there was no longer any real reason to hide. And even though he made this decision later than he should have, it was better late than never. The dragon could still help him with this, as could the second pet that hatched from the egg. Both of them were close to Maurice and, despite their appearance, possessed serious magic. If Agatha were in his place, she would have done exactly the same and would not have left the guy in trouble. And now, looking at his reflection in the blade, he finally decided to take it in his hands. Now everything depended only on Maurice and red rings immediately wrapped around his wrists and neck. From inside these rings, sharp spikes were visible, which did not allow one to turn back. If the decision had already been made, it was worth finishing what had been started. Otherwise, why waste so much effort on it? Maurice was already prepared for this, and the missions he had completed were enough to prove himself in a new way. The first thing to do was to find Agatha, because all the other participants were probably with her. It had already been 4 days since she had entered her location, but there had been no news from her. You'll have to figure out where it is yourself, and it will be much easier to do this with the help of a map. Soon the guy began opening one room after another, hoping to meet a girl here. As expected, he was not immediately lucky, and all the open rooms were empty. True, in one of them he did notice the object that flashed with a familiar bright light. Picking it up from the floor, he realized that he was holding Father Adam's cross, which he had dropped during the battle. And then, looking back, he saw several arrows in the wall that belonged to one of the twins. If he was not mistaken, then fierce battles took place here, but it remained unclear who won them. He was only to find out this later, but now the guy was moving deeper into the location. There had been no battles in this room yet, and all the objects remained in their places. The strange thing was that there were doors everywhere here, as if a new location opened behind each of them. However, the main thing was what he saw the next second when he turned sharply to the side. A cross-shaped mark was drawn directly on the floor and was supposed to show him the right direction. In addition, in this room, there were 4 such marks, drawn along all sides of the hall. But for a long time, the boy could not understand what these marks meant and where he should go. Remembering the secret signs that Agatha had taught him, he guessed what he needed to do. There was no point in wandering around the same corridors, and there was only one way to find the girl here. This way, there was a mark at the top, which meant that it was necessary to go up to the top floor. The round mark did not deceive him, and only one person could have left it. Having climbed to the very top, he realized that this room was an exact copy of the one below. The only thing missing here was a stage that resembled an altar, but everything else was the same. But his nightmare was just beginning, because ahead he noticed the same creatures as before. He ordered his pets to get ready, because now they had to really prove themselves. The same creatures that had attacked him and Agatha in the past were now moving towards the guy. This time there were many more of them, and they surrounded him and his pets from all sides. Of course, the dragon instantly released a fiery whirlwind at the madmen who dared to attack his master. The second creature was also ready to act, but unlike the dragon, it had control over the element of water. By creating water bubbles, this little pet was able to easily trap 2 creatures within them. The guy was glad that the pet's abilities had increased so much that they could be called members of his new team. Moreover, he himself was in excellent shape and easily controlled his abilities. But the main discovery was a familiar face looking at him from the far end of the room. The creature's facial features were painfully familiar to the guy, and her bullet hit the blade right on the blade. This girl didn't look like an ordinary person, but he knew perfectly well who he was dealing with. He moved forward with a few quick steps, hoping to eliminate the target as quickly as possible. The bullet that was fired in his direction suddenly changed its trajectory, flying back. It turned out that these magic bullets could change direction and fly back to the target after missing. Those two girls turned out to be sisters Linda and Laura, but why did they decide to attack their mentor? It wasn't a pleasant encounter for Maurice, but if these kids wanted a real fight, they would get it. The sisters attacked him without warning with a barrage of shells, but Maurice easily managed to repel their first attack. These were not Linda and Laura at all, but creatures capable of copying other people. The Shadow Thief was not only able to take on the appearance of the person he was copying, but also to use the abilities of the person he was copying in battle. The same could not be said about their feelings, because the creatures clearly did not have love for Maurice, but rather the opposite. If they had shot so poorly in training, Maurice would never have agreed to teach them martial arts. This was only to the guy's advantage, since it was easy to deal with these cloned creatures. If he manages to defeat the Shadow today, he will be able to obtain a skill that he has never had before after reincarnation. The shadows of the two sisters did not subside, and their arrows continued to shower Maurice from all sides. They even managed to wound the guy, but it was clear that such minor wounds only fueled his interest in the upcoming fight. The arrows would have disappeared along with the creature that was now pointing its weapon at Maurice. Turning around sharply, he realized that he had become too easy a target for this shooter, and it was better to create a protective dome as quickly as possible. It was unlikely that the Shadow and Linda's guys would have given him time for this, and instead, several more machine guns appeared in the air. It was strange that she continued to silently watch the guy and didn't pull the triggers on all the guns at once. A simple sword couldn't reach her, especially since her body, made of substance, could simply dissolve into thin air when the blade approached. He wouldn't have had time to use invisibility, and waiting for help from the outside would have been simply stupid. The very next second, the creature's head was pierced through by a bullet that hit its target from somewhere above. The real Linda had been sitting in ambush for a long time, just waiting for the right moment to take one well-aimed shot. Next to her was Stephen, who loudly ordered the guy to quickly come up to them and had already extended his hand to help. Everything ended well, and soon the guy was completely safe. They managed to leave a wound that will remain on the body for a long time unless, of course, someone uses a healing skill. The guy asked not to worry about him because such wounds were nothing for any hunter. It turned out that there was a prison in the next room, and perhaps some of their friends were being held there. The guy immediately thought of Agatha, who could be in this dungeon all alone and perhaps seriously wounded. Without wasting any time, they quickly went to the next room where the detention cells were located. The guy immediately found Agatha, but what he saw could not please Maurice. The girl was indeed locked in a cell the whole time, and her condition was very bad. He immediately threw open the iron door and rushed into the dungeon, hoping that they had arrived in time. For a while, Maurice looked silently at her wounded body and tried to detect signs of life, hoping to heal her. The monsters here were able to copy anyone's skills, and many participants had already managed to reveal their true abilities to them. Killing them was useless, because they appeared again and again after some time, but in a different place. It wasn't until the second day that the sisters learned that they had to hide their skills and couldn't show the monsters their main moves. Linda and Laura had to fight against themselves in the form of creatures that had completely copied them. However, at that moment, Stephen arrived and loudly ordered them to step back and not interfere with his fight. He hoped to handle it himself, although he understood how difficult the fight against the shadows would be. From his own experience, Maurice knew that the wounds on this girl's body were not inflicted by monsters at all. She no longer had the strength to hold the blade at the moment when she was inflicted with these terrible wounds. Only Maurice knew that the girl had done them herself, but why she had done it. The guy decided to find the answer to this question a little later, but now it was worth bringing Agatha to her senses as soon as possible. Wiping away tears, Linda admitted that the last time Agatha said she would take care of everything herself. Now only Maurice could stop this madness and save the life of this kind, beautiful girl. It was hardly possible to call a warrior kind who, instead of continuing the fight, acted like a real psychopath. Only a madman could have inflicted these injuries on himself, although in this place one could easily go mad. Linda understood that they shouldn't have left her alone, but she also had no right to disobey Agatha. How could ordinary people stop a psychopath who had long since lost his mind and was not aware of his actions? This girl was not guilty of anything, and there was no point in taking all the responsibility on herself. She remembered that quite recently she had managed to find several tablets, and only the tablets of Laura and Father Adam were missing. The next second, the only thing that mattered was that her older friend had finally begun to come to her senses. Maurice continued to pour the healing elixir onto her wounds and hoped that she would soon make a full recovery. Immediately after this, he would like to talk to her and personally find out the motives for her terrible actions. Now the girl was still unconscious, but the wounds on her body gradually began to heal and her skin became healthy. Agatha slowly opened her eyes and took some time to come to her senses. Then, coming to her senses, she realized that Morris had saved her life and prevented her from finishing what she had started. She quickly grabbed his hand, telling him that he was making a big mistake by continuing to heal her. They needed to talk urgently, but first they needed to remove the medicine and calm down. After all, if she recovered, something irreparable could happen, so the girl reached for her blade again. And then she swung and hit herself with the tip with all her might right in the leg. She was in pain and very scared, but the girl understood that otherwise people would be in danger. It was a good thing Maurice was there, because the boy would never have watched this scene in silence. It was a shame she'd swept away the vial of healing potion, but Maurice had several more of those elixirs in stock. Looking menacingly in her direction, he ordered her to stop and listen to him first. He grabbed the blade of the sword with his bare hand, showing that he was also willing to experience pain for her. She asked to immediately release the blade and not decide her fate instead of Agatha. But the guy was ready to fulfill her request only after she herself released the handle. It seemed it was too late, because everyone else had come in and she would no longer be able to finish what she had started. The blade fell from her hands, and on it was not only her blood, but also the blood of the young man. He himself promised that this was their last mission together and they would never see each other again. So what has changed? But now was not the time for questions, because first Agatha had to explain why she had acted so recklessly. She would have had enough strength to defeat the shadow using her best skills. In response, she loudly declared that she could not defeat her own shadow and was sure that the guy would understand her like no one else. If he could look into her window of fate right now, he would understand why she was so sure of her defeat. But this was unnecessary because the guy's ability allowed him to study her fate without accessing the system window. He realized with horror that the girl was indeed in serious danger, and her fate was too tainted with black spots. The girl gave in to the pressure of trials, and instead of fighting, she chose the darkest path for herself. She was right. And in the window of fate, the guy saw that the weight of her karma was becoming more and more impressive. In her past life, Agatha received this curse much later for sending more than one creature to the next world. One day, she seriously decided to kill Maurice's main rival, and for this, her karma became even heavier. The more often she used her skills against people, the faster the weight of her karma grew. This time, everything changed, and the girl decided not to use her bloodthirstiness, but turned the blade against herself. Unlike her black copies made no secret of their desire to kill and saw no point in holding back their strength. Maurice believed that her shadow grew stronger with each new meeting, and only Agatha could stop them. The only thing that was strange was how this monster was able to use Agatha's bloodthirstiness, since she had not yet discovered this deadly skill within herself. The girl realized that she was not mistaken about Maurice, and he was worried about her as if they had known each other all their lives. But she was still sure that they should leave her here because she would drag the whole team down. She believed that she could cope on her own and would definitely find a way out of the situation. No, it was impossible to leave her in this state, so the guy once again asked her to come to her senses and look at him. Looking at Agatha, the boy did not recognize the warrior who in his past life had extended a helping hand to him, and now she acted as if she had forgotten her true power and what her purpose was. Suddenly, the girl admitted that she had been very tired during all this time and would not have minded taking a little nap. She decided to sort it all out later, but for now she just wanted to lie down, not caring about the cold floor of the prison cell. It was the end, and it became clear why she had remained alone all this time, not wanting to show her weakness to others. It was possible to find the rest of the group members because Laura and Adam were able to return. The priest was glad to see the young man again, who had been helped by the little thing that Adam had lent him. The matter concerned the cross, and now Morris intended to return it to its owner. But what made him even happier was that they were finally able to unite, and that now together, it would be easier for them to find a way out of here. Loneliness became a serious test for the priest, but although they entered separately, they still met in the end. However, this was big news, because according to the plan, they were supposed to enter this location together with Jimmy. The Holy Father admitted that he had found no one, and Stephen was once again convinced that the guy was too unreliable. However, it was worth making sure that Jimmy was okay, because now he too could be in mortal danger. Finally, Maurice asked not to disturb Agatha, who fell asleep after he gave her the medicine. It's a pity that Adam didn't have time to heal Agatha before Maurice arrived, and therefore couldn't fulfill his main purpose. Linda was sure that they would soon get out, because they had with them a person who could find a way out of any situation. They were back to their old ways, praising the guy as if he were a god, and it was starting to get annoying. The main thing was that Agatha's copy wouldn't turn out to be stronger than the girl herself, and besides, Morris would also have to meet his reflection. It was interesting to meet a creature that completely copied your abilities, and this fight could become the hardest in their lives. However, Jimmy warned that in a duel, not everything depends on experience, because meeting your shadow was something special. Suddenly, he noticed a ring on his friend's neck, which immediately revealed Maurice's long-standing secret. He definitely liked that necklace around Maurice's neck and wouldn't mind if the boy shared one. The girls realized with horror that this guy's necklace could have been the cause of his death and were surprised why he wasn't afraid. But he stopped their discussions in time, because now all they had to think about was how to get out of here. Adam supported the guy in this because if they didn't hurry, it might be too late. Although it would be better for both sisters to rest and let those who have already been here for a long time go ahead. Besides, it was necessary to find someone who would look after Agatha and heal Maurice's wound, which still hurt. It would be better to leave at least two here, and the Holy Father once again suggested that the sisters wait. In the end, the whole group agreed that Maurice and Jimmy should stay in this room. If they are destined to fight side by side now, it would be better to synchronize their cards so as not to get confused. The building was full of confusing corridors, so Maurice would have been glad if Jimmy had done without his tricks. At the same time, Jimmy should have answered honestly why he chose this particular room as his base. He could barely contain his anger, because there was no need to lock Agatha here, and why did Jimmy do this? However, she chose this method herself, saying that her shadow might weaken if it did not meet her. For Agatha's main attribute, the situation here was terrible, because her ability could not manifest in the dungeon, but leaving her in such a state on the floor was stupid, especially since the girl could catch a cold. Maurice should have thought about this too, since he made a mistake when Agatha asked him to leave her. If Maurice's questions were over, Jimmy would be happy to begin searching for the artifacts, of which there were many here. Stepping forward, he wanted to say a few more words to the man who was one of the main characters in his story. And then, looking him in the eye, he said that Maurice should ask reasonable questions and not get distracted by trifles. It seems this guy is back to his old ways, raving about his novels as if they were his reality. If he wanted serious questions, then let him answer what that message was for. The question was a good one, and Jimmy was glad his interlocutor quickly grasped the message. So he needed a protagonist for a long time, but Maurice was gone for 4 days, and the guy began to worry. If Maurice was angry about that message, Jimmy was ready to apologize and promised not to do it again. But the apology wasn't enough, because the guy continued to act like a child and rave about his stories. At least thanks to the messages, he was able to find out that Agatha was in danger and come to her aid. By the way, where did Jimmy get the arrow of space and time? Because it was quite an expensive thing. But the guy asked not to talk about this, saying that it was his main secret. Jimmy's secrets didn't end there, but Maurice asked him not to talk about the next one. The place was terribly boring, so the guy took it upon himself to entertain Maurice with crazy news. Although it was hardly possible to surprise a person who arrived here from the future and knew all the news. Turning to him, Maurice warned him that if he continued to talk nonsense, their work together would end. But the guy couldn't be stopped, and he noticed bandages all over Maurice's body that said only one thing: I wonder how much karma this guy has who came here from the distant future. Surely, during the raids in his past life, he managed to cause a lot of trouble, and his karma was the heaviest. Since they both understood everything, it was time to stop hinting, and Jimmy was obliged to tell the whole truth. The placement of the bandage really depended on karma, and the more karma there was, the more important the injured part of the body was. Jimmy himself has also accumulated a lot of karma. So many would like to measure strength with him. Moreover, the more karma a person had, the stronger his dark copy became. Maurice knew this very well and only asked Jimmy to get to the point and talk about the main thing. The guy found it funny that his friend was pretending to be a good guy, even though his hands were covered in blood up to the elbows. It would be more accurate to say that his hands were covered in blood up to his neck and his soul was burdened with many sins. The question then remained, what happened in Maurice's first life that weighed down his karma so much? What did he manage to do in the past, and why was he forced to move to another reality? Standing up from his seat, he wanted to tell him those simple words that he needed to tell this guy a long time ago. Jimmy was incredibly curious about what kind of person Maurice really was and what he was hiding behind the mask of an indifferent guy. He seriously decided to dig up Maurice's entire past, but why on earth should he be frank with him? The guy's answer made him laugh a lot because Maurice suddenly replied that in his past life he was a real criminal. It was strange that the confession, which had come to him with such difficulty, made the young man laugh. Everything was mixed up in his head, but he continued to make his inappropriate jokes and wanted to personally fight in a duel with Maurice's shadow. He was ready to remain silent for a while if the guy agreed to tell him an interesting story. Jimmy was eagerly awaiting the story of his friend's past life to find out what the future held for him. Maurice was already tired of repeating that he didn't know all the events of the future that awaited Jimmy and the other guys. Their conversation was closely monitored, as cameras were placed everywhere in this location. It's no surprise that Alex was personally keeping an eye on these two guys, and Emma knew about the surveillance from the very beginning. What confused her most was the boys' conversations about the future and Maurice's admission that he had come here from another world. At that moment, Kevin came up and brought his boss another folder of documents. Holding it in his hands, he stated that this situation immediately seemed strange to him, and Alex should see everything for himself. After looking over the documents again, Kevin realized that Alex probably wouldn't be happy when he saw this. Oddly enough, Maurice had no criminal record and was an ordinary civilian. As a child, he lost both his parents and was adopted by a local village shaman. The boy immediately refused God's protection and lived alone for a long time. If all this was true, the question remained as to where he got so much dark karma from. Alex knew that the number of lives lived did not have a very strong influence on karma, even if he had to kill hundreds of people. Their boss hinted that Maurice's biography did not reveal the crimes the boy might have committed in a past life. It was scary to imagine what he had done, but it was clear that there was nothing good in his actions. Then why is Alex going to work with him, and why did he offer him a place in their first apartment? To answer this question, Kevin needed to remember why the director had introduced them to the issues of karma in the last demonic realm. The guy immediately started going through the versions, and perhaps the boss simply wanted to weed out weak candidates. Considering their goals, it simply couldn't be otherwise, and for Alex, it was no big secret. They even hired a real killer as an intern, meaning the agency was ready to go all the way. By risking the lives of these people and testing their karma in the final location, the agency's leaders wanted to identify the only one who was right for them. During these training sessions, they helped each participant become much better and rediscover their abilities. Yes, these people were not just criminals, but those who in the future will be able to protect the world from the invasion of mutants. They have already participated in fights more than once, where they cleared out the strongest monsters. These guys could be quite useful, as their skills have already reached their limits. There was some truth in his words, because 6 days after the room was opened, the mission was almost complete. After another brutal battle, many participants were hit hard, and Linda also did not manage to avoid injury. Even Steven with his agility was injured, although the boy claimed that he was fine. Maurice always had painkillers on him and distributed syringes with an excellent remedy to all participants. He had to inject his student with the medicine himself, because Linda clearly couldn't have coped without his help. Immediately after this, he asked them to wait a little while he examined the rest of the rooms. He ordered his pet to keep a close eye on the boys and stay in this room until his signal. After some time, he stepped over the threshold of the last room, hoping that everything here was also cleared. If there had been signs with the names of the participants, he would have found them long ago, but only documents and folders were scattered on the floor. The most interesting thing awaited him at the other end of the room, where all the remaining monsters had already gathered. These copied images of the participants only replenished their ranks, and their number grew every day. None of them were afraid of death, unlike living people, so the guy had to draw his blade and prepare to defend himself. All his senses were heightened to the limit, and even if he sneaked up from behind, there was no guarantee he wouldn't get hit in the face with a fireball. At first, he easily dealt with the onslaught, although dark copies were approaching him from all sides. It's scary to imagine how powerful Maurice's own shadow would be if the creature was already able to copy his appearance. It was much easier to deal with the other shadows, but meeting himself scared the guy a little. Soon everything was finished, and it was worth taking a good look around the other rooms. Suddenly, in the distance, he noticed the very sign he had been looking for here for so long. Finally, he found her, and now he could calmly complete this mission. It was exactly the same as Agatha's, and the guy recognized the sign he had seen in his past life. Raising his hand to it, he suddenly realized that the artifact was protected by a magical barrier and only the owner could touch it. However, this did not stop him from taking it into his hands, since the guy had long been able to remove such barriers. With a smile, he realized that the mission turned out to be much easier than he had thought at the very beginning. It's hard to say if this is a good sign, but the guy really began to develop his skills much faster. And yet the memories did not leave Maurice, and time after time returned him to the times of his first life. Previously, luck was too often on his side, but over time his karma began to change, becoming lighter. However, turning around, he realized that there was someone behind the door of the room. Could there really be other participants left here? His heightened senses did not fail him, and it became clear that there were uninvited guests outside. Opening the door abruptly, he saw in front of him the members of the second squad who had lingered in this location. Julia immediately recognized Maurice and hoped that he would help them find a way out of here quickly. Apparently, they were late because the guy had already managed to clear the location of mutants before they arrived. He was looking for the sign here and didn't expect to meet anyone other than the copied dark shadows. If anyone accidentally found other signs, the guy asked to tell them right away, because they didn't need them anyway. Suddenly, one of the participants suggested that Agatha could also be somewhere here, since she had not gone outside for longer than the others. Suspicion immediately fell on Stephen, who certainly knew where Agatha was and should have immediately said so. But from the guy's gloomy expression, it was clear that he had long ago given up on the idea of a relationship with this girl. The guy opposite was that very fortune teller, and now it was worth giving him the card. He did the right thing, and the map of the demonic dimension was immediately updated. Looking back, he saw that there was not a single living spot on the boys. Had they also been attacked by the shadows? And indeed, they came across only one shadow, but it was so strong that an entire group of hunters could not cope with it. These guys were still newbies, but in such numbers they should have been able to handle any monster. Many even got goosebumps at the memory of the duel that could have taken the life of each of them. This story only said that the shadow was able to take away the skills of anyone it came close to. On the first day, everything was fine, and they carried out their mission according to plan. But on the fourth day, everything changed. It was scary to remember the meeting with the main monster, who behaved as if he possessed the abilities of all the participants in the cleansing. The mutant's neck was wrapped in a red ribbon, so it could not be confused with any other monster. The mention of the red ribbon spoke for itself, and Maurice realized that his clone was much stronger. However, the guy himself had the same red bracelets on his wrists, as if he had some connection with that monster. After what he saw, it was hardly possible to silence the guy who demanded that Maurice show his neck. He declared at the top of his voice that anyone who died at the hands of this monster turned wild before their eyes, and Maurice's appearance was too reminiscent of this dark shadow. As soon as the shadow approached the body, it immediately enveloped it with its magic, and now Stephen seriously suspected Maurice's shadow of everything. Everyone else thought it was impossible, but the guy tried to convince them otherwise by offering his evidence. Pointing his finger at the prime suspect, he stated that the timing was exactly right, and the guy had plenty of strength. If Maurice doesn't show the red bandages around his neck and wrist, he will only increase the others' suspicions. It was a loud statement, and the boys began to look around, realizing that Maurice had nothing to say in response. To avoid any misunderstandings, one of them timidly asked Morris to show his neck, since Stephen was so insistent. But even if they find a red bandage on his body, there is still no proof that the shadow was his. It was no longer up to him to decide, and the guy once again loudly demanded that the participants' request be fulfilled. Showing the neck wasn't that difficult, and it wasn't worth making this whole circus for it. Yes, Stephen still hasn't forgiven him for the past insult, and if Morris were here alone, he would talk to him a little differently. But now it was impossible to just stand and silently look at the man who was waiting for an answer to all his questions. The crowd had already begun to seriously doubt Maurice's innocence, otherwise he would have shown his neck long ago. If this is true, then the guy had been killing others and stealing their skills all this time, and he had a lot in common with this creature. But not everyone was yet convinced of Morris's involvement, and it was worth keeping silent for at least a short while so that the guy himself could answer Stephen's question. He explained that they were all just very scared, and if Maurice agreed to do this, he could quickly divert suspicion from himself. Imagine their surprise when, instead of him, they suddenly saw an empty space and he managed to activate his invisibility skill. The doors opened by themselves and it became clear that the guy quickly got out of this place. None of the newcomers had such a skill, and this made Maurice even more suspicious. There was no point in waiting, so the participants rushed in pursuit of him, knowing that he would not get far. Stephen hurried everyone and ordered them to look around, because the guy could hide in one of the warehouses. Maurice turned out to be more cunning, because when the pursuers opened the door, the guy was still in the same room. He understood from the very beginning that their raid would end like this, but he delayed this moment until the last minute. Now everyone will be sure that he had a dark past connected with the monsters that swarmed in this building. People had had similar reactions in the past, but the guy didn't think things would change so quickly. Perhaps they were disappointed only because they saw him as a good guy, and now his true face was revealed to them. I wonder what Agatha will say about this, and whether she will be angry that the guy did not tell her the truth. The girl always taught Maurice to be braver and to insist on his own way even in the most dangerous situation. If she had remained the same Agatha as in the past, she would certainly have supported his decision to go all the way. Opening the door abruptly, he realized that all his orders had been carried out and each participant was in their place. Maurice had the map, and during his absence he had managed to find out where Agatha's tablet was. Yes, that was great news, which meant they would soon be able to complete the mission. After a short time, all three found themselves outside, and their surroundings immediately reminded them of an indoor garden. This place was very beautiful, and Linda could not believe that mutants were hiding behind this beauty. There was little time, so the guy suggested starting the search immediately. I had to explore every secret corner of this place and even search thoroughly for a sign in a tree hollow. The main thing was not to wander too far from each other, otherwise it would be easy to get lost in this forest. If Maurice accidentally meets those guys from the second department, another fight cannot be avoided. It would be interesting to see the faces of those fools who ran to look for Maurice instead of examining the same room. At some point, this stupidity began to really anger the guy, because it only distracted him from important matters. It was good that at that moment he heard Linda's loud voice, who had finally managed to find the sign on the tree. It turned out that she was deep in the hollow, and now all that was left was to carry her back. But now it's unlikely that this will be easy to do, because Linda immediately understood what the main danger of the garden was. The shadows were already everywhere, and their dark energy almost completely covered the entire place. No one doubted that the main shadows would be Jimmy and Laura, whom the boys still had not managed to find. These two were much easier to deal with than a whole crowd of monsters, so there was no point in standing on ceremony with them. But the main problem was still ahead, and Maurice realized with horror who he would have to meet face to face. He was not mistaken, because the copy of Agatha was determined to kill him, and the sword in her hands was already drawn. The red bandage on his left hand spoke of one thing: if he did not act, this shadow would kill everyone else. Even when she fell and blood gushed out of her body, the guy immediately wanted to help her instead of destroying the monster. It was difficult for him to understand that in front of him was not Agatha at all, but a mutant who had come here with the goal of destroying everyone. If you remember, in the last minutes, Agatha also tried to harm herself, and only Maurice stopped her. At that moment, she plunged the blade into her leg, and even after the signal, she continued to mutilate herself. Now it was necessary to forget about everything and, casting aside doubts, make one decisive blow. When the blade was already raised over the monster's head, the guy suddenly realized that his feelings were stronger than him. Reason told him to strike, but the attitude he had towards Agatha did not allow him to do so. This was only to the mutant's advantage, because he understood that a person is weaker than his own feelings. The monster had no intention of staying here and immediately rushed to attack Maurice. Agatha's energy was enough to cause them a lot of trouble, and deadly whirlwinds were scattered in all directions. He ordered his men to flee from here immediately and leave this duel to him. To win, the guy only needed to control his emotions and understand that it was not Agatha in front of him. A real girl would never attack him, even if he had managed to do something to annoy her. No, she definitely wouldn't have used the deadly magic that this dark creature had easily used against Maurice. The monster continued its series of attacks and even managed to knock the blade out of its opponent's hands. If this shadow could experience human feelings, it should have understood that Maurice was not its enemy. But the creature didn't want to listen to anything, and instead of mercy, it pierced the guy's leg with a well-aimed shot. The damage was severe, although Maurice only missed the blow because he was trying to reason with Agatha's shadow. The monster still only wanted to get rid of Maurice and was ready to continue the fight. If he had looked more closely, it would have been easier for him to make the right decision and not give in to emotions. There was only blind rage in the creature's eyes, which meant Maurice had to act the same way. The guy realized this in time and put an end to it with one sweeping blow of his blade. Several black tentacles flew apart, but Agatha herself managed to escape. Turning sharply towards her, he no longer intended to stand on ceremony and was ready to send her to the next world. But the next second, the most terrible thing happened when Agatha's shadow was able to activate the bloodthirstiness skill. During her life, Agatha never used this skill, and only her shadow was capable of it. This skill significantly increased all of her stats, and every ability became much stronger. Now there were 3 more familiar faces on her team, but each of them became their worst enemy. The shadows also had the ability to regenerate, which made the fight even more difficult. Father Adam's shadow was behind Agatha, and Stephen intended to throw the magic shot at her. It was too late to think, because the creatures were the first to rush into the attack, hoping to seize the initiative. Right as he was running, Maurice shouted loudly to the boys to scatter in different directions and not fight in one place. And although they fought well, regeneration makes the fight much more difficult, and at this rate they could have fought until morning. Meanwhile, Linda followed Morris's orders and quietly disappeared to reach the dungeon. Soon she found herself in the same place where they first met Agatha. It was nice to see living people instead of damned shadows aimed only at killing the raid participants. Thanks to the priest, the boy was able to quickly heal his wounds, since Adam had already become an accomplished healer by that time. Adam knew that his dark copy had dealt Maurice the heaviest blow and was now trying to heal that wound. Is it really possible that now he too will have to mutilate himself the same way Agatha did recently? But the guy didn't want to watch this terrible scene repeat itself and asked him not to talk nonsense. He explained that from now on they had to stick together, and that was the only way they could leave the location and finish the raid. But Agatha's tablet had still not been found, so it was impossible to let the girl go looking for it alone. As usual, she replied that she could handle it herself and didn't need anyone's help. Maurice was not one to leave his friends in trouble, and was confident that he could overcome his own shadow. He was ready to go into battle one-on-one and not put others in danger. Agatha should have stayed with him, because the guy would need help in the fight with other shadows. First of all, it was about the shadow of Agatha herself, who had recently been able to use the ability of bloodlust. This was big news for the girl, because until that day she had not even known about the existence of such an ability. She had no doubt of Morris's strength, but the girl's hand was still too close to the hilt of the blade. Taking her hand, the guy asked her to calm down and not do anything stupid like she did at the beginning of the day. He had a great plan for a long time, and it would be executed if she just trusted him. Each participant will survive, and in this location, instead of shadows, a green garden will bloom again, as it did many years ago. Looking at him, the girl understood that Maurice could be trusted and that he was capable of leading everyone to success. The boy's strength would have been enough to duel any of the shadows, but his main rival still hid his appearance. Thanks to the skills of their prototypes, these creatures could develop abilities that the children did not even know about. For example, Jimmy's shadow could use the disappearance ability almost like Maurice, but the guy only finds out about this after meeting himself. This meeting was supposed to take place very soon, and it was good that the creatures remained in the same place. Turning around, the monster noticed two young men in the distance who were slowly approaching him. Instead of panic, there was confidence in their eyes, and the girl even found the strength to smile. Although Maurice still didn't trust her with weapons and asked her not to touch that damn dagger anymore. He understood that it was unlikely that Agatha would repeat the same stupidity because now he seriously needed her help. The girl herself understood this, knowing that without her help, Maurice risked finding himself in serious danger. It was a little offensive that he still didn't trust her with a knife and was afraid that she would hurt herself. Suddenly, just before the start of the fight, the girl grabbed him by the sleeve to say a few parting words. She believed that they would get out of here together and would remember for a long time the test that they had managed to pass together. Maurice hoped for this too. But first he had to get rid of the mutants that had filled the entire garden. This time, Agatha believed in her own strength and trusted the partner with whom she was about to fight. He promised to return as quickly as possible and activated invisibility just before the start of the battle. Agatha appeared opposite him again, but now the guy understood that it was only her dark appearance. Looking at the real Agatha, it will be much easier for him to deal with her dark copy and drive away unnecessary doubts. This monster was also ready for a fight, although he did not expect invisibility from Maurice. The guy didn't expect compliments and instead attacked again, continuing their battle. Because of this ability, she could not understand where her opponent was and where to strike. But Maurice saw her every move perfectly and was ready to finish everything quickly. It is clear why this creature was angry, because it is difficult to fight an opponent that you first need to spot in the thicket. The guy didn't stop for a second, and each of his blows dealt more and more damage. Now, stupid thoughts did not distract him, and the trefoil method for protection worked perfectly. If it had been another opponent in her place, he would have certainly dealt with him much faster. Still, it's unlikely that a copy of a real girl would have enough skills to defeat an experienced mutant hunter. She attacked with all available means at once, and a whole barrage of dark projectiles instantly struck near Maurice. But the agility skill increased the guy's speed several times, and he could easily dodge these shots. And although the dark tentacles of this creature were still pursuing him, he already knew what he would do next. The guy deftly jumped onto these thick black tentacles because it was much easier to cut them in half that way. Or better yet, grind them into small pieces so that regeneration doesn't help the monster. Soon he again saw Agatha's shadow in front of him, who was studying her opponent's skills better and better with each passing minute. It is clear that she was not at all afraid of this duel because, having died, she could still be reborn again. This fact made the guy very angry, and he wanted to destroy her once and for all without repeating the fights. This is precisely why he summoned his new pet to the raid, and the little dragon was ready to burn everything to the ground. The energy of fire was precisely what the mutant feared most, because it was impossible to resurrect oneself from the ashes. Moreover, there was no need to conduct a targeted attack, and it was possible to burn the entire field at once along with the dark shadow. This method worked perfectly, and soon the monster began to melt, turning into a pile of ash. It was necessary to deal with the remaining tentacles, which could also cause a lot of trouble. The scream of this monster could be heard for a long time, but it would hardly have helped him avoid death. All that remained was to hope that by destroying this copy, he could avoid another duel with his girlfriend's shadow. Now that that was out of the way, it was time to move on to the next step, and Maurice was ready for it. All that was left was to wait until the bright light in the distance disappeared and he could take Agatha's tablet. Unfortunately, he had to remember the people from the second squad who attacked him from afar with a clot of destructive energy. The boys ran as fast as they could to where Maurice had just finished his duel and were ready to demand proof again. Although they no longer doubted that this guy was involved in that main shadow that sent many fighters to the next world. It was strange that the guys ran to the duel so cheerfully, as if it was not a mortal fight but a simple training session. And Stephen was happy only because he would finally be able to deal with the guy who had been a thorn in his side for a long time. Besides Stephen, there was one more person ready to fight Maurice alone. He had already decided that this guy had become his ally, but all this time he had only been waiting for the right moment to attack. The guy began to slowly approach Maurice, hoping that this time he would not be able to get away from him. When Maurice faced the truth, he realized that he still had a lot to learn about the people he had been so wrong about. Yes, Jimmy really did point his blade in his direction and was ready to continue their first duel. All this time, Maurice showed that he had long forgotten the grievances, but now it became clear that their conflict was not over. While he was fighting mutants here, Jimmy managed to switch to the first region, but why did he do that? He only replied with a smile that Maurice could do with taking acting lessons, since his words were hard to believe. All this time, he pretended to be an ordinary guy, but could an ordinary person destroy a shadow mutant so quickly? There was a simpler option from the very beginning, but the protagonist chose a thorny path. Jimmy was still obsessed with his plots and enjoyed the idea of single-handedly destroying the main protagonist. He saw the protagonist in Maurice, who did not want to fight him at all. It seemed like there was one big difference between them, although these two guys had a lot in common. Maurice's eyes were not deceiving him, and Jimmy was indeed ready to continue this fight. However, instead of him, the guy who helped Jimmy find the enemy suddenly got wounded in the shoulder. It seemed like this guy had gone completely mad and was ready to raise his sword against anyone who disobeyed his order even once. He suddenly declared that from now on he was ready to become Maurice's main partner if he accepted his offer to work together. The main thing is that all this time the guy was a double spy and all these people cleverly fell for his trick. And Maurice was and remains the person to whom Jimmy was ready to lend his shoulder. It was clear from his eyes that this guy smelled of bloodthirstiness a mile away, and he wouldn't argue with it. Now he had deftly switched sides and was willing to bend his rules for a while to complete the mission. The question was whether one could trust a person who changes his mind several times a day. This could only be determined in a real fight, where Jimmy would have to prove his words in action. The guy was good at fighting and immediately took on the attack of two fighters, whom he instantly disarmed and threw aside. It was worth believing him, although Maurice was already accustomed to the fact that at the last moment, anyone could stab him in the back. Activating the decomposition skill was the very technique Jimmy had inherited from his young mentor. Grabbing his opponent by the throat, he began to slowly turn him into a lifeless corpse in front of everyone. Without even staining the blade of his sword with blood, he instantly threw the boy to the ground and ended his life. From the outside, it looked more frightening than the ability to corrode that Maurice had once used. You have to take this seriously if you want to truly apply your fighting skills, and not just for training. But how did he learn about the secret skill that he would only be able to explore in the distant future? Although the details weren't that important, and if the skill helped them cope, then it wasn't all in vain. The skill of being able to take away other people's destinies was much more interesting than any other. He wanted Maurice to use it right now, but he would never agree to do it in front of everyone. And yet, if he were to face a real challenge, the guy would simply have no choice but to activate this ability. The ability to regenerate was still at the Shadow's disposal, and they used it skillfully. First, the last mutant had to be destroyed, and then we could return to this topic. Jimmy felt he was ready to try his new skills not only on people, but also on those shadow monsters. And the first of them turned out to be a clone of Maurice himself, who was the most powerful mutant in the entire location. He instantly attacked Jimmy, and the guy did not expect the attack to be so fast. Blood instantly gushed from his mouth, and it became clear that this monster was more serious than all the others. He was thrown to the side so hard that his body pierced the stone wall at the edge of the garden. For the first time in his life, Maurice came face to face with his shadow, as if the past itself were following him. With one blow, the shadow was cast by Jimmy, who had always been famous for his speed and choice of position. With all his guts, Maurice recognized the dark figure that looked at him from afar, whose eyes burned with nothing but rage. It was as if he saw himself in the past, but he definitely didn't want to become that shadow ever again. All that was left was to engage in combat with her, because no one except Maurice was capable of defeating her. Now they were standing so close, as if they were one team, and the shadow even offered to finish off Jimmy. Pointing a finger at their common enemy, this mutant suggested getting rid of the one who wanted to kill Maurice in the first place. In the past, many were unhappy with the way this guy behaved, and only one creature was always ready to come to the rescue. This creature was his own shadow, but this time, the guy did not want to succumb to its influence. At any cost, he had to kill her and thus save the lives of everyone else. Many people actually turned away from Maurice, while his dark nature was always on his side. Now they were about to meet face to face, and even their swords were exactly the same, as was their entire appearance. The combat instinct skill was instantly activated, and Maurice understood that the shadow could not kill its original. Of the two of them, only he was original, and with the help of his fighting instinct, he was ready to act. After scanning the area, he immediately realized that the enemy was too strong and he was unable to find a single weak point on his body. He really didn't find a single vulnerable spot on his own shadow's body. Perhaps he himself was just as invulnerable. Due to the use of the skill, his senses became too heightened, and it became increasingly difficult for the boy to control himself. Shadow, however, coped well with her abilities, which she had acquired only recently. The very next second, Maurice felt the impact of her blade and miraculously managed to block it right in front of his chest. A vortex of energy swirled around them, so powerful that anyone nearby could have been harmed. The Oblikov thief copied his opponent's skills, and the only enemy for him now was Maurice. He acted so freely, as if he knew the outcome of the battle in advance and was trying to absorb his own original. If Agatha had been nearby, she would certainly have rushed to attack, but Maurice could not allow that. From childhood, the boy knew perfectly well that he had hidden within him that secret ability that frightened everyone else. The doctor couldn't even diagnose this boy, and his mother had to spend a long time bringing him back to his senses. Already sitting in the car, he tried to understand what was wrong with him and why he was different from the others. Totem poles had been familiar to him since childhood, and it wasn't the first time he had seen them on the training ground. A shaman appeared in his life, who advised his parents to persuade the boy to accept God. Only by accepting God would he feel much better, and there was no other way out. He was incredibly strong, and any shaman could sense the energy that lurked deep within this boy. Realizing that there was no other way out, his mother explained to him that he would become a vessel for God and would fulfill his will. It was impossible to refuse, although Maurice tried to dissuade his parents until the very end. If he wanted to save them from his own curse, he had to agree and make this difficult choice. The main problem was that he did not have time to accept God, and soon his parents died in a car accident. He will never forget the day when he paid for his renunciation of God and lost those closest to him in one instant. It was then that his first encounter with the dark creature that had been lurking deep within Maurice all this time took place. The shadow told the boy that his parents died because of him and that only Maurice was involved in their absurd death. Finding himself in a dark room, he saw funeral photographs of the people closest to him all around him. Following his mother and father, he also lost the girl who once extended her hand to him. His hands were covered in blood up to the elbows, and it was worth looking the truth in the eye without turning away from the shadow. If he has enough courage, he will admit that his parents died only because of him, and all he had to do was accept God. But now nothing can be done, and the rejection of God will have to be atoned for by earthly suffering. Although it was worth calming down a little, because he was not alone, and his main comrade was still here. Standing waist-deep in blood, they were still together, and Maurice should not have turned away from the last creature close to him. The only way to save his remaining friends was to accept his dark essence, unless, of course, he wanted to be left completely alone. Even the shadow can renounce Maurice if he renounces his second self. The visions visited the boy more and more often until one day the whole truth was revealed to him at once. It is difficult to imagine what it felt like for a person who was being pulled lower and lower with great force to the very bottom. Death was already too close, although after everything he had experienced, the guy was ready for it. As he sank deeper into the abyss of darkness, he could still hear the voice of his shadow, urging him to make the right choice. The eternal sleep that was prepared for him could have been stopped, and then the guy could have avoided the karma that awaited him at the very bottom. His shadow stood on the shore, unlike Maurice himself, and it would be wise to agree and return to the surface. It was much easier to watch the man suffering from a distance, but Maurice himself could easily have found himself next to his shadow. Anyone in the guy's place would not have resisted and would have agreed to cooperate with their dark essence. It was worth forgetting about the past, even for a moment, and looking into the eyes of the present, because only in this way could one get rid of suffering. It was hard to forget all the people he had killed, but that was the only way out. He will never forget the face of the dead Agatha and will spend his whole life atoning for his guilt before her. He must atone for his sins, and for Maurice's suffering, the deity is simply obliged to reward him with the absolution of his sins. Agatha was the only person who believed in him, but the guy couldn't even save her life. There was no point in resisting his fate, otherwise he would deny that he was obliged to pay with suffering for their death. No matter how much he wanted it, the abyss pulled him further and further into its depths, from which only a few managed to escape. The only thing that kept Maurice on the surface was the thought that Agatha was still in the demonic dimension. It was a worthy wish, but the shadow warned that everything would not be as simple as it seemed. It's strange how this guy always made the wrong choices when better options were always in sight. Instead of simply falling into the arms of his most loyal comrade, he tried his best to escape his clutches. But even at the cost of his life, he was ready to save Agatha and not give up until he brought her out. The hour had come when Maurice had to commit the most important act of his life and thereby atone for all his past sins. His dark essence realized that the guy really was much stronger and capable of escaping the clutches of death itself. It was foolish to help a girl who wanted her own death and rushed alone to fight a group of powerful monsters. He was sure that Agatha did not regret her choice and hoped that Maurice would finally allow her to pass away peacefully. The shadow whispered to the guy that the girl would only be glad to never know him and never meet him in this or another life. The shadow claimed that she dreamed of seeing the day when the guy would finally die and stop bothering her with his nonsense. But these words could not convince someone who had already decided to act as his bright side dictated. The dark entity had to remain in the past, even if only pain awaited the guy ahead. Now he was ready to fight the creature that had been preventing him from acting correctly all this time. Turning around, he once again loudly warned that the shadow would sooner go to the next world than he would fulfill its conditions. All this time, the voices in the guy's head belonged to his dark essence, but today he had an ace up his sleeve. Unlike that creature, the guy was real, so solving this little problem was easy. Once he gets out of here with Agatha, he will be able to truly atone for the sins of his distant past. If this means destroying his second self, nothing will stop Maurice. His life could have been different if he had met Agatha in another place and at another time. Agatha was once again ready to do anything to help Maurice and free him from the shackles of his dark past. This girl got him out of trouble time after time, and this day was no exception. It was as if he was reliving the day when meeting this girl became his salvation and a light of hope. Agatha was happy that she saw the guy alive and that they could leave this location together. The girl turned out to be so strong that she even defeated Maurice's shadow and temporarily deprived it of the ability to fight. If he couldn't move on his own, she was willing to help, but it wasn't necessary. Looking at her, he realized that the story was not over, because the dark entity does not simply retreat from its host. Where Agatha's graceful left hand had recently been, there was now a bandage tied to it. It was a nightmare come true, because last time the girl lost an eye because of him, and now she will be left without an arm. Blood was oozing from her wound, and it became clear that she had saved the boy at the cost of severe injury. History repeated itself, and Maurice again failed to protect her from a terrible loss. Fate repeated the same scenario over and over again, which could not be changed. The girl will remain disabled forever because of him, because she agreed to the shadow duel only for Maurice's sake. When she first saw them fight, she realized that the shadow had almost swallowed him and would soon finish its work. But could she allow Maurice to perish while she herself still had the strength to resist? Although it was hard to remember, the girl remembered every detail of that terrible fight. Maurice could not contain his anger and reminded her that he had ordered Agatha to stay put, so why did she follow him? Instead of gratitude, the girl had to listen to a stream of anger from the guy who owed his life to her. Agatha could hardly believe that after all he had done, Maurice could not find other words for her. It was too late to blame her, because she had saved this ungrateful scoundrel at an incredible price. The girl was already on the verge of losing consciousness, and now she had to argue with a disgruntled Morris. Agatha was almost immediately swayed to the side, as she could no longer stand on her feet. The nightmare was still going on, and Morris didn't know any way to stop it. Even the shadow lurking inside him could not believe that he had cursed his only savior with the last words. While he was trapped in a dark cloud, the girl who saved him was already lying unconscious after the fight. She lost her arm while protecting the man she believed in and for whom she was ready to go to the end. You have to be a complete idiot not to understand this and take it out on the one who was dearest to him. Now there was no point in regretting the decision. It was necessary to get Agatha out of here as quickly as possible. While she was unconscious, the guy decided not to let her fight anymore and get outside as quickly as possible. At this point, the episode of his new destiny was over, and Maurice no longer wanted to resist the inevitable. It was necessary to get out of here, and the rest of the details could be discussed later. But the inner voice came through again, demanding that I return immediately. Turning around, Maurice realized that the shadow was still trying to tame him and merge with him. The shadow didn't wish him any harm, but if the boy disobeyed, he would have to meet someone else. The next second, he saw in front of him a creature that also copied the appearance of the original. The dark entity was well prepared and was able to summon all the forest monsters to this battle. The guy already answered that he decided to end his past. Why repeat it a second time? Having carefully placed the girl on the grass, he intended to put a bold end to this story, hoping for the help of his pets. Fighting a whole pack of shadows and monsters alone was difficult, but during the raid, Maurice encountered more serious opponents. Such mutants would have inspired fear in anyone, but not in a man whose past was darker than any of them. Activating the beast summoning skill allowed the cursed shadow to gather creatures from the depths of the forest around Maurice. Their bodies were not made of flesh, but of the same shadow that stood in front of the guy. He shouted loudly that if anything happened to him, the dark entity would suffer in the same way. The monster had a regeneration skill in reserve, but how can you restore yourself if your original turns into a corpse? They had yet to find out, but judging by the shadow's behavior, it was prepared for such an outcome. This creature was even able to steal Maurice's healing skill, just as he himself stole the destinies of others. Shadow believed that this whole struggle was pointless, and that Maurice was further damaging his karma with his actions. He could not go against himself, even if his essence was not as bright as everyone else's. To make his explanation clearer, he set all his monsters on one spot, hoping to bring Maurice to his senses. It was hard to fight with himself, but this was not the first time Maurice had to face his past. A vortex of dark energy instantly swirled around the place where Maurice was about to face the main duel. Agatha could no longer help him in any way, and together with her two pets, only watched what was happening from afar. But the guy was so confident that this time he didn't need help and was ready to deal with the monster alone. No one knew this damned shadow better than him, and only Maurice knew its main weak points. The guy's strength was immediately increased to level 30, and he was ready to give up everything he owned at that moment. Suddenly, he realized that it was at that moment that the system unlocked an ability for him that became one of the most powerful. The Zodiac was unlocked, and for any fortune teller, it was a basic ability, available only in moments of mortal danger. This ability allowed one to predict the opponent's next move, even if his steps were chaotic. Now he realized with a smile that this shadow was not at all the deity with whom he had refused to deal in childhood. With this new skill, he could defeat the monster much easier, and his inner voice instantly fell silent. Instead of continuing the fight, the dark entity evaporated into thin air and only continued to persuade the guy from afar. But it's unlikely that anyone would give up a skill that was perfectly compatible with your zodiac sign. Stretching his hand forward, the guy realized that his zodiac sign had been determined from the very beginning and that it was precisely this that he now saw in front of him. You can't hide from your troubles forever, and it's worth trying to start again from scratch. But first, it's worth getting rid of one annoying shadow, and with the help of a new skill, this can be done much faster. This had always been his main trait, because Maurice was not used to agreeing with what he did not like. Even with such a strong skill, if he was willing to face a whole crowd of monsters, it was his choice alone. Surprisingly, the guy did not point the blade at the dark creatures, but spread his arms out to the sides, accepting the inevitable. The monster immediately took advantage of this and sank its sharp fangs into his soft flesh. The next second, the other monsters did the same and began to tear the guy's body into small pieces. Blood gushed from his deep wounds, but for some reason this time Maurice was smiling and didn't want to resist at all. When his health was almost at zero, he activated the skill of the hunted rat's cry, and beams of bright energy spread out in waves in all directions. It was a first-class human skill that gave him the ability to become stronger in the face of mortal danger. With such a zodiac sign, Maurice could not be called weak, as his shadow claimed. The cornered rat was the creature that gave the boy his strength, meaning it couldn't be said that he fought alone. All his hidden abilities seemed to burst out at once, and now Maurice wanted to finish this boring task. This damned monster took away his best abilities, but did not take into account that the opportunity to acquire new skills was unlimited. This meant that at that moment, the guy was only slightly stronger than his dark essence, but that was enough for complete victory. He was ready to get Agatha out of this place at any cost, even if he had to say goodbye to his past forever. As proof, he attacked the dark entity with such force that the monster realized how powerful his opponent was. The jokes ended, and it became clear that even this ghostly entity had blood too. However, the monster still continued to resist, because he still had one more trump card up his sleeve. Since it wasn't easy to deal with the guy, what would he say when he saw his own pet in front of him in the form of a giant mutant? The same giant dragon he had once fought against now stood before him in the form of a shadow. Last time he managed to tame this dragon and make it a harmless creature again, but is this possible with its dark essence? The dragon's mouth was already so close to Maurice that the boy simply wouldn't have time to activate any of his abilities. Covering his face with his hands, he only hoped that the sword from Alex's collection would not fail him this time. This weapon was ideal for a shadow dragon, as the sword was renowned for its effectiveness against such creatures. It seemed that the guy had a ready answer to any challenge, and even his opponent's last trump card turned out to be worthless. All that remained was to swing wide and expose the blade that was to deliver the first and decisive blow. It is no coincidence that this blade was called the Dragon Slayer, because even the shadow of this giant was able to feel its full power. The guy himself fell down after such a blow, and all that could be done was to hope that he wouldn't get seriously injured. The result of the blow was the severed head of the shadow dragon, and Agatha watched all of this closely from the side. There was no doubt that the guy was able to defeat even such a monster, although he himself got it pretty good. It was hard to imagine the pain Maurice was going through right now, but Agatha was happy that the boy was still alive. This was the most difficult test ever in this location, and soon Maurice could finally find himself at the training base. If he had known that everything would end exactly like this, he would not have wasted so much time. Maurice's pets were just as worried about their master as she was, but now there was nothing to worry about. The cursed shadow was no longer nearby, and all the other mutants also dispersed, leaving the boys lying on the grass under the sun's rays. The vision kept appearing in Maurice's mind, and he would never forget the day the shaman tried to reunite him with God. The next second, he suddenly opened his eyes and realized that he was lying on a hospital bed. Having jumped up from his seat, the guy could not come to his senses for a long time and understand who had brought him here. It suddenly seemed to him that somewhere at the end of the corridor, Agatha, who was also in this hospital, was wandering around. Jumping up from his seat, he wanted to meet her as soon as possible and hug her after the nightmare he had experienced. But his strength was still insufficient, and the boy collapsed without having managed to run even 2 meters. The girl, noticing that the guy had suddenly jumped up from his seat, was already standing in front of him. Instead of Agatha's usual face, a creature whose face it would be better not to see looked down at him. It seemed that the hallucinations were returning to him again, because he couldn't have ended up in a hospital that was teeming with damned monsters. They looked exactly like forest shadows and floated in the air as dark souls. If any of them had wanted to scare the guy, they could have said goodbye to that idea right away. He suddenly remembered his past, which he had tried to forget all his life. The main horrors of his life began after his new parents took in the unfortunate boy. He really brought only troubles with him, and his new parents' own children also got into an accident. All because he refused to accept God, and the people around him suffered, and the boy continued to stubbornly stand his ground. As a result, he had to go to the place where one famous shaman had been receiving the most difficult visitors for many years. At first, Maurice refused to cross the threshold of this house, but soon he had to resign himself. Having passed through the portal, he suddenly realized that he had been afraid of this place for nothing. It seemed to have been familiar to him all his life. The voices in my head suddenly died down, and I could calmly take my hands away from my ears to enjoy the silence. Turning around abruptly, he realized that the shaman was a young woman who knew his name but could not understand where from. It turned out that this woman named Amelia had been waiting for him here for a long time and was glad to meet them. It became clear that the boy was very afraid of what would happen to him in this place and needed to be calmed down a little. According to his parents, he refused to accept God for a long time and brought terrible misfortune upon their own children. It was difficult to understand how to treat a child who had managed to commit so many misfortunes at such a young age. Maurice's loved ones asked him to perform a ritual that would make him accept God, even if he himself was not ready for it. This was supposed to happen without his knowledge, and the boy had to accept that there was no turning back. He again insisted that he did not need God, and that the troubles were not his fault. Leaning towards him, Amelia suddenly declared that she would not insist until Maurice himself made this decision. His God was too strong, and even an experienced shaman like her would not have been able to force the boy. Unexpectedly, she offered the boy to become her student and live here until he learned to defend himself. But the guy refused this offer too, realizing that he could bring trouble to this house as well. He declared with horror that Amelia would also be cursed if she took care of him and stayed close to him for too long. It's funny that he suddenly started caring about her, but you have to understand that Amelia was not an ordinary person. Squeezing his hands tightly, she assured him that her God would help her and that he did not need to worry about her life. It may be difficult at first, but soon everything will definitely get better if Maurice himself wants it. The smile of the friendly young woman spoke for itself, and it became clear that from that moment on, Maurice would be surrounded only by kind people. Since then, the guy often saw her smile before his eyes and the ritual of calling on God that he had experienced. Then the woman placed her hand on his head and spoke the words that marked the beginning of this divine ritual. While he lived with Amelia, the spirit stopped bothering him, and the guy was able to breathe a sigh of relief. As he grew older, the accumulated karma brought the boy ever closer to the brink, beyond which hallucinations returned to his memory. The voices in his head began to interfere with his life again, and, unfortunately, Amelia was no longer there at that moment. The same thing happens to everyone who crosses the brink of death and finds themselves too close to the afterlife. There was nowhere closer, and now Maurice was faced with a meeting not with the kind Amelia, but with his dark essence. The dark entity haunted the boy for a long time, bringing troubles to him and all his friends. This was called karma, which the guy received in his past life and carried into his new present. Opening his eyes again, he saw the same pets in front of him, and there was not a single dark creature around. Instead of the ugly entity, there was an ordinary nurse next to him who was just conducting a routine examination. Turning to him, she realized that the guy would be fine and he had nothing to worry about. This was good news, and the nurse was ready to call someone from management. She then congratulated him on his recovery, but she wished she had done so without another monster present in the room. Once again, several ghostly creatures appeared in the ward, and it became clear that the guy would not be able to shake off these hallucinations for the rest of his life. He immediately opened the system window and noticed that some of his abilities had risen by several levels. He swapped destinies with Agatha, and Maurice himself should have ended up in her place. At that moment, visitors came to see him, but one of them was in no hurry to congratulate the guy on his recovery. Alex was furious that Maurice had not told the truth and had concealed his ability to steal other people's destinies. Maurice had nothing to say to this because Alex was not close enough to him to tell him his main secret. However, they recently agreed to cooperate, and their new partner should tell everything to the end. It was a funny statement, especially when your partners can attack you from behind with a dagger in their hands. And yet the guy was only afraid of his reaction, which is why he decided to keep this information for last. But since Alex knows everything, he certainly won't be offended by a person who is still in the hospital ward. Moreover, Maurice explained that he did not kill people to steal destinies, but took the destinies of already dead creatures. Considering this, there was no point in considering the guy a monster, since he always did this only for self-defense. Without good reason, it was impossible to kill anyone, and in this, the guy followed the rules known to everyone with such an ability. With a smile, he asked what he could expect from Alex's team now and whether their collaboration would continue. It turned out that instead of punishment, Alex was ready to tell him the latest news from the training base. He even congratulated the guy, because Maurice had the highest scores among all the participants, and he took first place in the competition. Understanding what his boss was hinting at, Kevin tried to reason with him and warn him against making irreparable mistakes. But Alex had already made his decision long ago and was ready to offer Maurice to join their slender ranks. It was very unexpected, and if Maurice had been in Alex's place, he would hardly have been able to do the same. However, the hand was already extended towards him, and it was possible to seal their new union with a handshake right now. Imagine Alex's surprise when the guy replied that he didn't see any reason to agree to this. It was a great day for Kevin, who saw his boss's shame for the first time in a long time. But it was better for him not to get carried away, because when they returned, an unpleasant conversation might await him. Alex apologized for not giving the guy time to come to his senses and promised to come back with this proposal another time. Finally, he handed him his business card and asked him to contact him in a couple of days when the guy was back on his feet. He treated him so kindly as if he knew that Maurice would eventually say yes. The meeting was supposed to take place very soon, and Alex hoped that the guy's answer would be different. With these words, he left the room and finally left alone the man who had come to his senses only a few minutes ago. He would have tried to get his consent until the very end, so Morris had to pretend that he was much more tired. The guy quickly got ready and was ready to find the person closest to him in the hospital. Agatha had to be somewhere here, and he managed to find her in one of the rooms. The girl was still lying in the hospital bed, and unlike Maurice, she felt much worse. As he got closer, he realized that she had been through a lot during this ordeal and needed rest. And again, the boy saw the amputated arm that this brave girl had lost while saving his life in a duel with a shadow. He found it difficult to hold back his tears, and Maurice watched her for a long time, frozen in place. It is impossible to describe in words the pain felt by a man whose dark fate was repeated again. He didn't care about his own life, but Agatha's life shouldn't have turned into a nightmare because of him. Looking into the system window, he realized that in her past life, the girl had never emitted such strong death energy. Using the fate guide obtained during the previous raid, he quickly increased the strength of his barrier by several orders of magnitude. By his presence in this life, he changed not only his own destiny, but also the destiny of all the people close to him. The meeting with Sarah could take place soon, and then he would have to fight again with the main enemy of his past. But now the guy could hardly restrain himself, realizing that he had not been able to achieve the main goal of his return. He wanted to scream in pain because the person closest to him suffered because of his fault, and he couldn't do anything. If Agatha knew who was to blame for all her troubles, she would probably change her opinion of this guy. She would no longer be so friendly, and from a friend, she would turn into a bitter enemy. However, one of his enemies continued to follow him, as Emma had long been targeting those closest to him. It was difficult to tell whether it was a hallucination or reality, but the boy clearly saw Emma, who was still holding Agatha in shackles. The girl had never looked at him with such fury, and it was unclear what would happen next. He had to see again that terrible scene that the boy had tried so hard to forget. He hoped until the very end that he would not see Agatha's blood, but that is exactly what happened before his eyes. The boy collapsed to the floor in horror, trying to come to his senses and understand where he was. The artifact still hung from the ceiling and helped him delve deeper into his consciousness. However, the vision will not help him in any way, because life can only be changed in reality. The compass needles in his hands began to spin rapidly, and a flow of energy once again plunged him into another event. It was a useful artifact, but the boy understood that abilities alone would not solve his main problem. Finding himself on a long road near the forest, he realized that the artifact had transported him to an event from his deep childhood. Now he could watch from the sidelines the little boy who saw with his own eyes the death of his parents. Yes, it was him, and that boy who was shedding tears was Maurice himself. He tried for a long time to save his parents, who were stuck in the car but were still alive. Mom asked him to call someone for help, because there should have been adults nearby. He quickly understood what needed to be done and promised that he would soon return with help. The boy found himself so close to Maurice that in a second he remembered all the emotions he had experienced then. He wanted to stop the boy, but now he was just a vision that had no effect on reality. When the boy had run far enough away from the car, it became clear that his life was no longer in danger. Little Maurice still hoped to have time to call for help and save his parents. The child did not understand that it was too late to change the inevitable and that Mom and Dad would not be able to get out of the overturned car. Right now, Maurice could hear their last conversation, in which they said goodbye to each other forever. The parents were glad that they were able to deceive him and make him run as far away from the car as possible. Looking at the car that burst into flames, he realized that at that moment the parents cared more about their child's life than their own. And then there was an explosion, and the place where the car was covered in thick black smoke. He couldn't understand it all then, but now Maurice not only saw his parents' last moments, but also heard their last words to each other. They hoped to meet in heaven, realizing that they only had a few seconds left to live. Suddenly, not far away, the guy noticed a painfully familiar girl. But what was she doing here? Sarah stood a few meters away from him, blade in hand, as if she was somehow involved in his family's tragedy. She looked at the guy as if she wasn't surprised by what happened and only wanted to kill the last one, the one she came for. Now everything was in the past, and instead of a burning car, the guy saw Agatha without an arm in front of him. Every time someone got close to him, terrible things happened. But only today he realized that the car accident could have been staged. Previously, he was sure that he was the only one to blame for everything, but new facts began to surface one after another. Clutching the railing tightly, this time he was ready to go all the way and find out everything about the death of his parents. If Sarah really was there for a reason and was involved in this tragedy, then it would have been worth living just to settle the score with her. He hadn't even thought about it before. But the more time passed, the clearer the details of what had happened became. The tragedy with Agatha showed the guy even more clearly that the future does not change, but only some details change. Fortunately, the girl survived, but her fate was not to be envied. Soon, he went out into the corridor for a short time, although he was never left alone for long. The voice that sounded in the distance immediately seemed familiar to him, and there was no doubt that the agency heads were starting to pursue him. Barbara came here with a bouquet of flowers to visit Maurice, but she didn't find the guy in his room. And then she handed him this bouquet as if the guy needed such gifts. It would have been better to give this bouquet to someone who was truly worthy of gifts and admiration. However, this is exactly the kind of person Barbara considered Maurice to be, since it was not by chance that Agatha risked her life to save him. She spoke about it with a smile, as if nothing had happened, although Agatha remained lying in the ward without an arm. Finally, she suggested that the guy get a job at their agency, just as Alex had suggested earlier. But he had no intention of working with any agency and was used to always acting alone. Maurice was very surprised when Barbara offered to return Agatha's hand in return, and this was her main trump card. It's true, she really could have done it and the girl would have been healthy again soon. The condition was the guy's consent, and if he ever wanted to hold Agatha's hands tightly, he had to agree. After this, the guy simply had to reconsider his opinion and at least once in his life not pretend to be a gloomy loner. Barbara warned that recovery would take a long time, but does that really matter when it comes to getting a healthy arm back? Maurice was given a deferment of several months, and the girl was ready to give him a long leave to recuperate. If he answered right now, she would immediately fulfill her part of the agreement and do what she promised regarding Agatha. It was hard to refuse such an offer, but the guy looked at her silently for a long time. Just when he was about to agree, Agatha's hand appeared in the doorway. The girl answered instead, stating that Maurice was refusing the offer from the Legal Protection Agency. Barbara should be ashamed of herself for manipulating someone else's trauma in such a way to lure a valuable employee to her side at any cost. She was ready to offer a position not only to Maurice but also to Agatha herself, so that they could work as a team. Winking at her, she hinted that such a connection would be beneficial not only to her, but would also make Agatha herself much more comfortable. They had two different views on this agency, and the girl once again refused this offer. Just like Alex, Agatha left her business card, but unlike him, 2 business cards appeared from her pocket at once. With a smile, she assured them that she would wait as long as it took for their answer and hoped that Maurice would think it over carefully again. Barbara had no doubt whatsoever about the young people's decision, and that was the only reason she behaved so kindly. But Agatha wanted to talk to Maurice differently, because the guy agreed to this proposal only in order to get her hand back. He understood perfectly well how dangerous it was for him to cooperate with this agency and what the price for this service could be. Putting her hand on the guy's shoulder, she assured him that he had no right to make decisions for her and that they should discuss it together. It was time for him to stop lying to her about his past, because she had long ago figured out who he really was. Maurice insisted on his own and believed that the girl should agree with his decision. She had paid too high a price to save Morris, and now he felt obliged to repay her in kind. How would he feel knowing that he could have given her back her lost hand but didn't? These words made her think, and she realized that Maurice would have a heavy burden on his heart if Agatha stopped him. It was strange that she had resisted until now, since such an offer was not only profitable, but also desirable for any hunter. Then she admitted that Maurice was dear to her, and only his life had real value for her. At first, he never left her mind, because he helped her when she was alone. The guy was used to going through all the difficulties alone, but he never left his friends in trouble. This guy cared about everyone on his team, although he acted aloof, trying to leave their gathering place as quickly as possible. Even in the bonesaw room, Agatha blamed herself, because it was because of her that the boy was in trouble again. But that wasn't the only reason the girl treated him that way, and he had to hear the truth. Agatha had long had the feeling that she had known this guy her whole life. After hearing this confession, Maurice could not say a word for some time and continued to listen in silence. When she saw him in danger, her body seemed to react on its own and order her to act. Even though they had only known each other for a few months, she was ready to come to the rescue at any second. If they both really did have memories of their past lives, then it might not only concern her. It was Agatha who, in a past life, invited the boy to join her clan, which she herself had created. Now she behaved in exactly the same way and hoped that in the future they would be able to work together again. With each passing minute, Agatha came closer and hoped that they would continue to communicate. But they had never been as close as they were today, and the guy should think again about his decision. After all, if she stays nearby, she will die again, as happened in her past life. Sarah will not stop and will kill her just like she once got rid of his parents. But if he leaves right now, she will certainly not understand this act and will not forgive him for his betrayal. I wonder if this could be the very future that the Prophet of Fate once predicted for Maurice. It was up to Maurice to make the decision, although he had great difficulty controlling his emotions. There was no way he could allow his fate to repeat itself and put this beautiful girl in danger. Suddenly, she told them that right now their like-minded people were creating their own clans, and they could join them together. His silence meant that until the guy agreed, Agatha would continue to offer him work together. With this behavior, the girl reminded him of the past, because Agatha always knew how to persuade and knew how to approach any person. She will continue to try for a long time to attract his attention and persuade him to make this decision. Yes, Agatha's mood always changed, but her goal remained the same. In the end, he would still have to accept the offer to join the group, because there was simply no other way to continue working. The priest also wanted to talk to the young man and was glad to find him in the corridor. Finally, he made up his mind and was now ready to tell about all his successes in the forest. Maurice hadn't seen him this happy in a long time. But today, Adam had plenty of reasons to be happy. He came to personally thank this guy for his support, because only Maurice truly believed in his strength. Everyone was already waiting for the new hero to appear among his team, and Linda and Laura were constantly asking about him. However, the feeling that remained inside the guy did not allow him to live peacefully and feel completely safe for his friends. The girl seemed not to notice her heavy loss and only asked him to wait while she changed her clothes. Finally, she wished everyone a good day and hoped that she would not keep the two waiting for her too long. He needed to find a way to change his destiny as quickly as possible and prepare for the meeting that awaited him ahead. They soon reached the elevator so that Agatha could go down a little later and join the main group. Downstairs was the training center where all the other participants had gathered, and Maurice was the most anticipated guest there. When the boys started talking about Maurice's unique strength, the crowd in the hall immediately came to life. If the guy felt uncomfortable talking about it, Adam might not continue the conversation and not force him to remember the past. Now every participant knew about the real strength of this guy, and the attention towards him would only increase. All this time, he managed to hide his true abilities, and the team was surprised to learn the truth. For Morris, what was now troubling the Holy Father was much more important, as he could tell him everything openly and honestly. Maurice hid his true abilities, and only the priest was the person who found out about everything first. It was very kind of him, and from the very beginning, Adam understood who he was dealing with. The main thing is that he considered Maurice a good person, because only good people are capable of such actions. Meanwhile, at a table in the training hall sat the guys who had been waiting for Maurice for a long time. Stephen liked the idea of entering the demonic dimension first and then moving on to the other locations. In the middle of the conversation, the doors suddenly swung open and they saw the one who was supposed to lead the entire group. Linda immediately rushed to Morris because she was incredibly worried about him and was happy to see the guy alive. She could no longer hold back her tears, and it was clear how much this girl had gotten used to him. Stephen didn't hug him, although the guy was clearly glad to see him too. They had been waiting here for Maurice since early morning, and the boy could have hurried up and gotten out of bed earlier. The attitude of these people towards him changed greatly, and they did not even follow the order, remaining with him in that location. There was no point in being angry that the guy had hidden some information about himself from them, because it would have been much easier to carry out the cleanup. But Laura didn't calm down, believing that the guy could at least hint that he wasn't really a newbie at all. After 2 weeks, more and more people were leaving the hospital, and it was great that many of them managed to fully recover. If only Morris knew what thoughts went through Edward's head when he spoke of him in his absence. But it was better not to do this at that moment when his girlfriend was nearby and could explain to the guy at any second that he was wrong. Grabbing him tightly by the shirt, she advised the guy to close his mouth. Otherwise, she would have to use her new technique. The girl didn't keep us waiting long, and the next second, with a deft throw, sent Edward to the floor. The blow was so strong that blood spurted out of the guy's mouth, and it was clear that she was not going to have an easy training session. There was no way Linda could tolerate Morris being insulted and made a laughing stock of in her presence. At that moment, Stephen came running to the noise, not thinking that a simple conversation would lead to a real fight. Could you expect anything else when you are dealing with a person whose meeting cannot end well? Just as he had done about Maurice, Edward was ready to speak about everyone else, although Stephen was holding himself back with all his might. He could have explained to the guy how to behave even better, but he advised him not to let it come to that and to just shut up. Everyone in that room would have been long dead if Maurice hadn't arrived in the room of spoken sins in time. She was right, because the guy really did bring a lot of food, and instead of apples, the group could eat normal food. At first, many did not understand why he was doing this. But did it really matter when everyone was dying of hunger? He used his abilities only to help others, and had no intention of using them to harm others. Some of the participants supported Edward, realizing that without this guy, they wouldn't have been able to last long either. Maurice wasn't a bad guy, but with each passing day, his personality became clouded and it became difficult to understand who he really was. The sisters still didn't know what was on his mind, and nothing good would come out of their communication. This was Edward's opinion, which the boy could keep to himself or tell his friends. Linda could not be persuaded, and she saw with her own eyes the courage with which this hunter acted. Now it was all over, but the rumors that were quickly spreading throughout the training camp were not encouraging. The girl believed that she could safely throw these thoughts out of her head and not give in to gossip like everyone else. Now they were on the same team, which meant it was better to spend time on preparation. The day of the opening of the new gates was scheduled for the near future, and it was worth recalling some skills once again. The story of each of them began on the Day of Awakening, when people were given the opportunity to awaken their 4 pillars. On the day the gates open, the awakened will be able to develop even faster than in times of peace. There was a whole system of training that helped you discover your best abilities much faster. The opening of the first great dimension of demons will begin very soon, and many awakened ones will have to enter this black abyss. If they wanted to go hunting in this dimension, it would be easier to do it together, and Linda again offered to join them. Looking at his friendly team, Maurice could no longer refuse them, as he had been doing lately. Danger still clung to him, but this curse of fate could be overcome by the whole team. Maurice's goal was to take over the demon kingdom, and he had better do it before anyone else. Everyone realized with horror that this mission would not make the guy change his mind, and he was going to go there alone again. Now the guy asked not to follow him, because this was where their paths were supposed to diverge. The guy has one unfinished business left, which he must start alone. He tried to get rid of them again, and Linda no longer understood how else she could bring him to his senses. The priest was on her side and, together with the girl, persuaded the guy to accept their offer. They were ready to wait as long as it took, if only the guy would agree to go there together and share this mission with everyone. Turning away, he promised to think about it, although Morris knew perfectly well that his decision would not change. Maurice was recently added to the general chat, and Laura asked her young mentor to keep notifications on. If they insisted so much, the guy was not against it, although this did not mean that he agreed to work together. He had another conversation today when Emma asked him to take a minute and come to the office. She hoped that he could complete this mission alone even without divine revelation. He decided to take this step again, although it seemed as if everyone around him was forcing him to do the same thing. Receiving a revelation was like a quest that could only be completed by carefully studying all the conditions. As long as shamans obeyed the gods, they could not ignore the revelations of their main patron. Only this guy didn't need anyone's patronage, and he could do everything he wanted to do himself. His new abilities, like his weapons, gave him an advantage, and he intended to use them. It was worth preparing the weapon thoroughly, and it was best to do this at the nearest forge. The guy headed there hoping to find a girl who could help him. Walking a little forward, he saw the granddaughter of a famous blacksmith who was just busy with her work. This guy hadn't visited their village for a long time, and she wasn't against accepting another order. But he immediately admitted that he came here only to place an order from her. It was surprising to hear this, because there were quite a lot of blacksmiths in the settlement, so why did he choose her as the master? Amanda was the granddaughter of the most famous master, who put a lot of effort into this craft and brought it to a new level. Unfortunately, it was this master who once appeared before him in the form of a dark spirit, and that time they did not have a good conversation. But Amanda was still far from her grandfather's talent, although only she could be considered his successor. This girl's abilities were easy to see in the system window and were perfect for the next mission. She not only forged weapons, but also used a special magical skill that made the steel stronger. Taking the characteristics in her hands, she was indeed reading about herself, but never before had she valued her talent so highly. All this time, she simply repeated the technique that her grandfather taught her and did not expect compliments from her clients. But what will she say if instead of a regular weapon, she has to create the same sword that Maurice held in his hands? She found the sword rather interesting, though she could have forged something similar. To forge this sword, she needed her grandfather's blessing, and going to the cemetery at night was too dangerous. Maurice explained that monsters might appear in the cemetery at that time, so he would go there with her. Luckily, they didn't have far to go, and soon they were approaching the place where their grandfather was buried. If her grandfather's spirit saw his granddaughter with a guy, he certainly would not approve of their union. But the old man had been lying in the grave for a long time, so there was no point in being distracted by stupid thoughts and disturbing the peace of the deceased. Perhaps such thoughts came to him only because they were near a burial site, and the spirits could transmit their will to the living. But in this world, the connection with the other side was worse, and the guy could not make out the voices of deceased souls and gods, which was even for the better. Amanda mentally thanked her grandfather for helping her again, and didn't forget to pour herself a glass of strong drink. It was strange that she couldn't communicate with him without these rituals, because her abilities allowed for much more. But for Maurice, it didn't make much difference how this communication went, and the main thing was to start forging the sword as quickly as possible. Her grandfather passed away not long ago, and if he were here, the guy would probably have ordered the sword from him. When people died, their souls left their bodies, and for Maurice, this was always a way to replenish energy. By taking their destinies, he quickly replenishes his mana reserves, and only for this reason his abilities have always been at a high level. About 5 or 6 months had passed since my grandfather's death, and it was possible to try to remember the past. No, she couldn't imagine that the guy would pick up a shovel and start digging his grave. It was worth looking for another way to communicate with him if, of course, it was still necessary for forging the sword. There were dark forces at work in this place, as the cemetery seemed to attract them like a magnet. In the distance, the guy immediately saw the red eyes of a monster, who looked at them for a long time as if they were his prey. The monster came here with a whole crowd of its relatives, and Maurice quickly pulled his blade from its sheath. The cemetery was too close to the house, so Maurice should have brought her a talisman to keep her safe. But it was difficult to do this in time when a whole crowd of enraged mutants was already attacking you. The guy was ready to take on the challenge and just hoped that Amanda would be safe behind him. He never had to enter into this duel because another person appeared next to them. Using his unique ability, he sent several artifacts at the monsters, which instantly destroyed them. It's strange where this stranger came from and why he suddenly decided to help Maurice. The help came in handy, and none of the mutated rabbits posed any danger anymore. This strange guy walked slowly towards them, as if he had been waiting for them in this place for a long time. Standing not far from them, he loudly reminded them that walking in such places was dangerous, and they were obliged to remember this. The boy then greeted Morris and the stranger who was with him. Not wanting to continue this conversation, the guy first advised Amanda to leave this place. Whoever this masked guy was, he'd have to deal with Maurice first if Amanda was his target. But judging by his appearance, he was not interested in the girl at all, and he came to this place only because of Maurice. Then he should have answered why he came and why he still can't take off his mask. This was easily fixed, and after a few seconds, the guy began to slowly pull the mask off his face. Then it became clear that he had known this guy, Oliver, well for a long time, and that he had been hoping to meet him much earlier. Oliver was Maurice's half-brother and the older mentor who had long been an important part of his life. The boy greeted his stepbrother with a weak smile and reminded him that they had seen each other not so long ago. At the last training session, he noticed a stranger in a mask, but did not show that he paid attention to him. However, if he recognized him, he should have said so immediately, and not pretended that he had gone unnoticed. This was not the right moment for such conversations, and it was worth at least temporarily talking about something more important. After all, on orders from the agency Oliver was a part of, the guy was on the tail of his target, and that target was Maurice. Moreover, the magical artifact that he held in his hands was given to him by Alex himself specifically for this mission. But first, the boy should have asked about his mother, because that's what children usually do when they meet close relatives. Oliver's biological mother was a stepmother to Maurice, but most importantly, she was his first and only mentor. And now, after so many years, he didn't bother to ask what happened to her, as if she had never existed in his life. Maurice had nothing to say to this, although he understood that there was some truth in his half-brother's words. Amelia became more than just a stepmother to him, but the person who brought Maurice out of the darkness when he was still a child. But after her death, her half-brother didn't even invite the boy to the funeral, as if Maurice remained a stranger to them. In response, he roughly grabbed him by the collar, ready to say what he had previously kept silent about. After all, he left their home of his own free will and since then has never communicated with his mother, as befits a normal son. On the day Oliver first saw his half-brother, he couldn't understand for a long time why there was another boy in their family. He acted aloof and couldn't even look him in the eyes, as if his entire childhood had been spent in constant wanderings. Oliver did not accept his mother's adopted son at first, although she explained that Maurice would now be his older brother. The boy did not believe that his mother could do this to him, and his loud screams echoed throughout the house for a long time. Living according to God's orders was very difficult, but this was the only way Amelia could ensure the safety of herself and her son. She was a little upset that the boy did not accept her decisions and behaved completely differently from how she wanted. Oliver could also be understood because he was used to his mother's affection and did not think that he would share it with someone else. Then the woman explained that a powerful god had come for Maurice, but the boy still did not want to accept him. It was surprising because any person would be happy to accept divine power, so why did Maurice decide to refuse it? In that case, Oliver could have convinced him, since he himself would soon have to accept God's will. With tears in his eyes, he begged his mother to change her mind, because all his life he dreamed of becoming her successor and doing the same thing as Amelia. His new brother heard these conversations perfectly well, and at some point he just wanted to run without looking back. But there was nowhere to run, because no one except Amelia dared to take him into their home for fear of the curse. Soon Maurice decided to somehow improve his relationship with his older brother and one morning offered him fresh fruit. But he rudely rejected this pitiful handout because the boy could not be bought in such a simple way. Even when Maurice offered to help with his homework, he again warned him not to expect any offers from him. For a long time, he was unable to establish a relationship with him, although he did not lose hope and continued to follow him around. One day, the boy even asked not to greet him in public and to stay away from him. It was very offensive to hear this, especially since in his short life, Maurice had not managed to do anything bad to him. He often returned home alone, and his older brother tried to leave school early so that he would not notice him. But the day he accidentally stumbled upon his older brother's group of classmates, their relationship changed dramatically. It turned out that Oliver was not someone who was liked by the other students, and they often made fun of his half-brother. They suddenly demanded payment from Maurice simply for walking down that street. Because he was too stubborn, the senior student was ready to quickly prove that nothing in this life comes for free. Little Maurice couldn't watch this from the sidelines and grabbed tightly onto the hand raised to strike. He was ready to fight alongside his brother if these scoundrels did not allow him to go home peacefully. It seemed another little brat had gotten involved in the fight, and it was possible to teach him a lesson along with that retarded idiot from the lower grades. It would have been better if Maurice had not shown up here, because Oliver understood that this meeting would not end well for them. He was not mistaken, and soon both brothers were lying on the ground after the brutal massacre of the high school students. If the brat had listened to him and not followed him, this would not have happened, and he would have been able to avoid the fight. Amelia and Oliver were the only people close to him, so the boy was not going to stand aside. These words would have made anyone think, and that evening Oliver changed his opinion of his brother forever. At some point he realized that he had been unfair to the boy, who in fact was not guilty of anything. Having wiped the blood from his nose, he decided to treat him differently from that day on, especially since the boy had already matured by that time. He should have become a real older brother to him, because if his mother wanted it that way, then Maurice really was close to them. Having raised the boy to his feet, he said that Amelia could not be called a teacher because she had long since become his mother. They should call her Mom, like Oliver does, and not pretend like he's a complete stranger to them. These words surprised him greatly, because Oliver had always been cold before, so why did he change his attitude? Besides, he took him by the hand, and now they walked home together, as if they had been brothers all their lives. Every day his life became better and better, and he often saw his stepmother performing her rituals. There were several family rites in his life, and each of them was led by Amelia in a special ritual costume. The boy also wore a special cloak with a hood, and his entire costume was covered with ancient writing. With a smile, he realized that now everything would be different, and with the support of his older brother, he would achieve much more. Many years passed, and the grown-up Maurice never heard the voice of God or saw ghosts. But every day he saw before him the familiar faces of Amelia and Oliver, who made his life happy forever. However, the day came when another person burst into their house who was not at all happy to see this guy there. The man said that he needed to be thrown out of the house immediately because the family rituals had failed miserably. Running out into the street, the woman threatened to rip out the old man's dirty tongue if he did something like that again. No one dared to speak about her son like that, and she was ready to deal with anyone who violated her will. That day, I had to drag my stepbrother into the room, and for a long time, the boy could not understand why God chose him. Surprisingly, Maurice refused to accept divine power, although anyone in his place would have wanted to become a divine chosen one. It would be better if this God came to Oliver, and then he would never miss the chance to become stronger. But today the guy drank too much, so he should rest and properly recover. True, they never made it to the bed, because Oliver collapsed on the floor right at the threshold of the room. The boy knew that his older brother lived only for the sake of meeting God and put all his efforts into this. If Maurice could only ask God to give his full attention to his half-brother, he certainly would. Of course, Oliver would not refuse divine help, and Amelia would hardly have allowed her own son to do such a thing. But the stepson had much more freedom, so he was left alone without divine encouragement. Oliver could become unhappy because of him, because in comparison to Maurice, he always looked weaker. For the sake of his brother's happiness, he was ready to leave home, and therefore made this difficult decision for himself. Oliver still couldn't forgive him for this decision, and clutched his clothes even tighter in his hand when he remembered their last meeting. He should have asked his brother's opinion first before running away from home and doing such an idiotic thing. If the guy thought Oliver had treated him too roughly, He could take out all his anger on him right then and there. Turning away, he only replied that he would never raise his hand against his half-brother. There was no point in talking to him anymore, because this scoundrel would just stand there silently and listen to the insults. However, he should have known that God had come to Oliver too, although it was unlikely that such a man would be interested in family affairs. With these words, he headed in the other direction, realizing that their paths had diverged forever. In his past life, they were able to get along only because he was weak. But now, everything has changed. He was no longer the wimp his older brother considered him to be and could fight back at any moment. But as Morris grew older, he became much wiser and had no intention of crippling his brother. Meanwhile, Oliver went to the place where he was supposed to report on his mission. It was no surprise that Barbara met him at the door and ordered him to keep an eye on this guy. He immediately stated that Maurice had given up everything and had more important things to do. This was bad news for Barbara, and she hoped that this guy would finally come to his senses. But it was Oliver who was responsible for this mission, and as the older brother, had to carry it out. She had placed her trust in her agent in vain and, as usual, had to decide everything herself. Still, Oliver had one chance to fix the situation if he could find the right approach to his brother. She was ready to do anything just to see him in her ranks and would pay a decent amount for it. But Oliver didn't lie that his brother had more serious matters to attend to, as a foray into the demon dimension was soon planned. Maurice was in a great mood and was ready to gather all the necessary ammunition. And yet the meeting with his brother did not go unnoticed, and soon another reason to see him appeared. He invited him to a conversation, probably to ask about a joint cleansing of the demon dimension. He had to wait a long time for his brother here, and he hoped that this time their conversation would be more pleasant. But looking back, he realized that his brother had no intention of coming on foot and had not had any problems with money for a long time. The car Oliver arrived in was so expensive that only a wealthy person could afford it. In the salon, he saw the familiar face of his brother, with whom he was destined to meet. Besides Oliver, there was another person in the car who waved his hand at the guy in a friendly manner. Emma was also there and couldn't miss the meeting of two brothers who started communicating after so many years. Although it was not part of his plans, she still decided to show up here unannounced. The girl greeted him and looked completely different without her usual mask. It would have been better if she had never worn it, especially since loose clothing suited her much better. If Alex had known that she had decided to visit Morris, his swearing could probably be heard in the neighboring office building. But it's better for the boss not to know anything about this, especially since he's become too demanding lately. If these two decided to help him on his next mission, the guy was not against it and immediately refused all privileges. It was not necessary to join their clan to clear the next location of monsters. On the way to the open portal, the girl warned again that she had come here as a private hunter and could behave freely. There was already a group of other hunters at the entrance to the portal who decided to go and clean it up at the same time. Emma believed that this was not a problem because the more people went to clean up, the greater the chance of defeating the mutants. There was some truth to this, but there was no need for extra burden, even if some of the newcomers had some skills. Without the help of these three, they would have coped with the task perfectly well. Besides, it was only possible to enter the portal in small groups. The last remark could have offended anyone, especially someone who did this professionally. But from her own experience, Emma understood that simpler locations would be suitable for exploring the dimension and gaining experience. Both guys had quite impressive experience and abilities that allowed them to complete such difficult missions. But looking at these young people, it was clear that they had no such experience, although they had no intention of stopping in front of the portal. No matter how worried Emma was about them, it was their choice, so they just had to accept it and follow them. If things get really bad, there's help for these young people, so it's worth keeping an eye on them at least from afar. A moment later, they found themselves beyond the open interdimensional portal where the destroyed city was located. Looking back, the boy realized that it was impossible to leave this dimension until the research was completed. There was no need to worry about this, because the three of them should quickly complete the cleanup and return back with rare artifacts. Oliver, as usual, relied only on his own strength and had long since given up hope for outside help. But their raid began much faster than they expected, as the voices of young people were immediately heard from afar. Something happened to them and the high-level monster turned out to be too much for them. The daredevil who first stepped into the portal became the easiest victim for the mutants, finding himself too close to them. The sand monsters were not only impressive in size, but also possessed a huge supply of mana and the ability to regenerate. Tina, following her partner, became their second victim and would not have been able to escape without outside help. This mission turned out to be much more difficult than they thought, and it was worth listening to their experienced colleagues from the very beginning. Moreover, they found themselves at a dead end, which meant they would have to fight all these sand giants. The dying cry of one of them was heard by all the others, but it was too late for the guy himself to call for help. As expected, Emma now had to fulfill her promise and engage in battle with a crowd of mutants. Tina could only watch from afar, her broken blade no longer good for anything. But Maurice's blade was in perfect order, and he wielded it as confidently as if it were just a simple training session. Oliver also kept up with his half-brother and was ready to continue this massacre until late in the evening. Only the two guys with whom Tina entered this dimension behaved like real children. All they could do was stand aside until experienced fighters dealt with this problem. It's strange how this could happen in a few minutes. Could it be that the monsters opened a new portal? Tina was no less surprised because the senior hunters were supposed to step through the gates in a few hours, weren't they? No, the girl was mistaken and only beginners lost 2 hours at the entrance, but any experienced hunter knew a quick way. Imagine the surprise of the young people when they heard that these three entered a few minutes after them. It seemed that time flowed completely differently in the dimension, and Emma began to seriously worry about all the other hunters. Many did not return and could have suffered the same fate as these young explorers. At that moment, Oliver suddenly discovered something below, looking at the defeated monsters. He had great news for the boys, but Maurice was unlikely to be happy about it. For the first time, the boy killed more mutants than his half-brother, and this pleased him more than any trophies. Growing up, Oliver still remained the same child, retaining all his complexes from the past. But was it worth thinking about trifles when they were faced with a task of the most difficult level? They needed to search every corner here, examining everything not only inside, but also outside the buildings. Maurice's pet could also demonstrate its main healing ability, since wounded hunters could be encountered during the search. Emma's clay creatures were also excellent helpers and, thanks to their numbers, could quickly comb the entire area. She ordered the dolls to search thoroughly for survivors inside every building in this location, not missing a single structure. Finally, the girl loudly ordered that they report every suspicious detail they could see. She had a lot of these strange clay dolls under her control, who could easily inspect all the buildings in the location. Looking at them, the guys realized that these hunters were really on another level, and it was worth listening to them from the very beginning. He had never heard a divine voice, so was it really true that in this location the gods refused to help him? There was no answer in the notifications, and the system window remained empty. In addition, he could not connect to the store and provisions, and this needed to be done first of all. Such strange coincidences greatly surprised Emma, and now all that remained was to wait for an answer from Oliver. The news was bad, as no deity had been contacted, no matter how many times Oliver checked the system window. It turns out that all the other hunters, who were also unable to return back, were left without food all this time and were supposed to die. It was the most terrible news imaginable, but there was still a chance to find survivors. However, Oliver gestured to his partner to warn him that there were those here who should not hear anything unnecessary. Realizing that they were the ones being talked about, Tina tried to understand why all the attention was focused on them, whether there was something wrong with them. Maurice was not interested in this at all, and the boy spent a long time trying to understand why the gods did not hear them. An opportunity like this only comes around once, and for the first time in many years, he and his brother were so close. It was time to finally end their long-standing dispute, especially since this guy was probably already ready to make peace with Morris. The common mission was supposed to unite them, and victory in the purge would be an excellent reason for reconciliation. Soon the entire group, led by Maurice, headed deeper into the ruined city, hoping to find the missing hunters. As planned, they searched the entire area but were unable to find a single survivor. Still holding the useless fragment of the sword, Tina tried to understand why they had gone so deep into the city. But now it was too late to cry, because weren't they so brave when they stood at the entrance to the interspatial gates? They had been warned that this mission would be too difficult for newbies, and now they had to see for themselves. However, what Maurice saw was more interesting than any mutants and was worth taking a closer look at. The house they found themselves next to did not at all seem like a place where chaos and destruction reigned. On the contrary, behind this fence it was so beautiful, as if the gardeners had never stopped working here for a single day. Emma also couldn't understand why this house was so different from all the other destroyed buildings in the location. Once inside, it became clear that the mansion was safe and sound, and even the paintings were hanging in their places. Walking a little further into the building, the group came across flowers in a vase, which seemed to have been placed there upon their arrival. This could not be explained because even the smell of food coming from somewhere in the kitchen was fresh. Due to their inexperience, the young people were the first to rush in the direction from which this pleasant aroma was coming. They were not mistaken, and opening the doors wide, saw a laid table in front of them. All these dishes looked quite normal, and even the bread in Tina's hands was still warm. It was a good thing that Morris came to her at that moment and knocked out a piece of fresh bread in one fell swoop. Her partner hoped that at least the apple could be eaten since no one would throw poisoned fruit here. It was funny to watch them fall for such an obvious trap that any professional would easily recognize. Tina was the first to come to her senses, realizing that all this looked too suspicious and even funny. She herself demanded that her partner give her the ripe red apple, which only seemed safe in appearance. If there had not been senior colleagues nearby, the three of them would have surely entered the dining room but would not have been able to come back out. Besides the upper floors of the mansion, it was also worth examining the route they took to get here. Looking around, Morris realized that he finally had the opportunity to talk to his brother alone. He loudly invited Oliver to go there together and hoped that this time the conversation would take place. Emma decided that the guy was in a hurry to help with the mission, not realizing that they were talking about an old conversation between the two brothers. However, the girl, like all the other members of her team, was only interested in this guy's answer. This conversation could not be avoided, and Emma also invited him to join their agency. The guy thanked her for the offer, but all his attention was still riveted to the door behind which Oliver had disappeared. The girl admitted that Morris was the best hunter she knew. She will never forget how the guy, together with his pets, fought in those battles and showed the highest class. He worked harder than anyone, even when he was of lower rank and did not have the abilities he has now. Only Maurice always helped those in need and acted wisely without giving in to the emotions raging inside. Only such hunters can join the ranks of their team and come to the rescue in difficult times. That's why Barbara chose this guy, and she ordered all her agents to recruit Maurice. This was a real revelation because he had previously thought that each agent acted alone. It seems the girl said too much and did not want to reveal the whole truth about her agency. It was funny that she trusted him so much that she was ready to tell him everything down to the last word. Since the conversation was over, it was time to look around and meet soon in the same place. Morris still had one unfinished business, which was the reason he had climbed the stairs. He was sure that his brother had gone here and that he would soon be able to meet him. Luckily, that's what happened. Oliver seemed to be waiting here specifically for his brother for another conversation. Looking down at him, Maurice knew that this conversation had been brewing for many years and it was time to end it. They were no longer children and could solve problems like adults, looking each other in the eyes. Maurice found his brother's gaze predatory, as if he had wanted something from the young man all this time. Barbara had probably already managed to brainwash him and convince him that his main mission was to recruit Maurice. Oliver admitted that he had seen the bandage on his half-brother's body and had long suspected its origin. He probably knew that the more food, the more bandages on a person's body. If that was so, there was only one question left, and to answer it, he walked quickly towards his brother. And then he angrily demanded to know what Morris had been doing all this time after leaving their house. His brother had never been so persistent before, and it was strange why he behaved like that. Coming very close to him, Oliver felt how much karma was hidden inside this guy. His karma was heavier than that of any hunter Oliver had ever dealt with. He quickly grabbed his hand, saying that Oliver didn't know too much about his life. Before making such loud claims, one should inquire how he managed to survive at all. They were finally able to talk frankly, but it was a pity that a monster was nearby at that moment. The mutant seemed to deliberately want to interrupt their conversation and came closer and closer. At some point, he was very close, and his steps echoed throughout the hall. The worst part was that it was a living statue, but there could be dozens of such mutants in the whole house. This was the statue they had been looking for from the very beginning, which meant that their goal had just arrived in their hands. At the moment the monster stopped, the guy was just taking out his weapon, and this was a very lucky coincidence. His first suspicions were confirmed, because the very next second they heard a loud noise. As he had expected, the mutant was not alone here, and several animated statues immediately rushed to attack. To complete the mission, they would have to kill each of them, but the guys were not surprised by such a trick. Already during the battle, Oliver loudly shouted to his brother that first they would finish the duel and only then continue the conversation. This guy hasn't changed at all and behaved like a real dandy even in such dangerous situations. Maurice had no intention of arguing with him and was ready to draw his blade at any second. It was interesting to watch how his half-brother handled his weapon because one could learn a lot from him. Suddenly he realized that everything turned out to be much more complicated than he thought, because with every minute, the number of monsters increased. The living statues attacked from all sides and their lives were in serious danger. The guy knew from experience that in such cases you need to take a break and gather strength for a serious attack. He grabbed his brother's clothes sharply and dragged him to where it would be safest. The decision was very timely because the next mutant projectile landed in the place where they were a second ago. They ran into the office in time and the guy quickly closed the heavy door behind him. In the short duel, they had already managed to get wounded, which meant that continuing the fight without preparation was pointless. Now it was worth explaining why Maurice stopped his brother at the moment when he almost destroyed the mutant. When the monster came right up to the office door, it was as if he began to eavesdrop on every word the brothers were saying. Maurice had to admit that the stone mutants they had fought only appeared dead. These were not stone statues, but living people. But he only found out about this at the last moment. One of the statues was definitely human, but Maurice was a little doubtful about the others. The brother thought it was some kind of mistake and thought that the boy had gone completely crazy because of his visions. The creature, which seemed to him to be a ferocious mutant, continued to pound on the wall, trying to knock it down. Turning in that direction, Oliver realized that a mere man was not capable of showing such strength. This stone mutant did not at all resemble a living person, and it was strange why Maurice saw something different in him. But there was no mistake, and thanks to his ability, he could easily recognize it. From experience, he had a good understanding of curses, since one of these very curses had been placed on one of these monsters. Suddenly, the monster seemed to hear his words and instead of entering, stood in the doorway. It seemed that he could not go beyond this corridor, although an ordinary person had no restrictions. In front of his half-brother, it was impossible to mention the ability to see fate that Maurice had long possessed. It would have been better to solve the problem by asking his pet for help, who could easily check his words. He ordered this sweet creature to lift the curse from the man who was still standing in the doorway in the guise of a mutant. He was happy to carry out the order and, having come close, activated the ability to cleanse from curses. The stone giant had no intention of resisting, as if the man inside him had been searching for salvation all this time. It was as if a bright light flashed in his head, meaning the healing skill had worked. Such curses were placed on those who had seriously damaged their karma, and most likely the girl had sinned too often in such a short life. The guy's guess turned out to be correct, because the curse was successfully lifted, which means Maurice knew what he was talking about all this time. His brother had to admit that Maurice was not mistaken, and that there really was a human hiding inside the mutant. But now it didn't matter anymore because the main thing was to save the life of the girl, who was still unconscious. A few minutes later, she showed the first signs of life and began to gradually come to her senses. It was strange that Oliver had awakened earlier than most and become an important part of his agency, but still didn't have this ability. There was no need to worry, but it would have been better to help carry the victim to a quiet place. Oliver still stood there, realizing that in his long career he had never surpassed his brother. But instead of returning, he withdrew, as if all his childhood grievances had suddenly washed over him. It's good that he agreed to help and didn't endanger this girl's life over trifles. Before sorting things out, it was worth finishing what had started, but Morris had not seen his brother in such a depressed state for a long time. As Oliver slowly walked down the stairs, he was still trying to figure out what he was doing wrong and what was the main reason for his failures. Already at the bottom, they were met by Emma, who did not expect that these two would return back with another traveler. The newest member of their team turned out to be a girl, and Emma immediately recognized her as one of the surviving hunters. These unfortunate people were turned into monsters, and there may have been other victims in the building. With the help of Morris's pet, this was much easier to do. All you had to do was watch his movements more closely. As it turned out, he was not looking for victims, but smelled delicious food and hurried to the dining room. The owner caught the creature in time, as it was about to eat the suspicious food and put itself in danger. They should have avoided this place, because now danger lay in wait for Morris himself. In addition to the food that someone's hand had already touched, loud sounds were suddenly heard in the room. The stone monsters suddenly pounced on him from all sides, and at that moment the guy began to suspect something. Taking a closer look, he realized that the living statues inside were the same people as the rescued girl. It was not worth using destructive force against them, otherwise he could have killed a living person. Using his ability, he easily recognized them as the three travelers they had met along the way. These newcomers did not listen to them and went back to have a good lunch. But the hearty meal ended with them turning into mutants, which was the whole point of the trap. If they had listened to the advice, they would not have turned into monsters, and now only this creature could save them. Just like last time, the guy just had to choose the moment, but this time everything was much more complicated. You can't escape fate, and if they choose this path, they will have to answer for their actions. A powerful blow was directed at the head of the first monster that appeared nearby. It was a good thing Maurice wasn't a bloodthirsty killer, and soon all three were standing in the room, listening to Emma's reproaches. She had warned them not to eat the poisoned food that the mysterious stranger had planted for them as bait. Yes, food turned people into dangerous monsters, and its smell only attracted more attention. Perhaps those who stayed here for a long time simply had no choice but to eat it and save themselves from starvation. The worst thing is that the first girl they saved completely went crazy and behaved very strangely. Emma managed to ask her a couple of questions but still didn't receive any clear answers. All that was found out was that there was something on the 5th floor and that something was watching them from above. Instead of these useless hints, I would like to receive more specific information. However, they still had to go to the 5th floor, and Oliver volunteered to be the first to go on reconnaissance. Maurice and Emma went with him, but upon entering the room, they were immediately met by the local settlers. Already on the 4th floor, they were met by a crowd of mutants who were also living people inside. These stone statues easily fell for the cheap trick and ate the poisoned food from the cafeteria. Oliver no longer wanted to spare these people because they had brought trouble upon themselves. Suddenly, among the damned people, Maurice noticed ordinary mutants who had mingled with the crowd. Oliver could do whatever he wanted with them, and it was time to use his new ability. The guy had a great idea, and he just asked to point out the mutants to him. They were easy to mark with the artificial honey, a bar of which he already held in his hands. With its help, it was possible to accurately identify a monster and not accidentally hit a person. Maurice's speed continued to amaze, and he soon left his mark on each of them. For a long time, the monsters couldn't figure out what this guy was up to, but he had his own business. It was very dangerous, and his stepbrother warned him from afar to be careful. He could have found time to care for her better, since there had already been many convenient opportunities for this. Although now was not the time to start this conversation, first it was necessary to get rid of the mutants. Maurice didn't make a single mistake, and all the marks ended up only on the heads of the stone monsters. The very next second, they were all defeated, and now all that remained was to remove the curses from the people. There was a pile of stone debris scattered all over the floor, and there were definitely no living people among them. The people remained hanging directly under the ceiling, and in this form it was much more convenient to work with them. The smell that Oliver immediately smelled attracted his attention even more than the delicious food. It couldn't be called pleasant, but it was so sharp that it attracted the hunter's attention. Emma felt it too, and it became clear that they were on the threshold of something special. There was a smell of blood ahead, which meant that the main trials awaited them far beyond this threshold. With each passing minute, the smell only grew stronger, and it was scary to imagine how many victims there were here. The smell of blood could be compared to death itself, because a whole pile of corpses was surely waiting for them ahead. The hunters were led in that direction not only by the smell of blood, but also by dark magic, spiraling towards one point. The guy felt something else strange, but he couldn't tell anyone about it yet. Human bones beneath his feet indicated that these murders had happened a long time ago. But could they belong to the missing group? The answers to all the questions were still ahead, which meant it was worth continuing on our way. Once there, Emma sadly realized that she was seeing the corpses of recently living hunters in front of her. These people died while fulfilling their mission, but it was strange who could do this to them. The question of why there were only bones and no other objects also remained open. The door at the very end of the room was also open, and a strange sound was coming from it. Maurice could use his fire as a torch and light up a dark room. Immediately after this, they saw a silhouette that began to slowly move towards them. Taking a closer look, Emma tried to understand what kind of creature it was that was so boldly preparing to fight them. The stranger was coming closer and closer from the darkness, and until the last moment it was difficult to make out who it was. For some reason, Emma decided that this was one of the survivors, but experience told the guy that it was too early to draw conclusions. That's why he grabbed the girl's hand in the hope that they would first get to know the uninvited guest. Emma wanted to save everyone who ended up in this place, but she had to be more careful. She didn't want to become a pile of gnawed bones like those mutants at the entrance to the room. These memories made the girl come to her senses, and she realized that she should listen to her colleagues. The hunters who first began this mission stayed here for about 400 days, and all that remains of them is a pile of dried bones. It was strange that one survivor still stood before them, as if the curse of this place did not affect him. Such coincidences don't happen, and looking at him, Maurice understood that something was wrong here. Then he saw in front of him one of the hunters who could do with an appointment for a haircut. Having eaten poisoned food, he no longer resembled a human being and behaved like a real monster. He could be attacked at any moment, and if he wanted to kill them, Oliver had no choice. As with the stone mutants, he threw several projectiles at it, hoping to quickly calm its ardor. But all the seals fell to the stone floor, and it became clear that they could not destroy this damned hunter. It was hard to call the guy who handled the shells, as if he were performing in a circus arena, a simple person. Suddenly, the monster sank its fangs right into the guy's arm, and there was no longer any doubt that he was definitely not their comrade in arms. Emma didn't have time to react and now watched as the monster tried to bite off the hand of her old friend. It was impossible to defeat 3 experienced hunters at once, and Emma quickly threw him to the other end of the hall. It didn't help, because he immediately took the right position, and with this attack they only won a few seconds. The monster's saliva could be poisoned, and one could only hope that the infection would not spread throughout the body. The monster was stronger than it seemed, which meant it was time to understand who he really was. It was strange that Morris found no information about this mutant, and his system window remained empty. If he was ready to fight 3 masters alone, then this confidence was instilled in him by the main boss, who gave him strength. In his hands were the same projectiles that Maurice had mastered so well, but now they were directed against him. It would be good to now recall all the techniques that the guys practiced every day at the agency's training ground. This would come in very handy when you're being attacked by a mutant whose goal was a hearty meal with 3 hunters on the menu. Oliver had seen a lot in his career, but even he was scared by the sight of the enraged monster. The same could not be said of Emma, who had cleverly found herself behind him and was ready to strike. She managed to carry out a good reception, but it did not help solve the problem. Realizing where the monster was moving, Emma saw that it was heading towards Maurice and loudly warned the guy. It was unclear why he froze in place, as if he had seen something he had never seen before, but he needed to take his eyes off his system window for at least a second, and remember that a bloodthirsty killer was approaching him. He tried to penetrate the mind of this mutant to see who he was in life. Those brave guys who first got to this place just wanted to quickly clear it out and collect the trophies. Just like the 3 newcomers, they encountered stone giants on their very first day. Many died at the beginning of the mission, and only 2 hunters remained alive. Among them was the girl they had met first, having managed to remove her heavy curse. The young man who was next to her turned out to be the monster they were now fighting against. He quickly managed to find out that the mutant was one of the hunters, and by killing him, they would finish off their colleague. Once upon a time, he too spared no effort to cleanse this world of mutants. But now he himself has become part of the darkness. If Oliver hadn't been there, Maurice would never have moved from the spot where the monster was aiming. But Oliver wouldn't let the monster hurt him, even if it meant destroying the man trapped inside the mutant. Maurice should have quickly drawn his seven-spined sword if, of course, he could still fight. It felt like the guy had seen something that had caught him off guard and still couldn't gather his thoughts to attack. But without his help, these two could not cope, so the time had come to finally come to their senses and draw the blade. His sword was far stronger than any ordinary hunter's sword, and with it, he was ready to destroy the monster. The sword was created from a sacred tree that had been struck by lightning hundreds of years ago, and now he had delivered an excellent blow with this weapon. Realizing that he had no chance, the monster suddenly started running to the other end of the hall. It was time for Oliver to learn something because the monster was the same person as the damned hunters in the form of statues. After a short time, they left the confines of the 4th floor, wondering what to do in this situation. Every time they came across a monster, it ended up being a human who couldn't be killed. This complicated matters, and returning that hunter to his former appearance was quite a task. Listening to them, Maurice thought only about how much karma a person needs to go abroad. Maurice's karma accumulated due to the ability penalty, but it usually increased due to crimes. Robberies or murders were those serious crimes that quickly increased the level of karma. If he could see into this monster's past, then it must have survived only by doing something terrible. These thoughts made him wonder how much karma he actually had. He must have been a brutal killer in life, so was it worth saving him instead of just destroying him? Oliver brought him out of these thoughts by giving his half-brother a good shake. He demanded that he stop daydreaming and finally say at least a word about their plan. The mission needed to be completed, not trying to save someone who couldn't be saved. Maurice could not bear these words because Oliver could not seriously suggest leaving him here in such a state. Maybe they will still be able to cleanse it and lift the curse, like with the stone giant. But if he is so strong, will they be able to calm down the overgrown guy for even a few minutes? Luckily, Maurice had one idea and he believed that the others would support him. As usual, Maurice's ideas had to be treated with caution, as they often ended in encounters with mutants. But this time they would do much better, and the guy believed that they would be able to lift the curse from the hunter. Soon they had to agree and continue what they had started, although Oliver did not like the whole idea. Again, he offered to save a creature that had long since lost its human form, risking his own life. They were simply following the orders of this guy, even though he was not the senior member of their team. His current partners didn't have any better ideas, so it was worth following this plan. Soon Oliver arranged the seals in the order his half-brother had asked him to. Memories came flooding back to him as he realized that his brother was once again superior to him in everything. There was no point in thinking about such trifles when they were faced with such a difficult task. Looking at his brother, the boy remembered how he behaved at the beginning of their meeting, and now his behavior was somewhat similar. Finally, he asked again whether Maurice was confident in his actions. If his amulets are not enough, the plan will fail and subsequently will destroy each of them. The success of this plan depended solely on Oliver's experience, and the boy believed in it. Yes, he had no doubt that he was fully prepared for such tasks and could be relied upon. His skills were indeed trustworthy, but today those words sounded somehow special. If the guy really considered himself the best, now he had to prove it in practice. It was clear from his look that he would stop at nothing, even if it meant risking his life. Isn't this why he chose his service and took on the most difficult missions time after time? His half-brother might have simply felt sorry for him, and that is why he said those parting words. But only in practice could it be proven that he did not need any words, and that he himself knew his own worth very well. Meanwhile, the guy began to slowly move towards the place where they last saw the monster. As expected, he was in the same place and already prepared for the attack. But his opponent wasn't worried about this at all and simply asked the monster to relax a little. Showing his empty hands, he explained that he had no weapon, and therefore there was no point in attacking him. For a second, it even seemed that the humanity that was once inside this monster had awakened. But this was just a clever move on the part of the guy, and he could easily take advantage of the mutant's trust. As the monster extended its clawed paw forward to grab the boy, It became clear that the ability to disappear worked perfectly. Looking around, he saw only bare walls. But where had that nimble hunter gone? It turned out that all this time, the guy was just waiting for the right moment to attack and choosing a position. When all preparations were completed, he intended to settle everything with one blow of his spiked blade. Instead of plunging the blade into the monster, he began to swing it and drove it forward. The mutant didn't even notice that amulets, carefully placed by his brother, were already waiting for him ahead. And the next moment, he crashed at full speed into the portal that had long been prepared in that place. The magic seal was placed exactly according to Maurice's plan and created the desired effect. They wanted to awaken the living person who was still inside the damned mutant. His animal essence resisted as best it could, and even some abilities were activated. Oliver knew in advance that something like this could happen, but he was prepared for it. The plan didn't work the first time, but more participants were prepared for this occasion. These little creatures, on the orders of their young mistress, moved in a crowd to attack. There were so many of them that even the strongest monster could see them as a serious threat. Under the influence of the flame, the clay dolls began to accumulate energy, and it almost reached its limit. Now they no longer looked helpless and could instill fear even in an experienced fighter. The animal instinct in this creature was replaced by the usual human horror, which was instantly reflected in his eyes. It was too late to resist, and over time he was gradually bound by the invisible chains of Oliver's seal. It is no coincidence that the guy studied this magic for so long, so that he could one day show everything that his efforts had gone into. Soon the mutant was securely sealed in a trap, and now there was no need to worry about this guy. At this moment, Emma was already preparing to celebrate their common victory, which turned out to be so close. They forgot that the monster had been protected all this time by a being stronger than any of them. It was worth thinking about this in advance and realizing that the only survivor could not have ended up here by accident. Under the influence of the same flame, the statue of the goddess instantly increased its effect. The goddess was the patron who granted power not only to the monster but also to all the stone creatures in this house. This was the main goal of their raid today, which meant they had stumbled upon exactly what they had been looking for from the very beginning. The question was what to do with this statue, which in its power surpassed any stone monster. She wielded her sword so skillfully that it seemed as if all the obstacles around her were mere training targets. The cursed hunter, who still remained in the form of a ferocious monster, was now free. With 2 dexterous leaps, he jumped far away from his trap, and now it was unlikely that he could be caught so easily. If necessary, Maurice could have destroyed him with one blow, but that was exactly what the boy wanted to avoid. In the end, he simply stood in front of the exit, hoping that this would at least stop him for a while. In this position, everyone seemed to freeze, and Emma loudly promised that she would deal with this boss herself. Now the 2 girls stood opposite each other, and it was difficult to understand how this confrontation would end. Every blow of the living statue's sword could cost Emma her life if she let her guard down. Never before had she encountered such powerful mutants, and for her it was a real test of strength. The rest were busy with another monster, who was no worse at his work than his mistress. It was impossible to leave the boss only to Emma, because that way the girl could say goodbye to her life. It was Maurice's job, so the boy immediately rushed into attack, leaving the second mutant to his brother. And he himself jumped high onto the wall behind which the stone goddess was hiding. Now all that was left was to help her partner, and Emma hoped that together they would do better. Her clay dolls seemed to have turned into mutants themselves, and a furious light lit up their small eyes. Those of them who were smaller in size had to sit on the larger dolls and thus create a living wall. They surrounded the bearded hunter from all sides, temporarily depriving him of the ability to act. It was a great move on Emma's part, and it was clear that it was always more pleasant to work with a smart agent. Now all that was left for Oliver to do was activate the binding ability to finish what he had started. Last time they didn't manage to completely immobilize this mutant, but this time everything went much better. Now the chains were once again binding him in several places at once, and this should have at least somewhat calmed his ardor. And then on both sides of his neck, a barrier closed that would force him to remain in one place for a long time. To avoid listening to his loud scream, one could throw one seal in his direction and hit this loud guy hard on the forehead. In this form, he looked much better, and that was the end of him for the time being. Looking towards the stone wall, he realized that Maurice was not there, so what happened in the duel against the goddess? They spent too much time messing around with the first mutant and completely lost sight of the main boss. Maurice was the one who rushed into the attack alone, but a fiery whirlwind immediately arose in that direction. For some time, it was difficult to see anything because of the thick smoke that instantly covered the entire area. But the very next second, a smile appeared on the girl's face because she realized that everything was great with the guy. He wielded it with such passion, as if he had dreamed of fighting the stone boss all his life. For a second, it seemed that the guy was unstoppable, even after he smashed her into small stones. For defeating such a difficult opponent, the system awarded him another rank of rage, which was immediately noticeable in his gaze. Looking at this, Oliver only hoped that the guy would not want to continue the fight with his half-brother. He still continued to stand aside, but it was clear that this fight was not enough for him. It seemed that he had long been accumulating within himself the strength that he wanted to show in a real fight. They were doing great too, and Emma told them how easily they managed to deal with the mutant. They didn't even have to kill him, and the barrier around the monster kept him securely in place. At the moment when the girl began to thank Maurice for his help, Oliver again seemed to plunge into his childhood memories. Once again, he had to listen to compliments about his stepbrother, but the girl did not say a single good word about him. I wonder if he will ever be as strong as Maurice or if he will forever remain second best. Now their eyes met again, but unlike the first time, Maurice's gaze became much sterner. There was no point in spending too much time on this, because the monster still hadn't turned into the man it had been 400 days ago. The boy realized that the chosen target could not be cleansed of the curse, and even his pet was powerless. Now all they had to do was kill this guy, and at least in this way ease his fate. It was difficult to understand what to do in this situation, and how to help a hunter with a terrible curse. He had already crossed the line of no return, which meant his fate was sealed. All they saw before them was an empty shell of the creature that had once been such a hunter. The monster had no soul, and everything human had long since become a thing of the distant past. Hearing these words, Oliver wondered if his brother Maurice had a soul in that case. Maurice also had bad karma, and he could just as easily cross the line. This means that they could see the same monster in front of them, only it looked a little different. And then Maurice suddenly looked at him with a look that could not belong to a human being. But a second later, it became clear that his brother was still human and was not as dangerous as Oliver imagined. The guy decided to go with his pet to the 4th floor and explore everything there. Emma was ready to do this task for him, but the guy believed that he could easily handle it alone. It would be better to leave the pet here, since its help will not be needed in the battle with the mutants anyway. Looking at his brother, he again realized that something was clearly wrong with him. It was awkward being around someone who didn't like you just because you were the best. Being around the mutant, he was increasingly visited by thoughts about the accumulated karma that the damned hunter had. Terrible images from his dreams seemed to suddenly emerge into Maurice's mind, plunging the boy into darkness. The dark entity seemed to be playing with him and watching the suffering of its puppet. Yes, it was worth dispelling all these thoughts and finally understanding who Maurice really was. It was difficult to do this when you had enough karma inside you to fill 10 people, and the dark entity continued to surface in his consciousness, luring the guy to its side. At that moment, his brother's hand fell on his shoulder, wanting to say a few words to him. But instead, silence fell over the room, and for a long time he couldn't find a single word. If Oliver had started this conversation because of the past, Maurice did not want to remember it. There had been a tense atmosphere between them for a long time, and Oliver still hadn't forgiven him for leaving home. And then he suddenly changed his mind and pulled his hand away from his brother, preparing to tell the whole truth. He loudly declared that the boy should immediately leave his job as a hunter, otherwise something would happen in his life that he would not be able to fight. He spoke of the dark entity that was sure to have enslaved his mind. Such concern from his stepbrother only brought a slight smile to Maurice's face. He had been through too much in this life for a guy like Oliver to give him advice. All his life, his stepbrother didn't even consider him an acquaintance. But now he suddenly began to take care of him like he was his own family, very sweetly. Since they had decided to be frank, Oliver was forced to admit that he had hated his brother since childhood. Suddenly, he grabbed him by the collar and confessed that he really had hated Maurice with all his soul from the first day they met. It was great that he admitted it now because Maurice also had something to say to that bastard. If he believed that only he was allowed to pour out this stream of insults towards his brother, he risked receiving the same in return. All this time, only memories of his mother stopped Maurice, but now Amelia was dead, and there was no reason to restrain himself. While the boy was showering Maurice with curses, the smile did not leave the face of the one who listened attentively to it all. His brother wished on Maurice the same fate that befell this unfortunate hunter. This means that even if he dies, Oliver will only be glad to finally get rid of his main problem. Maurice had probably never heard such revelations in his life, especially when they were said to his brother's face. He even choked a little, hoping that this angry tirade would end as soon as possible. Oliver's emotions were so strong that the boy couldn't even hold back his tears, although he continued to shower his stepbrother with insults. Well, if he was finished, then now he should listen to an answer that would be as frank as his fiery speech. The guy knew the future and could see events ahead as easily as everyone else sees real life. He hadn't told anyone about this before, so as not to attract unnecessary attention, but this was a special case. Yes, both brothers will remember this conversation more than once, but now it's time to report to the boss about the successful completion of the mission. While Emma was talking on the phone with her boss, Oliver slowly packed his gear into the car, hoping to finish the conversation he had started with his brother. Too much water had passed under the bridge since they last saw each other, so they had a lot to discuss. Only first it was necessary to send people to the agency, and then Oliver suggested continuing the conversation. Soon the boy found himself in front of the gate that he had first seen many years ago. Breathing in the local air, he felt as if he had returned to his home for the first time in many years. Oliver looked back and asked them to go faster, not wanting to hold the heavy gates until the evening, until his brother had enough air. He quickly stepped forward to see his entire past life with his own eyes. Previously, his ability only showed the past in his mind, but now he could see it with his own eyes. Everything looked the same as it had many years ago, only his stepmother was not around. Oliver suggested going into the room that he thought was worth visiting first. He was referring to the place where her photograph still stood in memory of this beautiful woman. Their mother was the closest person to them, but the two treated her differently. For Maurice, Amelia not only replaced his biological mother, but also became the best mentor in his life. The guy stood there for a while, remembering the days gone by. But the main conversation was about the reason for Amelia's death, which the guy probably didn't even know about. With his hand on his amulet, Oliver was ready to reveal the whole truth about her death to his half-brother. The house seemed to be enveloped in a magical seal, which became an excellent barrier against any mutant. Then there was a pause in the room, and Maurice could not understand what his brother was planning. Turning to him, he suddenly declared that during her life their mother had seen the future in exactly the same way as Maurice. Yes, Amelia was one of those talented shamans who could easily see into the future. However, she was unable to predict her fate and learned of the terrible thing when it was already too late to change anything. This was her fate, which even the most experienced shaman could not change. She thought she was capable of choosing the best of all possible fates, but the woman overestimated her powers. Oliver will never forget the day he held her suicide letter in his hands, looking out at the house engulfed in flames. And inside this house his mother remained, having accepted the most terrible of fates. He fell to his knees, unable to comprehend what had happened and understand why everything had happened this way. It is impossible to describe in words the cry of pain that echoed throughout the area and which no eyewitness will forget. He still remembered every line of her suicide letter, and it was his last link with Amelia. The guy couldn't do anything and didn't help the person to whom he owed everything. Something like this would never happen again, and he was ready to do everything to become the main obstacle in Maurice's path. Turning around, he suddenly recalled the conversation they hadn't been able to finish during the day. Then the half-brother confessed that he knows the future and can look into it at any moment. He seemed to be proud of this ability and was glad that such a rare gift was given only to him. But if he saw the future, then he certainly should have known what would happen, say, in 5 years. The answer to this question was already ready, because in a few years he would be killed and this could not be avoided. At that moment, Oliver realized that the visions continued to haunt his grown-up younger brother. Maurice himself said that he no longer sees such visions, so why did they return to him again? Moreover, Amelia suppressed his divine power with her magical ritual. Did it really not work? She almost succeeded, but by that time the guy had already come too close to the border. The Guide of Fate began to show him visions of the past and future that could not be rewritten. Then it was worth immediately telling everything and revealing the truth about how close he came to this border. Maurice didn't think he could change his destiny on his own, so he decided to turn to his brother for help. Only Oliver knew him well enough to help him even in such a difficult moment. It was the first time Maurice had asked him for help, and at first Oliver thought it was funny. He didn't know anything about the border and karma that Maurice talked about, so how could he help? Surprisingly, the guy never accepted God into his heart, so he decided to discuss everything with Oliver's deity. Besides, the guy's power had so far been directed against one creature. This creature killed his parents, which means that before he dies, he must fulfill his main mission. The other gods seemed to turn away from him when he called to them for help. From that moment on, he decided that he would never trust any deity again and would solve all problems himself. Now only Oliver's deity heard their conversation and could help. He should have listened more carefully to everything Morris had to say before asking questions. He then briefly described his past life, starting from his childhood when his parents died. The guy mentioned the training center where he first interned under Agatha's guidance. Their everyday life together also left many warm memories. His faithful partner, whom he still remembered with warmth and a smile, was the most important part of his life. The story ended with the moment when the life of the person closest to him was in mortal danger. The main culprit behind the death of his parents turned out to be the creature that took the lives of all his friends, including Agatha. That day, they were all killed, and among the whole group of hunters, there was not a single survivor. Sarah said she would spare the others only if Morris died, but Agatha wouldn't let that happen. If something doesn't go according to plan, Maurice's death will end everything, and the rest will survive. It was the most terrible story Oliver had ever heard in his life, and for a long time he didn't know what to answer. Clutching his head, he realized that it was no coincidence that Sarah wanted to kill him so much. But where had he managed to cross her path? He tried to find this girl to find out what she had been trying to achieve all this time. All that was known about her was her face and name, and beyond that, the first-class divine rank that Sarah held. It was strange that he remembered her rank, and it would be interesting to know what it really was. It turned out that this rare rank with unusual power did not even have a name, and no one knew about it. There were only a couple of guesses about who Sarah could really be, although the guy still had doubts. One option was the director of a fate protection agency who could hide his face behind a mask. All the other agents wore masks too, but none of them were as brutal as their leader. So far, these were only guesses, but they were already enough to catch Oliver off guard. Until now, no one knew the name or face of the director of this large agency. Oliver should have known the name of his director, because he was much closer to him than anyone else. The stupid excuses that Oliver started to look for immediately didn't please his brother, and it was worth coming up with something else. If he's not ready to participate, it would be better to be honest and not act like an idiot. I wonder what Morris was hinting at just now, other than that he was a complete coward. Oliver understood him correctly, and it was clear that the guy was scared to death of this task. If Morris was wrong, then Oliver should have looked at the face of the girl who was the main suspect on the list. Quickly snatching up the photo the boy had printed using the memory projector, he was ready to do it. The older brother was a little angry at these hurtful remarks, although he understood why they were said. The girl's face immediately seemed familiar. Could my guesses have been correct? Yes, he had met her before, and was sure that the director showed herself to the agents from time to time. Now it was possible to find her and find out who she really was. The moment he first met her, the guy immediately felt a strange aura emanating from Sarah. We just need to understand where this meeting took place, and whether this place was the territory of their agency. And then he suddenly remembered that a few days before his mother's death, he had seen this girl near their house. Could it be that Sarah was involved not only in the death of Maurice's friends, but also in the death of Oliver's mother? It was scary to even think about it, but the same guess kept coming to Oliver's mind. He began to slowly crumple the photograph in his hands, realizing that there were too many strange things connected with his mother's death. Could it be that it was Sarah who set fire to their house in which Amelia burned alive? Perhaps she was also involved in this death, since this devil had already brought death to his first family. The biological parents were killed, everything was staged to look like a car accident, and now it is clear that the stepmother could have died for the same reason. It turns out that before taking his life, Sarah wanted to get even with everyone close to him. Right before his eyes, she killed everyone who was so dear to his heart. But why? If he had the opportunity to stop her, he would have done it long ago, even at the cost of his life. This bloodthirsty woman was probably in no hurry to get rid of him and was eager for his suffering. If only he could, he would tear out her damned heart with his own hand and thus avenge the death of each of his loved ones. Instead, he had to endure the pain of losing everyone who had replaced his entire life, time after time. Yes, only now did Morris clearly realize the main purpose of his reincarnation in this world. Until the moment he made this woman pay for every fate she had trampled on, his own fate had no meaning for Maurice.